边是追翻了后补来，拿下本场比赛前面。这波能反杀，看他想用这套操作，他输了。
Kill from HQ. Eagle clutches it up from Q9 and shuts it down for them as well. As Mentality is able to take it away from Lee. Mentality is so dangerous below. Trying to run away, trying not to end up getting eliminated, and sadly he will have to demuck, and he ends up immediately getting sauced and dossed. Right in between.
It's third party though. EWG did really well to bring down K-Team on that. It was beautiful stuff. Speaking of beautiful, that Viper Ning.
切两个，1、3、死！我被拆了，1、3、死！没血了，真的，站！
Looks like they're going to be able to go for the fight, though. Nobody's nearby, so the Draco Storm is going to help them out as best as possible. Jin goes down. They're going to clamp and get those damages as best as possible here, and they're going to shut down Champion, as it looks like ASE is going to claim YZG here, but I could be wrong, though. QGG keeping that same momentum and shuts down Alex.
S3天人第一天开始的时候，我进房间被门框撞了一下，然后从那一刻开始，我打天人的时候感觉思路清晰，然后操作凌厉，然后一直保持天人前10。好像被那个蜘蛛咬了一下。刚开始朋友喊我玩永劫无间，然后跟朋友一起打3排嘛，然后就特别喜欢跟别人打架，就是刀碰刀的那种感觉，然后把别人就是说打过了之后非常爽。转到单排是因为没有朋友，我玩游戏的时间要比他们多很多。如果他们都不在的话，其实我就会去打单排。后来单排打着打着就一直在打单排了。毕竟这是一个拼刀的游戏嘛，主要还是以拼刀为主吧。我的远程其实拿不了太多的分，就是偶尔运气好，可以说 K1、2个头。而且我个人就是比较急，我有点忍不住，看到2人想再打，我就忍不住，就切入的时机不是那么完美。所以我更多还是说正面1v1一些。作为一个新人，其实我个人是比较享受这个舞台的，就是不会打得畏手畏脚，然后再加上我打完之后出的问题，我们教练都会帮我复盘啊，然后对我心态上的鼓励啊之类的。最后一把拿大分其实并不难，因为减少了点运营，多一些打架嘛，更多的就是打架其实打赢了就会有分。最后一把就是从开始的那一瞬间就不会再想这些事情了，就是专心打好这把游戏，然后决赛圈 我有想过就是分够不够，但是就想了2秒，就是打到最后一个圈缩完，然后我天选之后，从那一刻就是非常激动，因为走路的时候再看右下角，我发现就是他没有杀人，就是他没有人头的，然后但我人很多，然后天选这一刻我就知道我冠军了，反正就沉浸在那一把，非常激动，然后去采访的时候还没从激动中就是缓过来。首先要感谢自己嘛，感谢自己在最后一把就是操作起来了，然后也感谢就是周围的所有人，然后俱乐部的教练啊，对我心态上的帮助。选手都是一起下台的嘛，下台的时候选手他们都在吹啊什么牛啊逆天之类的，然后回到休息室被教练骂了一顿，说我今天拿了2把0分。这是周冠，只是开始，希望以后能拿总决赛的冠军，加上节杯的冠军，然后所有的冠军都拿一遍。打好每一局比赛，享受每一局比赛，然后尽人事，听天命，能力越大，责任越大。
Morris' blessing with Draco Storm has descended, and the long-awaited NAD crowd has come to claim it. Just as Morris' blessing was about to unlock, the NAD trio was blown away by an explosion. Who was sneaking around in the dark? It turned out to be XCG's Nye HQ, who was sitting on a high platform manipulating Ballista. Poorly conditioned NAD had to retreat in suffering. In the end, XCG cleverly utilized Ballista and easily captured Draco Storm. Ballista is a powerful strategic weapon that has been around for a long time on Morris Isle. In the current meta, the Ballista has a range of 100 meters, and the crossbow it shoots will cause a 4-meter radius explosion to the target location with a damage of 600 and an incendiary effect that burns the target subject by 40 points of HP per second for 5 seconds. Furthermore, if the crossbow arrow hits the target right in the head, its base damage will double. In addition, crossbow arrows are affected by attributes such as long-range resistance and general damage reduction. Finally, here's another tip. Ballista's crossbow arrows also receive a bonus from Desperation. We can choose to set up the Ballista on the plane or a high platform, which has a better view and a more comprehensive striking range. So wisely using the Ballista on the high platform can play a significant role in a game. Before shooting Ballista, we should open the map and mark a distance of 100 meters to get a good grasp of Ballista's range. Then, use the right mouse button to aim and let your prey have nowhere to hide. Although Ballista has enormous power, the maximum reserve is 6 rounds. A weaponry chest only contains 3 crossbow arrows, so the consumption of the weaponry chest will be massive. Special reminder that Master Tianhai's The Divine Bell can also reserve the shooting crossbow arrows. So, you need to be a bit more careful before facing them.
有其本，事有其源。你可以18岁就崭露锋芒，顺利打进职业联赛，可以在比赛中大放异彩，可以成为最佳选手，连上采访台成为众人焦点，甚至可以顺利拿下周冠，一次次拉近和总冠军的距离。但这还不够，因为你必须是不断走上下一步阶梯的自己。
没有返回机会了，Spider 要死赶紧死，
直接升龙起
呀
！Spider 又拿一个 Panda
收下了喷弹麦的头，
计划装再打起来2个，拿回一个8个，这边再打一个 Spider， 这时候有可能要超了，看一下，首先这个球员已经倒了，就剩一个瑞星，现在有一个荆轲剑臂 ，Spider 这一丝血，
漂亮！
究竟是什么让人变得了不起？是一天又一天连续12个小时的极限训练，或者是敢于成为那个打破枷锁、不按常理出牌的人？如果这些你都做到了，那确实了不起。但这一切都会过去，重要的是赢得未来。
对拔的意思就是哥们儿要拿你这分，但是第2刀，哇，非常精准。
而且这个现在血线已经很残了，一直在白嫖。对方的话一直想骗他阵，但小心这边不出阵呐。
舞台都打好了，细心看，这的话是逼出了对方的一个技能，然后再往前压，先嘎布拉新钩锁突袭啊，右边往跳击。
硬牌是周冠的象征，但对我而言，它并不是最重要的。重要的是明知目标的方向，不忘自己来自哪里。重要的是面对失败的勇气，遭受打击依旧坚定。 重要的是，有荣耀来临之前的努力。
交了，有人交了，躲一刀咱就赚了。出慢刀，不着急，等对面的冰墩墩变好，这几刀先拿下1分。漂亮，最后的小3刀，配合我懂，能不能打赢？打赢了！
恭喜叶然拿下本局的天选军。
重要的不是令牌，而是可以勇敢做自己。
Hello everybody and welcome to the NBPL. We're kicking off week number 5 now. Week 5, oh my word. On to day 3 and our final day of solos this week. We're going to be kicking off with A and B. My name is Hitpren and I am joined by Foxdrop. Foxy, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good, man. I'm really excited to get into the games today. I love seeing some solos, exciting stuff, beautiful things. We've got a lot of exciting players as well. I just can't wait to get into the action.
I'm buzzed for these games. Actually, we got some really good teams and obviously players because it's solos today. Playing obviously highlights are on WBG Spider, who won the solos in a miracle run on Holoroth at the end of the last finals. He played so crisp, so well. I've really got my eyes on him. But other than that, we got like the Wolves playing today. We got J Team, obviously another team who we're kind of keeping our eyes on. We got a member of FPX playing. I mean, there are a lot of good players, a lot of good teams here today for A and B, so it's going to be a big one. And partly the reason it's big is because there's only 2 days left of solos before we get on to those onto those bi-weekly finals. And for some of these players, this is their last chance to play. This is their last chance to score before the bi-weekly finals kick off next week. So it's going to be a very important day for some of these players. And we'll have a look at their overall scores before we get going into the action, so we know exactly where everyone is sitting. But it is going to be an amazing day. Obviously, we switched up a little bit of the map rotation to what we were using on the previous week as well. So we're not ending on Holoroth, we're ending on Morris Isle, which I think actually favors some of these players a little bit more than it did previously. Holoroth is, for some players, they weren't particularly prepared for it. So having, you know, ending on familiar territory means that maybe something like that kind of big spider comeback we saw at the end of the last bi-weekly finals isn't going to be possible for them. I mean, I don't know what we're really expecting here, Foxy. Probably a bunch of zeeping, if we're gonna be real.
Yeah, for sure. You know, this is the newest hero out. She's really good in solos, and everyone's abusing her. So that's brilliant stuff. We get to see a lot of her. I saw, you know, there's a decent amount of Takeda as well coming through on Holoroth specifically. And that's always quite exciting to watch too. I think he's got quite an electric playstyle in solos. But no, I think it's fun. And you mentioned as well, we end on Morris Isle. I think it's quite interesting. We're hopping backwards and forwards between the maps because just as an overview, it'll be game number 1 on Morris Isle, game number 2 on Holoroth, and then 3 and 4 back on Morris Isle, then 5 on Holoroth, and then 6 again on Morris Isle. Like, there's a lot of changing. There's a lot of changing around, and I think it's kind of hard for players to necessarily get settled in that sense, which kind of means, you know, like there's a lot of value in your ability to adapt. You know, like you just got to shake off the last game and go into the next one, and having that consistency is all that much more important, as you can see there with the way the scoring is done. You guys know it by now. The higher you place, the better you score. It's all about getting kills, obviously, but if you get knocked out too early, you're not going to finish very highly. And this is our leaderboard here for our solos so far. FPX Moo is kind of struggling a little bit here, right at the bottom. 5.9 points, having a few goose eggs. You can see it's all about the consistency, as I mentioned, and just take a look at these guys with, you know, sometimes they have some good showings, like you can see Hongfly there with a 5.7, a 4.9, but other times just sitting on those goose eggs, sitting on 0 points, 1 point. You know, it's just not enough to have 1 or 2 good games. You've got to really be able to bring the pain. You've got to be able to do it over the course of the day quite consistently. You mentioned Spider from WBG sitting there pretty in 2nd place. Zin at the top, the Crown from GBL in 1st with a decent amount of lead over number 2. But kind of close here, I would say, between, you know, around 7th place and 3rd. All to play for here today as we move into those bi-weekly finals.
Absolutely, and this is obviously the standings coming out of day 3 of the bi-weekly 3. So, you know, not all of these players are playing today, like Lu Rain King from OUG, KZ's Pandaman, they're not playing today, but Zin, Spider, and Shah are all on today. I mean, actually, are they all in the same group? I think they... Wait, where are we? GBL, yep. Spider, yeah, and yeah, they're all in the same group. So yeah, they're always going to be competing versus each other, which means whenever Group B plays, we are going to have an absolutely killer day. As all the players backstage right now, just chilling out, getting ready to go into their games, be kicking off momentarily with our first game of the day. We'll be dropping on Morris Isle. It's going to be a good one. You know, when you have 3 of the best players in the group, well, not in the group, within the entire solos bracket in the same group, you know you're going to be having a good one. Like you're saying, FPX struggling right now. They're playing, you know, very, very low down. So you got some work to do. I think there's a whole bunch of teams who have a whole bunch of players who have a whole lot to prove. But Spider right now sitting in 2nd, and this is kind of familiar to what he did actually during the last bi-weekly. He didn't do, oh my god, very comfortable one another. He didn't do too great in the overall group. Well, he did amazing. He was like 2nd or 3rd, but then he just kind of sat there under the radar until the last possible moment, and just we thought he was going to be content with the he was like 18 or 19 points behind or something really bonkers far behind. And then he had like a 14 kill game on the zipping as well. When our expectations were, you pick zipping because you just want to sustain. You want to be able to hold on to that 2nd place. But he went absolutely mad. Destroyed Jin, actually, who was winning the lobby. And Jin probably coming back today with a little bit of a vengeance, knowing, you know, the bi-weekly's this close away. He wants to secure himself that first after what was a very, very dominant victory from Spider.
Yeah, the thing with Spider that makes him so fun to watch is he's like the king of those pop-off moments, those highlight moments, you know, like he always has at least one of those in a day. I think we'll probably see it maybe like 2 or 3 of them, to be honest. Like it's always so exciting to keep your eyes on him because he's always going to be able to bring it, and he's always making things happen. And as you mentioned as well, like maybe sometimes he'll fly under the radar, but when he does show up, when he does decide to make the plays, he does it really well and very, very excitingly. And it's what makes Naraka so fun as well, just those sick 1v1s, those parries, those outplays, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing him go at it today. As you mentioned, the 3 highest rated players we've got in solos, all playing today, all in the same group as well. So we've got a lot of quality talent here today. It's gonna be some fun games, and getting to see them on the new map as well. That's something that, at least I say the new map, you know, we've been playing there for a little while now, maybe a few weeks, but it's still quite exciting to see how players change it up. I think people are still kind of getting their footing in the meta, really, with Holoroth and how it kind of changes from Morris Isle, a lot of different hero choices and whatnot. So it's for me, whenever that situation arises, when you're not really sure what the meta is and stuff, your just raw talent shines through. Because you're just relying, you're going back to your fundamentals and your basics, and someone like Spider has absolutely disgusting fundamentals and is, probably, as far as pure talent goes, just absolutely incredible here in solos.
I think the key thing is like you said, we've actually been on Holoroth for a while. Holoroth has been out since August as well. So yeah, there wasn't a massive amount of time for the players to prep on it because they had, the end of season 1, then a 3-week break, and then the season started and they weren't playing Holoroth for the first 2 weeks, and then it came in for week 3. But like, even so, it's interesting, but like, it feels like a lot of players still are struggling on this map. And yes, it's very different from Morris Isle. You have obviously entirely new kind of systems. There's a lot more traps and things. You've got the massive, the rolling pins running around the place. You've got, traps that will get triggered if you're airborne when you're next to them. You got traps that are just on the ground. You got the snowstorm, which saps your rage, means you can't get your ult built up. There's so many things like that you do have to kind of be very aware of, and you need to learn rotations, key drop locations, kind of places where you're actually gonna get that good loot, and all of that kind of combines into a lot of confusion from a lot of players. And I think that's why we've seen so much ZPing, not because she's just strong, but because she's safe. And on a map like that, eating a trap on any other hero could potentially cause you a serious amount of trouble. But assuming some of these players still seem to get caught out by those traps, ZPing can kind of somewhat alleviate that because F is on a ridiculously short cooldown. By the time it's done healing you, it's pretty much back off cooldown. You have like 4 to 5 seconds layover time if it goes its full duration. It does heal you up to a point and then turns itself off, but there is also that world where you're continually taking damage with your solo that you only get like 4 to 5 seconds of downtime. So it's going to be it's always a map where she shows up as well. But like you're saying, you've seen some of the Takeda. We're seeing some of him as well in the trios. We're also seeing some, what's his name, Takaji. We're seeing some Takaji as well with the flames. And typically see the Takas on Holoroth having a very good start to the game, but then just getting focused because no one wants Taka to pop off at the end of the game because he will win that final circle versus a group of Zippings. But you can see got our graph to compare Jhin to Spider. It's been, I'd say, more consistent from Spider. You can see Jin's had like a couple of bad games and a couple of good games and like a really big pop-off game, but Spider's been relatively consistent between that 3 and 6 mark pretty much the whole time. It's been a more straight climb from him.
I think is Spider the red one there? So it's the opposite, or am I crazy?
Oh, you are? Yes, I'm crazy. Don't worry.
No,
that's why Spider is lower, because he's not had as good of a run. Yeah.
So it's exactly what you're saying, just with the names reversed. So it's very true, like, because it's very, that's just very Spider. That's just Spider in a nutshell, honestly, isn't it? Like, he has that big pop off, and then outside of that, maybe some low lows, but some high highs. But obviously, this guy is just, I'm always watching him, always keeping my eyes out for Spider and his gameplay. Like, it's just, dude, I mean, I feel like we're just almost just like, it's not beating a very alive and fast horse here by just continuing to sing his praises, but legit, man, he's just so fun to watch in solos. It's absolutely fantastical what he brings out onto Morris Isle and even onto Holoroth as well. But of course, with that comparison to Jhin, Jin's been really good. He's really good as well. Like, he's quite a consistent player, and I think you can never really count him out. I think specifically when it comes to like final circle situations, Jhin is able to kind of clutch it out. That's one of the things that I associate with him, is not necessarily having the big aggression and pop off in that early game and stuff like that, and taking all the skirmishes, but certainly someone that can bring a world of hurt to the teams as we get into those final stages of the game. Plays a very smart game as well as we get into our hero lock-in here. A lot of Justinas so far here in our first game of the day in solos. There's the Tarka. We are going to see one. Excellent, beautiful stuff. Lots of already one of those curveballs. We love Tarka, man. It's beautiful, and even more. Excellent, Jay. You're getting your wish, bro.
We're getting 2 Tarka Gs. not a single Yoto so far, and a lot of Justina. There's 2 Yotos to come in, but only Spider and Dubai are rocking the Yoto. There's more Tarkas than there are Yotos. What is going on? I've never seen this in all of my time covering Naraka. I guess obviously some players are looking to save it, and what's interesting is I actually expect to see more Z-Pinks to start us off today, because we're moving on to Holler off in our second game of the day. So you don't burn up all your hero points immediately on her. You can kind of get them back and actually save Z-Pink for later. But feels like Justina is going to be the mood right now by the players. And we are getting ready to go on to Morris Isle for our first game here of day 3 and week 5. Remember, this is the second to last day for solos before we get to those bi-weekly finals. So for some of these players, it's their last chance to score any points.
Getting those points, getting into the finals where the money's at. Quite literally where the money's at. If you want to try and win yourself that prize pool, obviously you've got to make it to the finals. Without that, it's a no-go. And speaking of no-go, Zin really struggling there to get in underneath the... get into the treasure area, the treasure cave. I love the early game though. This is the beautiful stuff in Naraka. You just pick up the first thing you see and then you just go crazy. Everyone just bombs it for a bit of loot and then you go for the fights here. As we can see, QA here on the Tarka going for the play against Moo. Moo has been struggling here in FPX, our lowest rated player coming into today. Really looking to change things around. That was incredibly close here, but I think he's going to get the outplay. Chewy, yeah. There it is. Ooh, the fireballs came very, very close to Moo. He's going to pick up that first kill of the game and of the day, though. As Xin as well, bringing the pain big time here. That is a Yanmi fooling. My goodness, great start for J-Team and for Xin.
Yeah, really nice start. The Spider is waiting in the wings with that blue armor and the nunchucks. A favored weapon here in solos, has been for a while. Yes, the dual swords have done somewhat to alleviate that, but if you were following season 1, nunchucks were the go-to item, and Jin, with just that grey armor, gets the clang off immediately into the counter from Spider. Jin's going very low. The freeze comes down from Jin, and maybe Spider can continue the pressure onto Jin. Jin goes down, Spider takes him down, and that is 1 for Spider on the board.
He's just so good, man. He's just so good. That was a great parry as well. And even the fact that he was able to perfectly time his attacks coming out versus the Justina freeze was just absolutely insane. Like, no counterplay, man. That's no counterplay to Spider. Beautiful stuff. Already getting things off to a great start here. Dubai, though, with a purple weapon and that blue armor. He did have purple armor, but he didn't want to... Yeah, he dropped it to try and get some immediate armor there. So he didn't have to go for the repair. It would be a little bit of a shame here for Dubai if he was able to just like falter in this one here against Q9's LXY in that 1v1 versus a grey weapon and blue armor. Dubai here, come on, you're completely outgearing him. You're going to be able to do a little bit more than this. It is going to be that reset here for LXY. Just going to chill out a bit instead. Dubai able to pick up some armor regeneration, and Shah is finding himself in a whole world of hurt, but a great parry on the Spider. Spider's going to be feeling that one as Shah gets the healing, goes back inside as well, throwing out the melee range cannon because why not? Spider looks like he may have met his match here, but he's going to be forced to pop the Yoto ulti, popping up into the air, going for the chase here on the Shah as well. But as soon as this time's out, he's going to be in a bit of a pickle, so he is just defensively using those teleports, trying to get away from Shah. We'll see if Shah lets it do it. Nope, not English. Still, maybe he'll just go for the kill here instead. That's a great counter though from Spider, picking up the grey armor on the floor as well to get that really nifty heal. In the middle of this fight, as both players is going to go for a little bit of a reset here. My goodness, Jake, it's all happening now.
Getting very close, actually. Spider going very low. Once again, the F ability comes down, but Shah is going to take a barrage of attacks from Spider. Shah very low on HP, but so Spider is going to come down to the wire between the two of them. And Shah is going to be able to pick up the kills. Dahui and LXY now finding themselves in a skirmish, but it's very one-sided. The Tarka Gs are absolutely decimating this lobby. Dahui with the purple armor and purple greatsword, but Kabao and Reki also geared to the teeth with purple weapons and purple armor between them, as Cabal's going to have to freeze himself up. Reki wants to keep the pressure going as he can't quite catch him. As soon as the freeze ends, Ricky's going to freeze himself and take this as an opportunity to get a bit of a hit off, as able to dodge away on the strike from Cabal. Cabal now low health with no armor, going to pop the ultimate, but Reki is going to answer out and dodge out, but he still finds himself frozen in place. He's looking to finish up this kill, and Reventus is able to take him down. Reki secures himself the kills. Meanwhile, just a mild moment away from them, Ego and Jux are finding themselves in a fight as well. Why is everyone so geared in this lobby? Everyone is rocking purple armor.
My goodness, it's just purple left, right, and center. You're right. Purple armor, some purple weapons throwing through as well. Great start to the first game of the day here today, as Yeran's going to find himself in a lot of trouble. He's going to fall down. I was watching him yesterday in the trios. My goodness, these guys, some of these guys have such a crazy schedule, especially if they're playing in trios and solos. Mental stuff. Mr. Jerker here says, let's go Zin. Unfortunately, I'm assuming you mean, you know, GBL Zin and not JT's X Zin, because X Zin has been eliminated. He's the first one out here. Our first elimination of the day. Not going to find himself too much here in the first game of the day, but it's okay. It's only one game down. We have 6 games to go, including a shift onto Holoroth in the next game after this. But of course, it's early days here. Still a lot to play for. 14 players alive, just trying to make things work. As Daohui, as you mentioned, just all these purple weapons and armor is so crazy that it's going to make these fights quite explosive. That extra damage coming through, and able to just maybe stay alive a little bit longer with that armor. We'll see which player can take full advantage of that as we move forward in this game.
I mean, yeah, everyone is ridiculously stacked this game. I don't think we've looked at like the screen without seeing at least one person with something purple in their inventory. Right now, Chewy from the side of JJHRD is finding himself caught in between 2 players as Dubai is looking to run him down after that purple dagger that he's got. Shah also coming around and get a bit of that tech chase, trying to just avoid away, able to break away from Dubai, and Dubai looks to have given up the chase, but immediately finds himself uppercutted by I didn't see who actually uppercutted him there. He got uppercutted by someone, one of the 3. And does that like Joey's going to be able to get away, and everybody's just going to call it off for now and take it a little bit more chill. But the people who aren't are going to be Daohui and Shah, as Shah unloading the cannon onto Daohui. Can't really make the damage stick, unfortunately, but Daohui being herded towards Spider, who is just getting himself a little bit more loot before potentially chasing in further into the action. Is playing it a little bit more reserved, actually. Is maybe a little bit under-equipped as he takes himself a shot there from the arrow and loses a whole bunch of armor. He's able to recover back up, though.
Yeran versus Ego in the 1v1. Ego having the much better time of things here, popping that Justina ulti, able to chase down Yeran as he goes for the stasis to buy himself some time and regenerate some of that armor. But my goodness, I don't think it's going to be enough. Yeran is in a lot of trouble. He is going to go down. He is donezo. He's eliminated as well. He's out of it. Back to the lobby with you, waiting for our next game as Daohui's found himself a victim but gets frozen. LXY just able to dip away from that one with that little dash, that freezing dash. Absolutely painful stuff there to chase down. So difficult. And not only are they dashing away from you really quickly, they're also freezing you in his place. He doesn't want to run. He wants to engage this one. That was beautiful stuff there from LXY. Has to be careful because he's going to run into a lot of bad guys. You can see there's loads of people here. Don Queen's coming in here. Shah's around. Spider's around as well. So many people are going to be looking to pick up the weak and vulnerable members here, as we often see in solos. You just try and pick on that one person who's maybe a little bit low or find themselves out of position. There's just going to be a lot of running arounds here. 5 different players just trying to find a little something, and it might be Spider actually. He's found himself in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Spider's actually criminally under-equipped actually comparative to the rest of the lobby, only rocking blue armor and blue weapons. So is potentially someone who could find themselves caught, as it looks like Ayamani. How do you say
Ayanami?
Ayanami. They're moving so quick, my brain just could not register their name there. Ayanami. But they are just going to call off the fight anyway, decide not to go for it. Is Ego now on the run being chased down, but actually running into the waiting wings of Reki, who's, again, very geared up. Reki actually has a bounty on him as well, so he knew where he was. And now Ego, with 2 people chasing him down and 1 definitely after that kill. But now Miu comes in with the snipe with the rifle and is able to secure the kill, denying that from Reki, but has lost a little bit of his armor. And with Jux and Reki about, Miu's just going to go for himself a bit of a reset and move. Actually just going to step away. He got 2 kills, and this is a player who we even noted had a pretty rough day 3.
Certainly did. Coming into this day-to-day as our lowest rated player. Really struggling, bless him. Had a tough time with things, but so far, good start here in game number 1. Highest kill leader, obviously it's only by 1 kill. It's still early days, 2 kills. But still, it's still decent. It's good stuff. Good stuff for him. That's exactly what he wants if he wants to try and turn his face around coming into these bi-weekly finals. So he can get himself a spot in them and, you know, play for that prize pool. Azin now on a big chase on the Reki. Reki's in a lot of trouble here from Ventus. Just going to try and run away as best he can, but Zin's not going to let it happen. He brings him down. Reki has done so, but Moo, speak of the devil, he's going to join in here and just try his best to try and ruin Zin's day. He did. He missed the scale rush there, but it still might be enough for him to just keep chasing with that big old spear. It's not going to decide to go for it. Instead, going to pick up the spoils of war.
We've seen a lot of players actually really mess up and get stuck on like obstacles and terrain. It's been a real problem actually. At the beginning of the game, we saw it. We just saw it there as well. And hey, for you guys at home, if you want to give Naraka a try, type quick and you can get one of those free Steam codes. There will be more throughout the day, but try and get yourself a free copy of the game on Steam. Bloody fun, I promise you. As Spider finding himself being 2-manned by Dubai and Shah. We'll be criticizing Spider's gear, and it looks like it's going to be one of those low-scoring ones from him. The front runner taken out as Dalhui charging in and just unloading so much damage now. Dubai trying to dodge away from everybody. He's sandwiched, going to get the freeze off. Shah goes a little bit low, and Dubai with the ult pop should just be able to get away from everybody here. Has the grapples, has the dashes. Thanks to his ultimate, they will be able to escape away as 12 players are left standing, and Ayanami now being chased down by Dalhui, who does connect onto the grapple, but the building will block him from dashing in and finding the interrupt. And I think everybody's going to take it a little bit more chill now. We've lost 4 players from the lobby. 12 minutes until that final circle comes in, and a lot of the lobby right now are inside the buildings and have their little cubbies and their little holes where they can keep themselves healed up and kept nice and healthy for these later circles.
It's like half the entire game is right here in this village. Trying to scrap it out and see if they can find any loot and just search for that weak person that they can try and get that extra kill onto. As you can see as well what Moo did earlier, you just need to find that little cheeky little shot and you're going to find yourself a target, get yourself a kill. It doesn't matter if you did most of the damage, as long as you get that last hit. That kill is going to your name. LXY finding himself in a heap of trouble as well, being chased down by Dubai. But it won't be just Dubai for long. A lot of people knocking about here. Don Quing as well. Ayanami also on the chase, trying to find themselves this weak, poor little fawn without his mummy, all lost and alone. Maybe they can pick him up, but he's pretty slippery. He's finding his way around it right here. Just look at all this, dashing through the buildings and just kicking his way through the windows. How on earth are you meant to chase this? Dubai, however, has found a way. Gonna force that stasis out of LXY as he runs out of another window into the loving arms of Ayanami. Might be able to pick him up on this one. He's exceptionally low here. Just a few more hits gonna be it. Oh my goodness, how long is this guy surviving? Look at him go. It's actually Ayanami now who's the victim. He's the one who's low.
No, it's Dubai!
Well. Oh my goodness, it's all happening now as well. LXY has actually found himself the safety of a roof, of a ceiling. He's sitting there instead of now it's Dalhui's coming to join the party and ruin everyone's fun. At the end of the day, it's just gonna be nothing happening, but my goodness, there's a lot of action happening.
I absolutely love the tech chases in Naraka when you get stuff like that. When you're in Celestia here and you can just jump around, or the bottom of Celestia, you can just jump around and use all those grapplings and all the kind of aerial weapon movements to get yourself as much distance as possible. The great sword, the pole armor are phenomenal for that. It makes such insane chases, and all you have to really do is basically try and herd your pursuers into each other, so they end up hitting each other and they're just turning on each other. That's the way to get away, is just lead multiple people to ram and butt heads with each other, and then you can find an opportunity to slip away. And just like that. And now it looks like GBL Jin is closing in on the rest of the group who are here within Celestia's. Reki has been found by Moo. Moo gonna force him to freeze nice and early, and actually will be able to set up a scale rush here. Does actually hit him with the scale rush, and Reki pops the ultimate to try and get away. May look for the freeze and the kind of turnaround onto Moo, but Moo not willing to give this up, and Reki actually just gonna use all of those dashes defensively, but whoa!
What a
shot
hit
from Moo off in the distance is gonna chunk him out heavily. Probably won't be able to close the gap though.
Nah, probably just gonna be able to run away from that one is Reki. Unless he runs into another bad guy, which there's definitely a chance of that happening, because you can just see that all the time. Like, all these players just around waiting for that to happen. Dubai here going into the stasis, but burning down. Not going to find himself in a very happy spot at all. Forced to pop the ulti, trying to run away as well as Zim pops his ult in response to Chase. Dubai is able to buy himself enough time to get the heal off, as the rest of the lobby is coming in here to just try and find a little something. Zin might be finding himself in a bit of a pickle himself if he does keep chasing, so instead deciding to back away from that one. Reki able to survive, Dubai able to survive. Instead now we've got a 3-man fight here between Sha, Choi Yi and Dong Qing. This could go anyone's distance here. Dong Qing forced to pop the stasis already. A fourth challenger approaches as well, just throwing out those ranged attacks. That is Ayanami and Moo as well, up on top of a roof with his musket. He's done a lot of work so far this game with that musket. Got a lot of poke off, and also even managed to steal one of those kills as well early on too. So you got to pay some respect to those rifle shots. The circle now is just moving on in, forcing players to move out of their comfort zone. Reki is going to be in a bit of a tight spot here. He's going to charge up his nunchucks, but I don't think it'll be enough. The flame, will it burn him? Yes, it does. He's gone down. Not in time for Dong Hui here to Daohui, excuse me, to go and steal the kill, but he might be able to find himself one of his own onto Zin. Is it gonna be? Is Daohui gonna be able to get it? I think Zin will just give him the slip for now. And the chase continues.
You got stuck on the wall again. Grappled to the wall, couldn't scale rush off in time, and Jin able to escape that, but you do see the power of the Takaji into these Justinas, because you can burn them through their freeze. And we actually only had one Yoto in this lobby. It looks like one of the Yotos did switch back off to a Justina, but all 3 Takajis are alive. The Yoto's down. It's Justinas versus Takajis, and if the Takas can make it into the end of this game, they are going to be in a very, very happy spot. Actually, they're going to really be able to do a lot of damage and be a real threat. So expect maybe some of these players to look to try and focus out these Taka players and get them out of the lobby as quick as possible. Jin with 4 kills right now, leading the charge. Sha and Moo just behind them, but a very decent kill spread actually. Nobody really dominating the lobby, and it's still anybody's game to win. Not having an overly explosive game, but Sha now with the golden armor, thanks to that Mora's blessing, is a real problem for everyone, as Chewy is just going to throw down the flamer, or flame ball, sorry, or fireball, I guess is the proper word for it. Going to miss it, and just go for a cheeky reset. Everybody waiting out for the final circle. You can see Daohui's actually within the circle in a purple bush, which means no one can see him, unless someone goes and swings a weapon into it and checks. He is sitting quite happy there. I guess the other way is actually you can grapple. If you aim your grapple at a purple bush and it goes red, it means someone's in there. So a little bit of a cheat code for people in hiding in trees or hiding in purple bushes. Just aim your grappler at it, and you might be able to see if someone's about.
Wow, you can get those cheeky X-ray vision with your reticule if you fire your grapples at people. I suppose it helps as well if you fire your grapple at a bush and there's someone in there. Not only will your reticle turn red, but you'll grapple towards the bad guy. So that'll probably be a good idea that someone's there too. All useful stuff though, but you do see a lot of these players actually do utilize those bushes where they can, just to try and buy some time, you know, if they're not necessarily looking for the fights here. As we do see a lot of times here around the 5-minute mark, the games do slow down just a tad as that circle gets really, really small, which means there's not a lot of space to operate, and so people and players are just a little afraid to take the fights and to dedicate, because there's a good chance with such a small operating space that someone else is going to be nearby, and if they are, they'll come and third party you, and that's just the worst case scenario. Like, you're probably not going to get a kill, and there's a good chance you yourself do get killed. It's a lose-lose, not something you want. And so instead we just wait until the circle gets even smaller, until you're forced into action. There's no choice but to go aggressive and make those plays. Speaking of making plays though, Xin here going for the stasis, trying to just get a little bit of armor there. Force pop the ulti to run away as well. Is in a tight spot here, and looks like the entirety of the lobby, they see it. They want to chase him down. Dubai now and Shah both looking for Xin, our kill leader. As you mentioned earlier, Jake, on 4 kills now. He's going to find himself in a lot of trouble. People just picking on him. They're trying to bully him down. Can he get away from this one? Just buy himself some time, just hanging out there, but it's not a good spot at all. That's a terrible spot to hang out. He's getting shot. That's not where you want to find yourself at all. And Shah with a sick play, with a great move, is able to pick up the kill on Xin. Xin is done. He is eliminated. He's out of there. Shah picking up his 3rd kill of the lobby. We're now down to 9 players here. 4 minutes left. The circle getting very, very small. Still a handful of players though. A lot of action still to come.
Yeah, Jinmin out's going to do a lot for the lobby, actually taking them down. Still a bunch of players, like you were saying. We've got 9 players left in the circle. 4 minutes until it fully closes up. All of the action will be breaking out around that point. But for now, Shah on the zipping, actually sitting quite comfortably, because unlike Jin, they don't need to find a place to reset. They just need to run. As long as they keep running, because they're on the zipping, they can just keep themselves alive, and then they're sustained from their kit will recover all of their resources. So what kind of makes us so strong in these solos is if you can't find a place to hide, as long as you're moving, you can still recover your armor, you can still recover your health, you'll be a-okay. But actually a bunch of players getting corralled into the corner here as Dao Hui has lost his shield. Chewy's gonna find him, and the freeze comes down. Dao Hui taken out by Chewy from the side of JJHRG. Is Dubai trying to find himself a cheeky rock to hide under, but he's unable to do so. Kabao slides in and finishes him up, forces him into the zone and finds a kill. Suddenly there were 7 players left as LXY looking to make it 6. Kabao got to freeze themselves up, recover some armor, get themselves sitting nice, but Shah with the golden flamer is just cooking him alive, doing so much damage here. With 3 minutes left, all of the players now are struggling to find a place to kind of get their recovery, to get their resets in, and Shah able to keep the pressure up thanks to the sustain from the Z-Ping, keeping alive. The only Z-Ping left in the lobby as well. Shah with golden armor, golden flamer is going to be a constant problem for the entire lobby, as Shah can switch back out to the flamer, get a bit of damage off, but he's actually had to switch to the cannon there. I think he can go for a recovery, but Kabao gets a whole bunch of damage off onto him, but Shah still has the recovery. Move with the rifle, maybe trying to find a couple of additional shots. As Kabao gonna look to freeze himself up. No, just freeze everybody else up and get into the air away from all of this action. But he could get sniped out by Moo on the ground with that rifle. Moo not gonna find the grab, not gonna find the shot onto Kabao as the fireball comes down from a different Tarkaji, and Kabao in a whole world of hurt jumps back up into the air once again. Shah needs to recover this flamer because it's being chunked out. No, he just switches to the purple one. It doesn't matter. And now Kabao has gone down. 6 players are left standing as LXY is on the run. Dongqing somehow getting away with that reset. Nobody is going to interrupt him. He only gets not a full reset, but at least a partial reset, a partial heal off. And Shah just using a range of mid-range weapons to cannon and flamer the entire lobby down. He is such a nuisance and so hard to kill. His F ability is about to come up, his flame, his ult's about to come up as well. And Ayanami, sorry, takes so much damage from the flamer. He's gonna die to the tick. Shah cashes on in his 3rd kill, but a lot of damage comes out there from Dongqing with a legendary Soul Jade on that katana, gets that big long-range dash down. There's a whole bunch of damage as LXY is going low, but not low enough to go down yet. The fireballs are coming in from the Tarkas in the sky. Shah trying to hold on to this high ground now as he is still fully set up. Chewy able to take down LXY, and we're down to 4 players left standing in the lobby as Move from FPX is next up to be taken out by Shah. Shah using the nunchuck, still a lot of damage, but everybody is actually collapsing onto Shah instead. Shah's lost half his health, half his armor, sorry, but he's able to hold fast. 4 players are still in this circle as there's the damage from the Soul Jade. The legendary Soul Jade on the And the Katana just absolutely blitzing through Shah's shield. He's so low, but Moo is also incredibly low himself. Everybody else is using the tree, as that's going to be the kill there from JJHRD's Chewy, able to secure the kill as Shah is going unbelievably low to Dongqing. He's going to pop the heal to keep himself up, and now the Flamer is doing enough work. Shah has done it.
Wow, what an outplay at the end there. Just whipping out your flame breath and mouse running it to victory. Oh my goodness, that was an excellent finish there from Shah. He played that one really, really smart, having the advantage of those kind of mid-range ranged weapons in the cannon and the flamer as well there to really chunk people out towards the end of that map as that circle was closing in towards the end. Beautiful stuff for him. He's going to pick up a first win of the day here. In game number 1 was a top 3 player coming into the day as well, and very, very nice stuff for him to get that first W. And he got a lot of kills as well. I would expect him to get a fair amount of points on that, so not just a win but quite a significant one at that as well. And his competition, you know, Spider specifically and Zin, both of those two going out quite early in that game. Zin was able to pick up, I believe it was like 4 kills or so, so he'll still get some points, but Spider really had quite a poor game there. So not only was he able to pick up that win, but the people that might be challenging him for top spots really struggled in that one too.
Yeah, really, really big game there for Shah, though. I think the funniest moment was because you have your backpack and you can have more weapons in your backpack. He had a purple flamer. So as soon as he used his legendary up, he's like, I don't have time to fix this. Quick switch out, purple flamer out. He had a purple cannon in his infantry. Then he had like the nunchucks as well. Like, he was just kitted out. And that final circle, when like it's a zipping with those weapons, is what makes it so hard, because typically when you're using the flamer, you are dangerous at the front, but you're liable for shots from the side and the back and even above, I guess, if you can get up in a tree. The problem is because this is zipping, you can just pop your F, keep yourself sustained and healed, so you can carry on flaming. What you see most people happen when they're not a zipping and they're flaming is they'll take some damage and they'll have to stop flaming to recover their health and their armor. But Zibing doesn't care about that. She just keeps going, and it's almost like an unstoppable force just walking towards corralling the team together. And I actually thought for a moment they were going to go down, but, you know, Zibing's healing is a little busted at the moment, and was able to survive standing in the circle and just torch the rest of the players. A 6-kill game, I believe it was, for Shah at the end of that game. So that's going to be a nice one with the 1.6 multiplier, and I believe it's 4 points for taking first. I can't remember off the top of my head now. That's going to be a really, really good score, a really good open for Shah in this first game of the day. And like you said, WBG Spider, the player we were singing so many praises of, that was obviously one of the lulls. We know Spider does have bad games as well as those insane pop-off games. That was definitely one of those lull games because they got taken out very, very early.
Yeah, it wasn't the best from him, but, you know, this guy, instead of rolling like a 6-sided dice, you roll like a 12-sided dice for him or something. I'm sure there's a D&D reference in there for you, Jake. But, you know, like he sure, you can roll low, but when you roll high, you roll very high. You know, like it's not out of character for him to have a bit of an off game. He's just warming up, man. It's all good. It's easy peasy. He's just chilling out. But yeah, no, obviously not the best showing for him. And you know, Zin getting taken out relatively early despite having all those kills is he's going to be a bit upset about that one as well. But here is your winner, obviously Shah, coming in first place with those 6 kills. 13.6 game score, quite significant, honestly. That's a decent amount of points to be getting. Zin with those 4 kills, only able to pick up 4.8 points, which obviously is good enough for third. That's decent, but I would imagine he would kind of wanted a little bit more from that game, as Dongqing, for example, in 6th place, picking up 3 points with no kills. Nothing to his name at all.
Yeah.
Just able to finish high and get some points there.
Still, really, really solid game. 13 points to Shah. Jin, you know, probably not overly happy with that 4 point. And overall, there's a relatively decent kill spread here. At least most people scored something, other than obviously Jackson Yoran. They're going to be, like you said, not too happy with that game. But they still have more games to recover. And the next game is going to be on Holoroth as well, which is, I mean, that is going to be that's going to be a fun one, because I'm curious, you know, when is the point when we can stop saying to the players, all right, well, you know, it's a new map. They didn't have much time to prep. like, I feel like now's the time. I feel like we've had enough time on that map to actually be able to say, right, you should at least know how to play this map now. But here you go, your MVP, Shah from GG, got himself a 25k damage game. And I mean, 6,000 that was melee weapons. 6,000 damage of melee weapons. He did 10k with the Flamebringer. 7,900 with the cannon. Like, just unbelievable damage coming out from this guy.
Insane, absolutely insane there. The 25k is great. That's amazing damage stats, but 6,000 with melee. That really does sum it up. Like you said, he had that legendary Flamebringer and then a purple cannon in his inventory as well, swapping out between the two instead of having to repair or reload. Like,
he had a purple Flamebringer as well. He had 2 Flamebringers.
You have all 3 of them. Oh my goodness, yeah. He was just proper set up for that one, as you said as well. Was the only zipping in the lobby as well. Like, literally the only one, which is quite surprising, and I do not expect that to continue throughout the day. Yeah, the fact that he's able to bring out the win as a unique hero in that lobby, you know, for sure.
Yeah.
She's a very popular solos hero in general, but especially now that people have seen her win. Like, we often see that, you know, whoever wins one game, the next game, a lot more of that hero being picked.
Expect more Ziping's next match, though. We're going a lot more off. That is the map where, like, Ziping comes up a lot. I'm sure Rune is going to be sitting at home very happy with this because he is a Takaji advocate, I would say, or enthusiast. And there were 3, and they made it far in. I think the final circle was a Ziping and 2 Takajis. I'm happy that Justina's didn't make it that far in.
Justina?
I've been very passionate about my distaste for Justina. I think she slows the game down a lot. I think when you see a lobby without Justina in solos, it is over. You actually see them typically end way before the final circle because Justina's just so good at buying time. You know, there's extended chases, you have the dash and your ultimates, you have the freeze to recover armor. Like, you have so many tools to keep yourself alive in it. So, you know, I love when you get those kind of Yotos versus, Yotos versus Yotos, chasing versus Takajis, Cicadas, you know, stuff like that in a final circle. That's what I live for. But yeah, this was very Justina heavy lobby. I think because it was the first game of the day, people obviously want to save their Z-Pings for the horror off maps as well later on in the day. And people also want to save those Yotos for later on in the day because that's when you want to have those explosive games. You want to take a good read of the lobby, see where you are overall in the standings, and then have that pop-off Yoto game towards the end and put together as many points as possible.
Yeah, for sure. It's the way you feel about Justina is the way I feel about Wu Chen in trios.
Yeah,
you know, like Wu Chen just pops his ult and just resets the fights. Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree, you can argue that those kind of the characters that have really good defensive capabilities do encourage aggressive play because they know they can get out if they need to. But I mean, I'm kind of just clutching at straws here. I agree with you. It does slow the game down a little bit. There were a lot of Justinas in that first game as well, and I think fortunately for you and your sanity there, Jake, we might see less of that as we move forward because that was an exceptional amount of Justinas. So maybe some more zipping, some more Yotos as well. Like you said, there was only 1 of those in the end. We thought it was going to be 2, but someone swapped out
last minute switch.
Last minute. Yeah, so not a lot of hero diversity there. And I definitely expect that to change as we move on, especially as we get onto Holograph.
I mean, man, we had Wu Shen like as a pretty staple pick in solos at the end of last split. It's interesting how even before Ziping got added, everyone kind of just defaulted back to Justina versus Yoto as like the 2 picks in solos. It's nice to see some Takajis showing up now. I mean, Takaji is amazing into Justina because you can burn them through their freeze and actually do damage to them when they're in that in their invulnerable state. There's one hero that can do that without a flamer. But last season we had towards the end we were having Valdas and things showing up as well. And I mean, I know Valda's not great. Me and Moxie talk a lot about that. We both want it to be good. Especially me. I love the Valda, but at the moment don't really see too much of it. I think the key thing about the Valda was people picking it to survive the final circle, because when you're in your little whirlpool above, you actually don't take zone damage. So you can just sit there, hold the lobby in the zone while you take no zone damage, and then you have that big spear to finish people off. But yeah, no, I think next map though, expect it again to be another stalling hero in Zping, just because we will be dropping on Holoroth. I don't think we're on the snowstorm. I think the snowstorm weather comes later. I think that's the last one of the day, because you have to be at a certain environment. I think it's afternoon or morning. I can't remember which one it is now. But if you're on that one, that's when you get the snowstorm. So far, I haven't seen a snowstorm on Holoroth. And to be fair, I've barely seen the snow area on Holoroth in competitive. We just seem to completely avoid that part of the map. Even though, you know, Imperial Village, I think that's its name, is meant to actually be like an insane loot place. Like Moxie was really going on about, like, if you drop an Holoroth, Imperial Village has some really killer loot. So it's actually a place to go. So we might see a few players drop there. We did see that towards the end of last week, players realizing actually Imperial Village is pretty loaded for gear. There's a lot of good loot spots. There's a lot of those kind of golden caches as well to get your loot from. So attention's going to be on that as well, to see, you know, what the players are going to be able to get on that side, and how much more they've learned the map, because it felt like at the beginning everyone wanted to drop at the puzzle because they wanted that, you know, that sought after red armor, you know, the top tier armor, the kind of legendary weapon to kick it all off with. But it's such a risk because you're dropping where everybody's dropping. You got to go underneath to go get the puzzle solution or a clue to the puzzle solution, and then you're also just facing a rolling pin that's spinning around, taking you all out, or 40 roller, the official name. But I'm gonna try and start and turn it into rolling pin. That's what I'm gonna get it to go. But yeah, this map, we've had a couple of weeks on it now. I want to see how all the players have learned Holoroth.
Yeah, for sure. And even as time goes on, you would expect the players to learn some. It's still, yeah, we still get a lot of fiestas on the map, which is absolutely beautiful, because that's what I'm here for. I'm here for those sexy fiestas. And we're going to be seeing one very shortly. We're going to be heading to a break, and then when we come back, we'll be back with game number 2 on the new map on Holoroth. Don't go anywhere.
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into game number 2, and we're just shaking things up and dropping on Holoroff. I don't even want to call it the new map because we've had it for 2 months now, pretty much, give or take. But the players, they've not had so much experience on it competitively, but we're now at that point where I'm going to stop making excuses for them and saying, okay, they just don't know the map. They should have been practicing on it. They should learn it. So I'm curious to see what the players are going to be bringing coming into week 5, onto the final day of solos here on week 5 as well. What are they going to be able to offer on these, well, on this map? So I's going to definitely be on them for this. Coming to get straight into it as well, meaning you don't have 2 games on Morrisile to warm up and then go to Holoroff. These players are going straight in onto the action here. 1 game on Morrisile, 1 game on Holoroff. I'm very excited to see what they're going to be bringing. I'm unfortunately expecting quite a lot of Zeeping, to be honest.
Yeah. You say unfortunately, but it's better than seeing one of the Justinas, no?
Yes.
You prefer Zipping to Justinas?
100%.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of Zipping. She's very popular in solos, and especially on Holoroff. Takeda was something that we saw as a bit of a curveball. Taka and Takeda being locked in a bit more. I don't know whether that was just because it was, you know, back in the day when people were first dropping on Holoroff, whether it was just new and stuff, so you wanted to try out something that just gave you good 1v1s and good fights, good skirmishes. We'll see whether or not players decide to go for that and opt into that. I expect there'll be more Yoto as well. In that first game, there was surprisingly not a lot of her at all. It was just the one. It was just Spider picking up Yoto. Had a huge amount of Justinas, a good like 75% of the lobby were locking in her, and surprisingly, it actually wasn't any of the Justinas who made it into that final circle. You know, Shah on your screen right here was the winner of game number 1. He was playing the Zipping, the only Zipping actually that was around in that first game, and there were 2 Tarkas as well in that final circle. But good stuff though for him in that first game, able to pick up the win, getting 13 odd points. Very, very beautiful stuff indeed. He wants to have that good start if he wants to try and push his way up. He's already in the top 3, but if he wants to finish at the very top of things, then being able to beat out the likes of Spider and Zin is very, very important, and a great start for him. Ayanami is another one as well from XCG. We saw a lot of him actually in the first game. A lot of action, a lot of things happening. But unfortunately wasn't quite able to convert it into points as far as like kills go, or really that positioning as well. You can see his average damage sitting at 6,000. A little bit on the low side in general, as Shah, you know, was on like what, 12k or something like that. Of course, that's a bit unfair to compare him to Shah, who's one of our better players here, but still looking to bump up those numbers if he wants to have more of an impact as we head into game 2 here on Holoroff.
Yeah, we're having a look at JJHRG's Chewy. Is it Chewy?
I'm not sure.
I'm going to call him Chewy.
Yeah, I like Chewy. Chewy sounds nice, right? Yeah.
Up all his stats in that last game as well, which is good for him. Does need to still step it up a little bit more. JJHRD are our new team, or one of our new teams here in the Nbpl, joining into Season 2. In trios, they've been a bit odd. They've been very up and down. They've been on a wave in a way where they've been kind of, they've had some really big games and then some days where they've just not really been able to do anything. Obviously, really want to make an impact in everywhere. And J-Team's X-Jin, not particularly the greatest game coming out from him, who's taken out very, very early in our previous game. And obviously, J-Team are an organization with a heavy storied past. They are the first and only World Championship winners in trios. They are obviously, due to that, a team who everyone has high expectations on, and another team with big expectations is FPX. I mean, across multiple esports, FPX is a big, big name, and last season they were a really, really big team, but it feels like in both solos and in trios, FPX somewhat struggling recently. Season 2 just really hasn't been the season for FPX, and they've really got to get it together. We're getting ready to go into our second game. Let's see what the hero select is going to be looking like, and what we're going to be seeing from these players. I'm going to hazard a guess here, Foxy. It's probably just going to be a whole lot of ZP.
Wow, staring into that crystal ball of yours, we'll see whether or not it's correct, because my spidey senses are tingling in a similar direction. We'll see if that's going to be the reality in game number 2 as we are on Holoroff here. There's Yes, well, there's 3 of them so far. Jake, you've already predicted a little bit there.
I expected more Z-pings on that first slide.
3 out of 4 wasn't quite enough for you. Shao, actually, who did play the zipping in the first game, has opted into Yoto. But so far, with 6 zippings, 2 Yotos, 9 zippings, 2 Yotos. What are we going to get here at the final? The final lock-in. What's it going to be? Are we going to see anything different or just even more?
Yeah, a lot of zippings.
Okay. Yeah, so all but 3 of our players here, I believe it was, or maybe all but 4. Either way, a lot of zippings, a handful of Yotos. Only 2 different heroes though here in game number 2 here into Holoroth. As we are swapping maps, as a reminder, this is not the Morris Isle, this is Holoroth. It's the new-ish map. You get to see the players duke it out on here. For game number 3, we will be heading back to Morris Isle, but for now we get to enjoy the beautiful diverse biomes of Holoroth. Right now fighting in the snowy area is X, Xin, and Dong Qing. Just trying to bring down the pain onto each other. You can see LXY is not close enough to be able to influence this one's a great parry from Xin on J-Team. Able to bring that one down, able to bring the hurt. LXY is on the way, but it's not going to be fast enough. Dong Qing has fallen down. The first kill of the game going over there to J-Team. Beautiful stuff for him as Jux and Yeron scrapping over here in some more snowy areas too.
Most importantly as well, we're finally seeing players drop at Imperial Village just to get themselves that kind of really nice loot spots. That's what that part of the snowy area is, that kind of built village in the snow. Very good for just getting yourself a lot of good loot. There's some really good loot spots. I believe there's Mox was telling me about a couple of 2-story buildings where if you get on the roof, there's some golden loot caches buried in there, so something you can always look out for. Now we're going to see the Z-Ping versus Z-Ping fight, which is basically they both keep healing until about 4 minutes in, until one of them makes a mistake and goes down. And Moon needs to try and get away, actually, because Iran got an armor swap off, but Moon now gets the full reset off themselves, has their ultimate almost up and charged, but Mu may not get the opportunity to do that. Is going to pop that F ability and try and hold fast as long as possible, as they are taking a lot of damage, but able to fire back onto Jin, and now their armor is starting to slowly creep back here. Mu gets stuck on the stairs, actually, and that means they miss a couple of shots onto Jin, but Jin able to dash away underneath them, and the healing coming in is redonkulous here as Mu is finally getting chased and finished up by Jin. Can he hold long enough for the healing to keep him alive? Goes for the armor swap, and that might just have done it. That might just have bought him the space he needs. Almost about to get that F ability back up, but he's just playing ring around the rosies right now with Jin. Jin trying to keep on to him. The F ability gets popped down by Mu as he gets himself a little bit more healing as Jin slides in, and now Jin's the one who's actually a little bit lower, but both players are just going to back off from one another as we cut over to Jux and Yaran, who also find themselves in one of those extended fights here. And are they in the shadowy hand zone? They might be, actually. No, they're not. Don't worry. Wait, a snowstorm!
There it is. Finally, you get to see your snowstorm, Jay. You're asking for it, and it's happening. Yeran versus Jux fighting in that snowstorm. Gonna feel the adverse effects of that one just a little bit. Man, these zipping versus zipping 1v1s are long.
They are very long.
They just kind of fight for a bit, and then when they realize, maybe I want to stall and buy some time for my F to come back up and get that healing, get that shielding, they decide to go for that instead. It's oh man, we've had 3 kills so far in the lobby in total. All 3 of them coming to the zippings. No Yoto kills just yet. But that kind of comes with the territory when there are only 3 of them. No, I see. There's only 2 of them. Yeah, no. There is 3. There is 3.
Yeah.
I am mistaken.
13 zippings in this lobby.
Yeah, there's a lot of zippings. Kind of just. Man, just die, Moo. Just die. Just take the L. No, he's not. He's not gonna. He's
got his F back up. I told you you have like 4
him?
seconds downtime. It's crazy. Oh. This could be actually it. No, don't worry, armor swap. Actually, like, genuinely, the snowstorm's probably somewhere you want to be fighting if you ult is a long way away, because it saps the rage of your opponents, and they can't press their ult as well. So actually, the snowstorm, very, very effective to kind of fight in. And so we saw some of the players actually scrapping in that earlier. It's all been the snow area this time around, which has been very interesting because typically it's where Spider is. This more barren part is where we see a lot of the players go very open. Makes it easy to kind of spot where the potential third partiers are. It means you know you're alone or you can get in a fight. As Uran jumps in onto Spider, feels like he can take this fight versus Spider. Spider still got that ultimate, almost has the F ability up. Spider might get forced to use the ult. There it goes. F ability should be quick to follow as well, as he is very, very low. Pops the F, able to recover a fair amount of health now. Uran gonna keep the pressure up onto Spider though, with Ego making sure that Spider doesn't get away. We see Kaibao go down in the meanwhile. Spider finds a counter off onto Ego. Ego loses a lot of HP to Spider. Spider needs to have a good game after what was a devastating end, and we know Spider very, very good when he's playing on this zipping on this map. He had a phenomenal game, but eats the ballista shot. It's so close. One more. He's down. Uran finds the snipe with the ballista.
Oh, it's so powerful if you can get that high ground and secure the ballista. Spider falling there. Donkwing as well under a world of hurt. Beautiful stuff there from Yeran. Spider, despite dying, does have his resurrection up, so we'll be able to come back into the game. Not completely done, unlike Kaibao, on the other hand, who is out. He's fully eliminated. He's donezo. Wolves Kaibao, kind of uncharacteristic for him. Somewhat high expectations for this guy. Definitely one of the better players we have. Wolves, obviously, I swear you just have to sign a waiver when you sign up to Wolves. In your contract, it says you must play aggressive at all times. You're not allowed to run away, you must only run forward. Your S key is unbound and it's all about the W key. And fortunately for him, that aggression did not pay off today in this game. He's gonna be joined by LXY as the second eliminated player here on Holoroff as we're approaching the 17-minute mark. Still a lot of time to play. Donkwing trying to run away from Ego. Also, Yeran hot on his tails. Will he be able to get away from both of them? This is the difficulty. You're not just running away from one person, but you're running away from two, and they both want to pick up the kill. They both want to get the last hit. Yeran's looked like he's given up, but he is now giving chase as well. He's going to be hot on the tails. Donkwing, one hit. He's fallen down. Ego is going to pick that one up. Yeran now, though, trying to just pillage away the loot from Ego. Not letting him pick any of that up, and instead gets it all for himself. Doesn't get the kill though, importantly. That is Ego, and he'll be happy with that one.
Gonna be very, very happy with that one indeed. I mean, you're gonna be happy because you killed a Z-Ping, which is a hard enough feat on its own. As Ayanami finds Mu, the great escape of the Harry Houdini right now of the lobby, able to just avoid all of this danger.
Harry Houdini.
Oh no. That's a good one. He actually is Harry Houdini. He's so good at getting away. He's using this hut. He's just running around in circles and refuses to get caught by Ayanami. As Ayanami can't catch up with him. Keeping those charge clicks ready just in case Ayanami gets into range, and now actually Move feels like it's time to press the W key himself and gets a whole bunch of damage off onto Ayanami as gets a counter back, drops his weapon. Ayanami's just gonna unleash a barrage of attacks onto Mu. Mu switches back out onto the nunchucks, but he's going very low. Same for Ayanami, but that is gonna be the kill onto Mu.
Ayanami did it. He picked up his first kill. Beautiful stuff for him. That's got to be a huge confidence lifter for him, who up until this point was averaging 0 kills a game. That is genuinely his first kill.
It's actually his fourth of this game.
Yeah, true. Holy crap, what the hell? Yeah, you're right. That's his fourth kill of this game. What is going on? Oh my goodness, excuse me.
He got his first kill and he got a taste for blood.
Yeah, literally, what the heck? I was not expecting that. I've not been paying attention. My bad. Good heavens. All right, he's got 4 kills in this one. He's a kill leader here on Hololoff. Excellent stuff for him. Well, we talked about confidence lifter. His confidence, consider it lifted high in the sky, up in the heavens right now. It's, oh my goodness, 4 people going at it inside this tiny tent. There's not a lot of space to manipulate here. Shah gonna have to find his way to just dip and duck around and try and reset his armor and his health. It's not happening though. Goes for the armor swap to get some gray armor, which is pathetic. It's not good. It's not going to last very long. He finds himself the victim, another victim, not of Ayanami though. Actually, it was of Ayanami, but yeah, there it is. It's his 5th kill. He has counted eventually. 5 kills so far for him. Our kill leader. Beautiful stuff. Dubai now in that 10th of Doom, just going to be dipping away, and everyone else just walking out of it. No one wants to dedicate too much, of course, unless your name is Iron Army, who, as you say, got that taste for blood and is just out for it. Purple spear, purple armor, obviously well kitted out for these aggressive plays, and he's not had enough. He's going in for Dubai as well. Dubai finding himself in a bit of a pickle. NPG representative just having to dash through the tent, run away, got that blue armor, keeping himself up for a little bit longer here. There are a few players knocking about though. Zin is walking away, but Ego is coming in. Might be getting that third party there. There's the ranged weapons just coming through, trying to poke down some damage, and it's going to be the disengage from Iron Army as it's now Ego's turn to chase down Dubai, zipping around, doing his best to stay alive for now.
Really nice stuff is that. Ooh, Spider again, actually having a pretty rough go of it. Has to switch to the great armor as Reki jumps in. Spider is absolutely able to obliterate that health bar, but stuck inside the tent. The whole bunch of people circling around, looking to try and finish him up, but Spider is able to hold on fast for now as Jux getting sent out the front door, and Spider able to escape the tent, get away around the back, but he is under-equipped right now. Really, really weak. Is able to escape for the moment, though.
Just for now, as Reki, it certainly is not under-equipped. This is someone who's very, very equipped. Purple armor, purple weapons, just keeping that chase up. Spider looking to really turn his fortune around. Game number 1 was terrible for Spider. Only the 1 kill, getting eliminated really, really early. Certainly not something we expect from this guy. Although, I guess, with such high highs and low lows, maybe it is something we expect from him a little bit, but is this the game for him to turn it around? I think with this loadout, it will be a little bit tricky, but Jux is also looking to crash this party. I can't imagine he's here to help Spider, though. He'll probably just want to pick up the kill as there he goes, chasing Spider down. You don't need to go for any fight on a strong person, and if you're third partying, no, you just pick the easiest target, and that certainly is Spider in this scenario. Both Jux and Reki looking to get that kill onto him. He's going to take a lot of poke damage. Spider just trying his best to get away from there. Is going to be able to buy some time for himself, grapple away and survive for now. Jux is on his tail, but is going to let him survive for a bit longer here. Spider's made it out for now. He's going to get a slight amount of respite. Going to be able to lick his wounds and maybe try and pick up some better gear here, because this is certainly not what he wants as this cycle goes in and the game progresses.
Well, the Mora's Blessing is being fought over. Dubai just gets absolutely baseball batted away from the Mora's Blessing. I didn't see who actually was the victor of that entire encounter and who is able to walk away with the best gear from that, as Dubai is now avoiding Iron Army, who is still the leader of the kills right now with 5 under his belt. He's having an absolutely amazing game. Reki actually just behind him. Reki also had a pretty rough game as Dubai finds the counter off to Yuran, but Yuran getting jumped onto by Jin as well. Yuran is now for a whole lot of hurt, but Zin gets slammed up, knocked in the air, and it's going to be sent packing away. Chewie able to zone him away as Yuran now just dashing away and finding himself a place where he can get a reset off, but they aren't giving him the opportunity because Chewie has come back in and is looking to finish him up. Chewie pops the F ability but gets interrupted by Jin with a grapple to stop him from getting the reset. This is the weakness of the Yoto on this map, as you can be punished even in your F ability by these zippings, and now he's going to have to panic ultimate to try and stay alive and buy some space as Yuran is being chased onto. 1 slash does connect. The second slash coming down is able to connect as well. The swarm from Ego is obliterating Chewie's health bar. He's so low, and Jin is looking to finish him up. The F ability goes down. Chewie's interrupted. He can't find the reset. He can't find the breathing room as Jin finds the kill.
Ego tried his hardest there to pick up the kill, but it wasn't to be. Chewie just falling down, too many people hot on his heels. As you mentioned as well, that swarmer coming through, adding insult into injury. Really difficult to outplay that one, as Iron Army, our kill leader, finds himself in another fight against Dubai. You can see the man at the bottom left of your screen. Iron Army, very focused, looking for the plays, trying to survive this one. It is going to face the wrath of a few ranged weapons as well. I believe it's Reki now on the chase. Easy peasy though, just gets the reset, doesn't fall down here. I mean, this is the worst case scenario if you're someone like Iron Army. You've got all these kills and that's beautiful stuff. It's brilliant, but you have to finish high or you're going to miss out on that multiplier, which really, really sucks. Like, this is where you get all your kills. And, you know, you just can't alleviate that and elevate it to the next level with that high multiplier. It would really, really sting for someone like Iron Army, who's finally found his footing in this game. Been a little bit slow for him up until this point, but really nicely done so far here. In game number 2 on Holoroth here, as Shah now fighting up against Ego is going to get stabbed down by that dagger. He's struggling, goes for the reset with his F ability. Isn't enough though. Zipping's just going to knock him out of it. Oh my goodness, look at that Ego. Ego's not letting him reset at all. He's not having any of it. Shah does get some of the armor back though. Very important stuff. The circle is closing in. Shah is just looking to dash away as best he can. It's going to be a bit tricky for him, though. Maybe he can turn this around on Ego if he finds the opportunity. It is obviously at a disadvantage as far as his health bar goes, but maybe with a bit of an outplay, he can make it happen. He's trying right now. Ego is going to take a hit, but it's a great uppercut here onto Shah, losing all of his armor again. Half health right now, goes for the F, goes for the reset. Is going to be able to revive some of his armor again, but gets kicked in the head and falls down into the dirt. Dubai is hanging around, and Spider as well. They smell blood in the water. Moo also looking for that scavenging kill. Just gonna dip away from that for now. Ego instead just saying, you know what, it's not worth it. There's a lot of people here. I'm gonna be backing away from this one. And that is gonna be Shah surviving for the moment.
It's such a powerful point of Zipping's kit, is her ability to basically just not be interrupted. So it means you can just walk through or dash through a Yoto ultimate, not a Yoto ultimate, a Yoto F ability, and just interrupt her from getting the reset. It's what made Yoto so strong last season. Was there was only a few ways to stop Yoto when they were standing in the middle of their F. It just like Justina dashes and freezes. A Yoto could come in and also place an F on top of the other F and force them out. But now that there's just a hero who can pop their F ability, become, you know, basically immune to being interrupted, and then can just dash through with a grappling hook and just stop the Yoto from getting the heal off and the reset, means Yoto is actually incredibly countered by this single unit. It's very, very weak because everybody is battling for the top of the tower. Uran is not going to take the ballista for themselves. They're just going to jump up and jump back down. But I'm curious to see if anybody does look to put attention into that ballista top here and try and see if they can find some pick up damage or even some kills here onto some of these players. As Dalhui is within the line of sight here for this, and so is Shah. Everybody else now down on the low ground has to be careful because there's the ballista. Instantly able to set them up for a kill. Uran actually was the one who picked it up with a flamer, so that's a really good kill there for Uran.
Very nice stuff there. Ballista's highly contested for good reason. It can be hard to keep the high ground once you've got it, but man, you can see why all these players go for the ballista. So much damage. Oh my goodness. Dalhui is just getting peppered by the ballista. And now it's time for the chase. Iron Army, you see it, he fancies it, but he's not able to get the grapples off. He's getting cancelled mid-air. My goodness, so much damage coming through. You can see as well, if you look at the scoreboard on the left-hand side of the screen, Reki, he's out. He was our second kill leader, one of 3 players above more than 1 kill. And he's done so he's not going to have a high finisher. He's going to be kicking himself a little bit about that one, but still some kills is all right. You get some points from that one. Certainly nothing to shake a stick at. And is that Spider? Spider's getting a kill onto Dalhui, finishing off the work from Iron Army there. He did get all that pain down from the ballista. But is Spider able to pick that up? It's his second kill of the game here, as we're now down to half the lobby. Half of them are out, half of them are in. We have 5 minutes left on the circle as well. As that's closing in, all this action is about to explode, as we're just seeing a lot of teams, a lot of players just chill out a little bit for now. Shah finding himself on the wrong end of this engagement again. Seems like he's been picked on a lot this time around. I suppose being the winner of the previous lobby certainly puts a target on your back. He has been struggling to keep himself healthy in this one, and he might not just be long for this world, but again, of course, just he's so good at this. He's so good at this, like tech chasing stuff, this climbing himself around, all this parkour business. The Swarmer is going to chunk him down a lot, but he's still going to be able to get that reset. This tower heavily contested right now as the circle closes in.
It looks like Shah's actually cramming himself quite comfortably in that corner. That Swarm, though, doing so much work to zone him away. Gets on the other side of the building. Yoran is in the area. So is Ayanami. And Shah only getting partial resets off, not getting the full heal in. Is going to cling to the edge of the building and actually get away with another heal onto his shields there. As not going to get any damage thrown in onto him. As Jin hunting the Spider here with this golden swarm. Able to really set up a whole bunch of damage onto different players. Looking for everyone possible. He's going to be able to gatekeep both of these bridges and get as much damage down as possible as Ego immediately has his health bar obliterated by Spider. Jumped over a trap but didn't actually trigger it. It was just far enough away, but Spider now sent packing from that high ground. Shah was able to bat him off and make sure that he's not going to be a nuisance with that swarm any longer.
That was really smartly done by Shah as well. Just kicks him off the high ground, follows up with a little cannon shot, but then backs away, doesn't chase it. He knows, you know, this is the point. Such a small area to play with. All these players looking for those kills. Easily find yourself getting third-partied if you do dedicate to a fight. So instead, just pushes Spider down, checks his ego a little bit, but isn't going to go fully on for that kill. If you're, honestly, if you're Shah in this situation, you haven't got a single kill, but you've been bullied for the entirety of this game, you'll be pretty satisfied just trying to wait out as long as you can. Ayanami, on the other hand, is going to find himself in a lot of trouble. Jux is looking for that kill, also getting a lot of ranged attacks falling down onto him. It is the Swarmer from Ego. Ayanami doing his best, falls down into the ditch, but it is Jux that dies to Xin. One of the aggressors, one of Ayanami's pursuers has fallen down. Xin getting that kill, his second so far of the game. As Ayanami has survived, he has reset fully here. It's just dashing around, trying to make sure he doesn't find himself in the same position that he was just in. Just going to be dashing about, trying to hide underneath this bridge, doing his best to troll impression. Just surviving for the moment.
Holding fast, we've got 2 minutes left, 7 players still alive. Shah is the only non-zeeping in this, so 6 zeepings and 1 Yoto. Getting very, very tense right now. The trap will be forced out of the zone, so they won't be fighting on a trap as the final zone, which I'm sure a bunch of them are quite happy about. As everybody else just being forced away for the moment. Slowly but surely the circle closes in a minute until it fully starts to move for the final time and close in on all of these players. Very little ground actually for these players to use to hide behind a Shah. Using this spear, jumps out into the zone. Won't be able to get a proper reset off. Well, these Z-Pings will be able to get the heals down, so Shah loses most of his shield and actually is able to almost get the reset off, but is unable to do so. Now Shah's very exposed, gets himself into a little nook and cranny, but he's unable to stay there for long. Shah chunked out massively as Jin, with the golden armor, sets up to try and take his second game of the day. Very, very dominant right now, but Ayanami with 6 kills, not willing to give this one up easily. Shah is just being picked on by everyone in the lobby. Knocked into the zone by Yuran. Is going to take a whole bunch of zone damage. Puts the F ability down, trying to get himself that last second reset off. Unable to do so, but they can't quite finish him yet. And he gets a slight heal off. Able to hold for just a little bit longer. Shah's going to pop that ultimate now in that aerial position. Trying to slice down onto these members, but unable to hit a single player with the sword. He misses all of his shots. And that is probably it for Shah. He's held on fast, but he will finally go down. Jin from GBL will be able to finish him up. Ayanami on that edge of the zone, being forced in as everybody is collapsing in tighter and tighter. There are 6 players now standing on this small rock as Spider is knocked back. Ayanami also within the zone. A lot of healing available, but Spider's doing a good job of holding onto the zone for as long as possible. Jin in there with the golden armor, but his health is being whittled away by Spider as Spider's able to take down Jin. Spider with a swarm, catches in on another kill. Mew's able to get more. Mew's doing a lot of work here as Ego is the final one standing. I don't know who won that overall in points though.
Well, we're looking at Spider right now. Is it him or is it's got to be? Surely, yeah. Surely it's this managed screen right here. Ayanami.
Ayanami.
Wow, what a zero to hero story for him. Beautiful. He's very happy about that. Well, doesn't look it, but I'm sure he should be. He should be happy about that. I think he just, yeah, that's probably a bit of relief, honestly. It's an unclenching moment for him. And maybe he just wanted to finish a little bit higher, but honestly, that was good stuff for him. You know, as I said during the game, like the confidence booster that must bring you, like when you've been really struggling, and not only do you find yourself with a handful of kills, but you're able to actually come out on top and win the lobby for that game. Really, really nice. Beautifully done by him. He was bloodthirsty in that game, honestly. It just felt like once he got some of those kills under his belt, he was just going for everyone, just constantly charging at people, constantly fighting and finding them. And as a result, well deserved, picks up the win.
Yeah, really, really big stuff coming in for Ayanami. Like you said, he hadn't found a single kill. He hadn't had a single kill, and he comes in with his first game where he gets a kill, and then actually also cashes in on his first win. Ayanami going to be sitting very, very happy after that game. Shaw actually held on pretty well, to be fair to him. He did, yes, get bullied out, but he did a pretty good job to make it into that final circle. Unfortunately, seeing the weakness of the Yoto into the Z-Ping, because Z-Ping can reset for free and has absolutely zero way to punish a Z-Ping from the reset. The Yoto, on the other hand, you need to stand on that F ability. You might get 2 pots off in that time. You know, the Justina has the freeze and stuff, but all of these things are punishable. All of these things require you to stand still. Z-Ping just presses F or Alt and then just runs away and just gets the free reset off. So really, really clean stuff coming in from Shah, to be fair, to make it that far into the game and honestly survive a lot of times where I feel like a worse player just would have been out of that game way earlier.
Oh, for sure. He should have been dead like 10 minutes before that, 15 minutes before that. Like, it felt like that whole game he was just on the run, just trying to survive. And as you say, fair play to him. He managed to finish in like the top 6, top 5. So, you know, he'll get some extra points for finishing there. Wasn't able to pick up a kill, so it won't be anything miraculous. But, you know, every point counts, every little helps, and he turns it around a little bit. You know, just squeezes something out of it, something out of nothing. And, you know, it's certainly not the level that we saw from game 1 where he was the MVP. But it's something, and yeah, he'll be satisfied with that. Spider as well, as a player, crap game 1, honestly. 1 kill, then almost instantly knocked out. He did a lot better this time around, did find himself in that final circle as well. I expect him to maybe even be like top 3 in total as far as points go when we get into when we get to see those. But not bad stuff there, kind of turning that around for him as well.
Yeah, really, really good game coming in from a bunch of players, actually. A nice recovery for some of our other players. And, you know, once we see this score, we can start to draw up, like, right, who we got our eyes on coming into the next games? Because Ayanami gets himself 10 points, takes first there. Spider with 8 points just behind him. Then it's Ego in third with 7.2 points. So Spider, big recovery coming out from game number 1. Kai Bao, Dubai, Chewy, Dongqing, and LXY all get 0 points there in that game. So those guys have some work to do. Is that the second game LXY's come with 0 points? Or am I crazy?
Oh, I don't remember from game number 1. I'll be honest, but it could be honestly. Like, you know, it's a bit rare that you see that many players. I mean, there's only out of 16 players, only 7 scored more than 2 points. That's kind of crazy. From 8 to 16, you're all 1 point something or lower. Like, that's really low scoring there. And considering as well, I would say towards the top hand side of the lobby as well, it's quite close, you know, between first, second, third, you know, and going down to 4th, 5th, and 6th and stuff. Like, it is, you know, there's not a lot in it. There really is not a lot in it there. Quite a close scoring game on that one. The kills are quite spread out. No one really ran away with it. And those are the kind of games that you think, you know, even if you don't finish highly, it's like, okay, it's fine. We don't necessarily do too well ourselves this time around, but at least we're not trying to chase some absolute monster of a player in first place, because obviously the points are quite well spread out. So moving forward there, you know, maybe you can just try and capitalize on that, where everyone might overall have slightly lower point totals, and so instead you can you know, just have a few pop-off games yourself and easily shoot yourself back up in the top half of the scoreboards.
Yes, absolutely. Really, really solid game coming in from Ayanami, though. I mean, like, we'll see the what do you call it? We'll see the, oh, my words are just completely eluding me right now.
This.
We'll see this. Yes, the MVP. the graphic that shows us what he did there. 27k damage coming in. 22 of that was on melee weapons as well. So very much in the mix of things. I can't believe I forgot MVP. That's 3 letters, but there we go. Ayanami is the MVP of that game and had an absolutely killer one. Most of that damage actually coming from the dagger.
Yeah, that's actually like pretty shocking. Completely different to what we saw from the first game as well. Like so much range damage was Shah's MO. I think it was something like 6k out of 25k was melee damage for Shah, and that time around it was almost the opposite for Ayanami. Really crazy things. I think it's harder as well to get melee damage off. Like that's a more impressive stat than being able to do damage with range. He was just constantly fighting, constantly scrapping. Unfortunately for him, like they're impressive damage numbers and impressive the fact that it's with melee as well. But at the end of the day, you don't score points based on how much damage you've done, and you don't score points based on how much damage you've done with specific weapons. So we can gush about him as much as we want. It's just the 6 kills at the end of the day, So he might feel like he's a little bit hard done by a bit, or maybe a bit disappointed in himself that he wasn't able to do better. But he still came first. He still got 10 points. Like you've got to be happy with that one. But it's if anything, it does show perhaps like a potential for this guy moving forward into the next games. If he is able to be that killing machine, that fighting machine, maybe he can pick up a few more kills as we move forward.
I would argue that it's a little bit easier to get damage and melee weapons on Z-Ping just because it's safer, because of the amount of sustain to Z-Ping as you can jump into the mix. Because you see a lot of players, they'll harass with ranged until they feel comfortable to go switch to melee and actually finish it up. Because you're going to do more damage when you're getting close and personal. You're going to attack. It's going to be easier to land the hits. You're just going to be able to more consistently finish someone up. So what you normally see is bows, muskets, repeated crossbows, things like that to kind of chip away at the armor, get them low enough that you think you can jump in and finish them up. But on Z-Ping, you kind of don't have to do that. You could just jump in, and if the fight goes bad, just start to heal yourself, run away a little bit, and then look to try and turn the fight around again. So I'm curious what this next map's going to look like. We've had a lot of Justinas, we've had a lot of Z-Pings, not a lot of Yotos, and we're going back to Morris Isle for 2 rounds. Yeah, 2 rounds on Morris Isle. Then we've got another Holler Off and then ending on Morris Isle. So as we go into game 3 and we'll be moving on to Morris Isle, I'm curious what the hero selects is going to look like. We had a lot of Tarkages at the beginning of the day. Are we going to start to see some more hero variability show up on Morris Isle as time goes on? I hope so, but I also think the Tarkages were coming up because they saw a lot of Vipers, not Vipers, Justinas getting locked in. And when you see Justina and there's no Yoto, there's nothing but Justina, it's very easy just to go, yeah, let's just lock in the Tarkages and just go really, really aggressive. And so I'm kind of hoping maybe we see some more Tarkage, not just based on the fact there's a lot of Yotos, but I'm also endlessly optimistic on that sense when it comes to hero select, because I always want that like, bit of variability. I want those Fowlers, I want those Tarkages, I want those Takedas as well. Very popular right now in trios on the Horror Off, but like you're saying, we have seen a little bit of it show up in solos as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like there was, he might be more of a rare champion or rare heroes Takeda, but certainly, as you mentioned, Justina was not one of them. But because Targa's so good into Justina, we might see some more of those sat down. I personally hope so, because I think Targa is a lot of fun to watch. Yeah. It was quite surprising actually though, like how almost everyone was playing Justina in game 1, and then we swapped maps and literally no one locked her in. Literally no one. It was purely Zipping and Yoto on Horror Off. I expect maybe a few more Yotos as we head back to the Morris Isle, maybe even a few more Zippings as well, but it does seem like players are saving that for the Horror Off, which makes sense, which we will be going back to one more time today in game number 5. We will be heading back to that map, but for now we have 2 games on the Morris Isle, and I think more Yotos, probably more Justinas as well. But I really do hope we get some of the Targas, maybe even like the Valders and the like that. Like I think they're still pretty good for solos, and throwing a bit of a curveball out there and giving yourself more flexibility for your future games in hero select. Like, sure, why not? I want to see it.
Yeah, no. I think, it's my favorite thing is seeing the flexibility and the variability. The thing is like, are you going to be the best Yoto in the lobby? I mean, you got to beat Spider in that sense. You know, are you gonna be the best Justina in the lobby? Then, yeah, you actually. But the thing about zipping is like you don't have to be the best zipping in the lobby. You just need to be able to play zipping, and that's I think the probably key weakness of like why we're seeing so many players pick it, because it's very safe. It's resets for free without having to find a good location, or you know, there's no cost of resetting on zipping. It's just as long as you don't get killed while you're healing up, you'll be fine. And you're healing up, so you shouldn't really be getting taken out unless someone is either corralling you into a ballista line of sight or a trap. You're probably going to be a-okay. You know, but that's why towards the end of the season we were starting to see the Wushens, we were starting to see the Founders, we were starting to see the Cicadas showing up, even the Takajis as well, because people realized they weren't the best Josos, they weren't the best Justinas in the lobby, so they were adapting and picking separate things. I'm hoping towards the end of the season we do start to see a nerf onto Zping. She is technically getting a buff, and I think that goes live after next week. I think because next week we've got the bi-weekly finals. I think the week after we'll see the buff where she'll be able to apply her F abilities to the whole team at once and stop them all from being interrupted and stuff. Her new F3, which is going to be nasty. I think you can only hit them with blue charge. I can't remember. I need to double read it. I'll double check. But I mean, that's not this meta anyway. But expect to see more Zpings showing up in your trios games. Is basically the long and short of it. She is going to be absolutely bonkers in trios, and we might start to see maybe the death of Karumi in the Monk comps and start to see the rise of Zping taking over that area.
Yeah, for sure. We already see like Karumi kind of falling out of favor, specifically in trios, with with other options, even people like the oh my goodness, I almost called her Matilda. It's not Matilda.
Matami,
help me.
Oh,
not
Matari.
Matari.
Well,
obviously, you just.
It's okay, man. It happens. We're gonna make like Matari and go invisible for a little bit. We're gonna pop over to a break, and then we'll be back with game number 3 as we return tomorrow. Style. See you in a second.
Kill from NiHQ. Eagle clutches it up from Q9 and shuts it down for them as well. As Mentality is able to take it away from Lee. Mentality is so dangerous below. Trying to run away, trying not to end up getting eliminated, and sadly he will have to demonk it. He ends up immediately getting sauced and dossed right in between.
It's third party though. EWG did really well to bring down K-Team on that. It was beautiful stuff. Speaking of beautiful, that Viper Ning.
looks like they're going to be able to go for the fight, though. Nobody's nearby, so the Draco Storm is going to help them out as best as possible. Jin goes down. They're going to clamp and get those damages as best as possible here, and they're going to shut down Champion, as it looks like ASE is going to claim YZG here, but I could be wrong, though. QGG keeping that same momentum and shuts down Alex.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into game number 3's return to Morris Isle. A very zipping heavy game number 2 over on Holoroth, but we'll be shaking things up as we return to Morris Isle for this third game of the day, Foxy.
Yeah, Morris Isle, where it all began. Game number 1 was so different to game number 2, not just in how it played out, but also in things like, you know, the hero select and stuff. I saw
all Justina versus all Zipping.
Yeah, exactly. Not a single Justina in game number 2, and only one Zipping in game number 1. Ironically, actually, she won that one, didn't it? It was Shah on the Zipping who did win as the only Zipping. But still, I expect that to kind of change a little bit here. Although, of course, we will see some more Justinas. I don't think we'll see quite as many. And already we've had some banging plays. Like we've had quite a high variance of performances as well. Shah being the number 1 in game 1 and not being able to pick up a single kill in game number 2. Spider being able to pick up some more kills in game number 2, but again almost being, you know, getting knocked out ridiculously early in game number 1. It's you know, it's similar to this guy on your screen right now. Like, he had a great performance in game 2, was our MVP, really bloodthirsty, crazy damage stats, and unfortunately in game 1 didn't register a single point. Like, it's crazy stuff. Like, I don't know what to expect at this point. We've just had so many different things happening. All these players are just kind of finding their footing right now, and not necessarily with the consistency. As we're taking a look here as a comparison here between Spider and Ayu and Nami. Like,
interestingly as well, this graphic actually is a comparison of both of these players at the beginning of their tournament, because Ayanami is a more recent player to the tournament, joined XCG recently, was part of their sub-team over in trios, decided to switch over to being a solos player. So as you can see, this is the beginning of both of these players' career. And actually, Ayanami's starting out with better stats than Spider, which is very interesting actually.
Yeah, for sure. Like, he's off to a roaring start, as you say. Like, today is his first time competing in solos. It's his first time competing in the Nbpl in general. He's a trios player from the league below the Nbpl. It's crazy that he's come up here. It's not only, you know, he's in a higher league and he's swapped his his position almost, if you can call it that. And you know, great start, honestly. Like, the first game sure wasn't too hot for him, but game number 2 was really good. It's still a small sample size, but I wasn't, you know, if you bring a player up kind of all of a sudden, a bit abruptly, you know, you swap him over from trios into solos, and you know, you brought him up into the big boy leagues. I wouldn't expect anything from that guy, honestly. And yeah, he got MVP. He came first place in game number 2. Absolutely ridiculous. This guy certainly has set a bit of a bar for himself. We'll see if that was a bit of a fluke or whether he can keep that going. Didn't take long for him to find his feet, though, here in the NBPL, and good stuff for him. And just with the way he was playing game 2, I expect more success, honestly. I expect a lot more from him. I think he's going to be consistent and consistently good.
I'm muted. Ignore
you
me.
are muted.
Have a look over at Eco from 17JL. He's had a pretty rough one so far, to be fair. Did come third, I believe, in that last game, but overall not seen too much from him. So nice to see him striking back somewhat in that game, as we are getting ready to go on to Morris Isle for our third game of the day. But before we do that, we need to see what everybody's going to be playing. Curious to see what this hero select looks like. I swear to God, Foxy, if I see Justina, I'm...
You're going to see...
okay.
Yes! Quadra Yoto.
All right, so if you get an all Yoto game, I promise you it's going to be super quick.
Oh, it's close. Shah going back to the zipping.
This could be a fast-paced game.
Yes, yes. All right, we're halfway through. We've got almost everyone's playing Yoto. More Yotos.
It's coming. It's happening.
More Yotos.
It's happening.
Another Yoto.
One more.
Here we go.
Yes! We got 2 Z-Pings and we've got we got 14 Yotos. Okay, so for anyone who's not seen a Yoto-only lobby, they are so close to each other as well. This is going to be a bloodbath of a game. If this isn't a bloodbath, I'm gonna fly over to China and I'm gonna give all of these players a stern talking to. This is an unbelievably explosive game. I am so ready for game 3, baby.
It's gonna be so different as well from game 1, where it was like all Justinas. I'm surprised we didn't have a single Justina here. Like when everyone played her in game 1, that generally is very surprising. But hey, I am all here for it. As you said, man, these Yoto lobbies, we should be getting a lot of fighting, a lot of aggression here. And you know, there's not a lot of defensive tools when you're playing as Yoto. Obviously, you got your ulti that you can dash away from as well and just buy yourself some time, but it's certainly nothing compared to the stasis of Justina and the healing maybe of a zipping and stuff like that. We're getting a lot of action already to start the game off here. LXY versus JUX. It's unarmed versus a sword. And JUX is kind of going even here. He's picked up armor, he's picked up a weapon as well. No, he's not. That's someone else, excuse me. That's Moo.
Oh, the scale rush!
Oh, that was cheeky through the window. What a play. LXY, though, now finding himself in a bit of a pickle versus Moo. Can Moo pick him up? Yes, he can.
Oh no!
Go. You said it would be fast, bro. You said it would be fast. We've got kills that are not just happening on the screen, that are happening elsewhere. Chewy's gone down. Shah's gone down as well. Ego now is trying to find his way onto Moo. He's going to find that one.
Beautiful.
Good heavens. We've got like, what, how many kills so far? 5 kills already, soon to be 6. Ayanami, the winner of our previous lobby, falling down to Spider. We had that comparison. That was foreshadowing coming into the game right here. Great 1v1, and it's all happening, Jake. You're getting your wish, man. You're getting your wish. It's beautiful stuff so far already.
Did I not promise you a bloodbath when you get Yoto-only lobbies? They are so much fun. Because like you said, when you're playing the Z-Pings and the Justina lobbies, there's a lot of stalling, there's a lot of safety. But with Yoto, you have the F ability to buy space so you can get a bit of a reset off. The problem is a Yoto can just press F on top of the other Yoto's F and force them out, which means it is just constant aggression, it is constant action, and it is a bloodbath when everyone plays Yoto. It is the most W key lobby you can get. And when they all start pressing ult as well, that's the interesting thing. The final circle is whoever ults first typically is the one that goes down first, because once you ult, everyone else just takes you out, and then everyone else, you want to be the last to ult in the Yoto situations. And Chewy being jumped on by Shah here. Chewy actually doesn't have their revive, so if Shah finds them here, Chewy could just go down. And he finds himself caught out by the grapple, pops himself the F just to get some sustain up and actually juggle Shah in the air for a little bit longer, as Shah actually might be losing this one out, but no, he gets the uppercut onto Chewy. Chewy going low, but same for Shah. The sustain's doing a lot. Shah needs to find a counter, but I don't think he's going to get it in time. Freezes himself on Justina. The only one in the lobby is going to be going very, very low. I didn't see this. I'll be real with you. No. I didn't realize it was Justina.
Oh my goodness, that's so sad. I just see that now. I was like, what? Where's that come from? Shah has locked in the Justina. If he was dead there, by the way, he was out. Like, he was donezo. It looks like it's all Yotos except one Justina and one Zipping.
Oh, so one of our Zipping switched into a Justina.
Yes.
I see.
Yes. Yeah, Shah changed his mind and wanted to go Justina in the end. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so it's kind of, yeah, I don't, we still got 14 Yotos, man. We're still happy about that. We'll still take that. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful things as Chewy now finding himself in some trouble. Kybao chasing him down. There's still Shah in the area as well, looking to kind of just poach this kill if he can.
Oh, he's done it!
Get a single kill. He has got it. He's got it as well. Oh my goodness, Kybao is fuming. Kybao is just going to chase this one down now. This is personal now. It's personal. He's got to take Shah down. Shah, you took my kill. I'm going to take yours. I'm going to take your life, and I'm going to send you back to the lobby. Chewy is out, by the way. That's him done. He's donezo. He's returning. He's waiting for the next game here. Fortunately, he doesn't have to relocate onto Holoroth because it'll be another Morris Isle game. But Shah's already popped that stasis. Doesn't have that one available. But, oh, he does. Was he going to be able to get out? Or is Kai? Oh, instantly has to cancel the ulti. Is shot out. He's he's covering a lot of ground. He's so low though, so low. Is he going to get caught? Yes.
Oh!
What a shot! Hey man, nice shot, bro. Beautiful stuff, and that is Shah out. He's done. Very early exit for our game 1 winner. He's waiting in the lobby again. Not very happy with his.
Have we lost all of our non-Yotos? Is this just Yoto only now?
Yes. Wait. No. Yes, we have.
It's literally all Yotos.
No, it's just the Yoto lobby. Beautiful.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, Yuran is running Dalhui down. Dalhui eats the counter, drops the weapon, and Yuran is able to Yuran him down. As Spider slivers in here and is looking to try and get himself a fight after clangs are coming through and the damage is going low. Spider, silky smooth, finishes it up. A beautiful kill him there.
Yeah, very nicely done by Spider. The kill lobby leader here at 4 in total. Looks like he was just warming up in game 1 and game 2. Beautiful, beautiful trend for him. Game 1 was slow. Game 2, he was in the top 3. I think he may have even been second in game number 2. Now looking to really put down those high scores that we know he can. Looks like Spider's gonna have a Spider moment. At least he started off in that way, as Ego now is chasing Moo to the ends of the earth. As this circle is closing on in. But it's just an early circle, not a lot of damage here, nothing too much to be afraid of. But there is a third party approaching in Reki, that's looking to try and pick something up. But no one's going to dedicate too much to this one because there is, as I said, it's a third party situation. You don't want to get your kill stolen like we saw Shah do earlier on here. As Moo is the victim in this one though. He's going to have to spend some time here in his F just to get some of that healing back up, some of his armor as well. Reki just going to be dipping away from this one, as is Ego. Spider's now finding himself more victims, more scalps, more bones for the pile. It's Yeran.
He ran again.
It is. We'll see. Honestly, Spider with those purple jewel blades might look for this one. There's no one around though, so he could just keep chasing. Of course, he doesn't know that, so he might just be chilling out for now. Not too much happening instead.
Yeah, if he'd taken out Iran again, that would have been a real slap in the face, wouldn't it? Taking him out twice in a row, denying him from playing this game. But Ego jumps in to Spider's line of sight, although Spider does notice a bunch of other players are about and actually decides to bail out of that action. But Ayanami feeling confident after that previous win, looking to try and find his first kill of the game. Is looking to deal with Dongqing. He's got the repeater crossbow, and actually Ayanami's losing a lot of HP here. Has to throw his F ability down as Dongqing's trying to interrupt him, unable to do so. And Dongqing is getting absolutely slammed by the purple nunchucks Ayanami is wielding, and Ayanami not done yet, is looking to hunt him down, but unable to do so. So we actually head back to where our first game was, actually, in the bottom part of Celestia. Everybody is just going to be able to go for these tech chases through the building. It may not even get the opportunity to do so, as he has to panic ult up, but he is being chased up by Dubai, who also is ulted as well. Is looking for those slices onto Zen. Catches him in mid-air. Beautiful stuff there from Dubai. And I've never seen a T-posing corpse, actually. His LXY did jump down, but is going to be zoned away by Dubai. Dubai will get his spoils from that fight.
And if we went into this game and I said to you, 2 of the first 3 players eliminated are Xin and Shah, I think you would have called me crazy. But I'm not crazy. It has happened. It is it. 2 of our best players, 2 of our top 3 players coming into today are high scoring members here are out. Game number 3 certainly has not been their game, which now means this game means even more for Spider, because he can make some big distance against his opponents here, his competitors for those top spots, if he's able to hold on to convert some of these kills into a high finish. Unfortunately, he did fall down to Reki earlier, so he's got no revive left, so he has to be a little bit cautious. Knowing him, he won't be cautious, but in general, it is something that he might want to bear in mind, as Kaibao now goes aggressive onto Xin. Both of these guys are just baiting out the parries, trying at least to see who blinks first, playing a little bit of chicken. Kaibao now shuffling along, trying to chase down Xin. Xin is caught out here. No armor, half health. Might just be falling down. He's going to get chunked down again. He's exceptionally low here. Kaibao, just with the finishing touches, is going to eliminate X-Zin. He's donezo. And he's out of the lobby as well. Good kill there for Kaibao, picking up his second of Game 3.
And we're only halfway through, and we've lost already 4 players from the lobby. It's been an incredibly explosive start to this game. Mora's blessings here as well. I didn't see if Kaibao got on it early or if someone else had already got to it before they got there. So that's my mistake. I was kind of just watching the fight as Ayanami now being hunted by Daohui. Ayanami looking to turn this around with those purple nunchucks, able to do a lot of damage, and Daohui going incredibly low, is able to just about avoid away for the moment. He's trying to get the reset off, but Ayanami won't let him do so. Frowns down the F ability, and now Ayanami needs to go for his own reset, but with that F coming in, making it very, very hard for Ayanami. Is able to get a bit of a heal off as Daohui takes down some of that shield, but is recovered as now Ayanami gets the reset off and jumps into Daohui, both looking for that counter, unable to find it, and it looks like they're actually both just going to be okay with resetting and stepping away from one another.
That surprises me a little bit. I thought Ayanami had the advantage there onto Daohui. I'm surprised he didn't go for that aggressive play, instead just looking to back off. Don't want to take any risks here. This looks like... Have you seen those videos of 2 cats who are just standing there pouring each other?
Yeah.
With seeing upright. That is exactly what Dubai and Ego are doing to each other right here. Just mirroring each other's movements. Oh, but this time around it is Ego with the upper hand, getting that parry, knocking Dubai onto his bum. He's going to get the upper hand on that one as... the third party and can sniff it. Ayanami, he knows it's happening. Ego's coming in here as well. LXY, everyone's hunting Dubai down now, but he did get that armor shift, and he's good to go. He's just, oh no, he's not. He's hiding in the bush, but Ego's not going to fall for it. Beautiful read right there. Very nice stuff. He's invisible, but apparently he's got X-ray vision. He sees that one coming.
A lot of these players know where these purple bushes are, so they know where to go to hide, but they also know where to go to look. And Dubai able to not get punished too heavily for that, does get a light reset off, and has now got people jumping in on him in the area. The zone will be closing in soon, so these players will have to get shifted over. 11 players standing with 12 minutes left in the game. It is an unbelievable amount of people who have been knocked out early. I love Yoto lobbies. They are just so much fun to watch. They're so action-packed. You know, the fights mean something. People are forced to use resources or, you know, or will just go down as, there we go. Down goes another player, knocked out, and Jux now inside this small hut being absolutely slammed against the wall, and he was taken down as Ayanami still in this game, but hasn't been able to find himself a single kill, coming off an absolute butcher of a game 1. Been pretty quiet here in game number 2 as 4 players all closing in. Kaibao being pinned up against the edge of the zone here as Spider throwing down the F ability. Only got blue armor to work with. Actually takes a fair amount of health, a fair amount of damage as Kaibao will jump in looking for him. All of these players are looking to get their hands on this Mora's blessing and get the goodies available to them from their Spider. Still rocking pretty weak armor. And is going to have to be very, very careful as Mu decides not to jump in onto him. Actually, Spider again, though, still has his back to the zone. And is being forced back as much as possible. He's trying to get some kind of shopping done, some kind of sustain done for himself, but it's just not happening. He's knocked into the zone, and Spider with these 4 kills does not want to be going out early. He wants to be getting that multiplier as soon as possible. And is forced to use the F. Oh, sorry, the ultimate just to get away. Will be able to do so, but not before being hunted down by the rest of the lobby. Kaibao in his pocket, chasing him down, is chasing for more as Ayanami is knocked out with 0 kills in the meanwhile. Spider puts the F ability down in the building to try and get a reset off. He gets his shield back, but he's immediately jumped onto by Kaibao. Kaibao gets stuck on the window frame and actually can't get out the window, so Spider is able to just about escape for now, but he unable to get a grapple and is now being chased down even further. Spider somehow able to escape this, but into the waiting hands of another player he goes, and Spider being chased down by the 3. It's getting extended, this fight, but it looks like I can't make my mind up if he's free or if he's out. It looks like he's out. There we go.
I think he's given them the slip just now. Yeah, I don't know how he survived that, honestly. I really don't. Like, he had 3 people chasing after him. Once he popped that ulti and was on half health, like, that's just the go button for everyone else to be like, that's it. He's got nothing left now. We're just going to chase him down. And it's what they did. They just weren't able to pick him up. And credit to Spider there for being able to survive. It's a situation where, you know, easily if you misplay that one, or honestly, it's not even necessarily a misplay. If you just don't play it as well as he played it, you could be falling down on that and get eliminated. But holding on there with his 4 kills to try and finish up higher, get that high multiplier, as I mentioned as well, with Shah and Xin both being eliminated on pretty low point totals. It really does put a lot more emphasis on this game for Spider specifically, because he can put a lot of distance between his competition in that top 3. We'll see if he's able to do it as this game now goes on, and there's a lot of players with the circle getting smaller and smaller. 9 minutes left on the clock. Not a lot of space left to contest over, not a lot of loot to contest over either. And speaking of, with this Morris Blessing going down here, we've got Reki, Kaibao, Yeran, Moo and Jux all looking for this one, plus some other players. There's like 10 players here. Holy moly, Dubai's coming through as well. Everyone fighting over the Morris Blessing, just going to get those Fs down and try and loot it and try and sneak it out from underneath everyone else. Kaibao's taking a lot of damage though. Oh, I thought he was inside of it. He thought he was inside of his projectile blocking spinning slash, but it wasn't the case. He's just going to have to dip away, loses a lot of health there. Fortunately, he has that legendary armor. He can just patch himself up and be a-okay. But this is what it's going to start to look like now, as all of these Yotos are now collapsing in inside the circle here, just getting closer and closer. It's going to be very, very hard to operate. I don't expect this game will go as long as that circle fully closing either, as you mentioned. Really, really aggressive situations here with Yotos. Just everyone being Yoto, everyone looking for those plays and not being able to just dip away and buy time. Means we should get some fights earlier on here. The question is, who's it going to be? Who is going to initiate and be the catalyst? Catalyst? Catalyst. Catalyst. England is just not me today.
England is not English, mate. England is not England.
England is not me.
England is not you. There we go.
No, just
well, I'll keep an eye on it as I see who lights the fuse of action, the spark that starts it all. As right now, our players have cooled off a little bit. And this is the thing about when you do have a Yoto lobby, it's very explosive at the beginning and games can end early, or they can just chill out a little bit. And this is kind of the point where there's not so many players, but there's still a lot of space. So there's plenty of places for players to kind of hide. And it's only those like Moo who are going aggressive to try and get as many kills put together before this game ends as possible, who will be looking to try and find kills. But everyone else is pretty comfortable to just chill in their buildings and get their resets off and just play this as effectively as possible.
We have time as well to kill. There's nothing forcing these guys to go crazy right now, as instead just a little bit of passivity. No one obviously wants to dedicate into any of these plays, because if you do so, very easy to get third-partied when there's so many people around in your vicinity. It's not a situation you want to find yourself in. So instead, just all those ranged weapons coming through, trying to get some chip damage off, trying to get some poke. And then when you find someone low on health, that's when you pounce. That's when everyone pounces. And that's how you find yourself those kills. And that can be how we get those fights starting up as well here. 6 minutes left. Circle is getting very, very small. We still have a lot of players left. 10 players left in this lobby. Quite a lot, honestly, for this stage of the game. Who's it going to be to pull that first trigger? Keep your eyes open for whoever has to ult first. That's going to find themselves in a really, really bad situation. Oftentimes with these Yoto plays, Yoto versus Yoto especially, whoever ults first loses. And then everyone else can just follow up. You put yourself in the sky,
you become very vulnerable to all of the other Yotos, and then once your ult's done and all the other Yotos are in the air, you're the first to touch the ground, which then means you're the easiest for all the other Yotos to hit with their swords. So it becomes very hard if you're the first Yoto to ult. But surprisingly enough, actually, now we're at that 5-minute mark and we still got 10 players left. It definitely has slowed down quite a lot, and it's allowing these players to just sit and relax and get themselves set up. But Moo, actually, to be honest, in a pretty rough position. They've got a bow So they've only got a couple of shots left on it because they haven't actually got any more weapon repair kits on them. So Moo gonna have to be very careful how they play out these next kind of 4 to 5 minutes of the game. For now, it's probably a blessing to them that it's such a wide circle still for them to kind of hide, and they're not actually forced to use any of their equipment, any of their resources early. LXY on the other hand still got 2 weapon repair kits, running a little bit low on the old armor and health pots. We'll probably need a little bit more on that front, but everybody else just getting themselves set up and situated for this final circle before it closes in.
Almost 4 minutes left. We're just sitting here waiting for it to happen. We don't know when it will happen, but we do know for certain it will. As this circle now closing in. Not much space left. Just a lot of pain going to be coming through here as with less space, with less real estate, less territory, there's more to fight over, and fighting we shall get. Spider's been sitting, by the way, in this tree for a good 5 minutes now, and I think the circle might finally start pushing him out of it, but he's genuinely been sitting there perched in that tree for the longest time. And he's just waiting, man. He's just waiting for his moment. No one wants to be the first one to go in. No one wants to be the first one to go for that engage. Again, third partying, or in this case, it'll probably be more like 4, 5, 6th partying. Everyone will just collapse on you. You know, if you make a misplay here, you're donezo. Everyone's going to see you as the weak member, and they're just all going to chase after you, and you're going to get chunked down. It's going to hurt big time. And being in the house also is not a safe zone, because if you get, you throw those cannons through the windows, and with the AoE splash damage, very easy to get caught out of position. And Spider's still in his tree. The circle enabling him to just sit perched at the edge of that branch there. He doesn't have to move at all. LXY in a tree of his own as well, but he is going to be jumping away from that one. No one's doing anything, man. We've got 2.5 minutes left. There's nothing right now, but when it kicks off, it's all going to kick off, and it's all going to be over in like 30 seconds. Genuinely, all this all this waiting will be worth it, though. It will be worth it.
I mean, we still got a great beginning to the game, and that's the key thing, right? Like, it was not a slow start. It was an explosive beginning. That's what I love about Yoto. Yes, you can get games that end very quickly because everyone just W keys the entire lobby, but also the players are playing smart. They know that for some of these players, it's their last opportunity to actually get points and qualify for the top 16 and make it into the bi-weekly finals next Saturday. So they are just trying to get as many points as possible here. So they don't want to W key it and kind of throw the game. But as the circle starts to close tighter and tighter and force all of these players towards that inner circle and towards this final moment, you can see that Spider is going to be finally forced out of his tree that he loves so much. He's been keeping it for a very long time, but he will be dropping down and immediately actually gets grappled as he jumps over into the next tree. The cannon's coming out. You can see the longsword charge slashes for those long range slashes doing quite a lot of work here. Any moment now, someone is going to have to press that F ability. Someone is going to have to press that L, that V, and go in for that ultimate. Kai Bao immediately is just demolished.
Oh, wow.
And Ego is the one to take the kill. The great sword sweep forced him out into the zone, and Ego instantly punishes him up on that one as Ego now trying to force away. The F ability will be zoning him off for the moment. Dongqing holding on to this high ground for just a little bit longer, wants to hold it as long as possible. Any second now, and this circle is going to start to close again and force the players into that moment. Nobody wants to be forced to ult early. Everyone wants to hold it as long as possible to that final moment. You don't want to be ulting early. You want to ult as late as possible. You want to have everybody grouped up as much as possible to get the most value for your ultimate here. But the circle is going to force Dongqing down. Ego forced into the zone. There's still a bit of that tree that people can grapple to use for the high ground, and now all of the Zeph abilities are going down to buy some space. The great sword from Dongqing zoning and batting anybody back into the zone as here we go. The Yoto are coming down. Move first to throw it down. Everybody else is in. The Yoto blender has started. It is a firework display of health bars evaporating. Spider is down. It's impossible to tell who's winning this one out, but Jux and Reki are holding on as they have to 1v1 within the zone, and there we go. Reki takes first.
What on earth was that 10 seconds of gameplay? Everyone probably, and literally, man, use the word blender. That was just the perfect summary. Everyone just falling down within 10 seconds of each other. That like little 1 meter square had like 10 corpses in it towards the end as well. They were waiting, they were biding their time, but eventually the circle, it just keeps getting smaller and you don't have the time to wait. Goodness me, that was insane. What an ending there to that game. Beautiful ending. Holy moly.
That is a Yoto only lobby. I absolutely love them. They are carnage. Those final circles when you got 10 Yotos all ulting on top of each other. They just went from full health to no health immediately. And it's a little bit of luck in the sense that like people aren't aiming for you, but it's also a little bit of like you got to make sure you're dodging all of the stray shots that are aimed at someone else as well. It is unbelievably hard to navigate those final circles, but the beginning, complete bloodbath, the ending, complete bloodbath, an absolutely killer game in game number 3. I love these Yoto only games, and our next game as well, we're going back to Morris Isle as well for game 4, so maybe we're gonna get a bit lucky there, Foxy, and we might get another Yoto only game.
Honestly, I have no idea what's gonna happen because I don't even know what happened in that game. Like, I'm still waiting for the scores to show us what happened because, you know, obviously we come into that last like 30 seconds, last minute. Spider's on 4 kills. I can't remember who. Someone else was sitting on 3. Other guys were sitting on 2. It's like, it's all ridiculously close. It's ridiculously close as far as the kills go. And then what even happened, man? I don't even know who got all the kills. Like, obviously Reki was the MVP apparently. I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Like, it was
I
just,
had no idea.
It was just all the Euros going at it, everyone going crazy. I don't know who picked up the kills at the end because it really could have been anyone's. Mental stuff right there. I mean, to be honest, I was surprised at the fact that we had as many Yotos as we did. We didn't get a full Yoto lobby. We had 1 Justina and 1 Zipping, but they were both the first 2 out, right? As you pointed out, which is quite funny. So it was just a full Yoto lobby from like the early game outwards. Do we see something similar as well? I'm not sure. Maybe we see a few more Zippings or something. Like, yeah, we are going back to Holoroth, and it seems like people value her a bit more. Like for game 5, maybe hold on to that. But dude, I feel honestly,
I'm expecting a very Justina or Zipping heavy lobby at some point again. Obviously, we're expecting Holoroth to probably be very Zipping heavy, but realistically, you're looking at about each hero can get used roughly about 3 times a day. So when you've got Justina, Zipping, and Yoto, who all seem to be the favored heroes of the day, the question is which one is going to get put to the wayside? I hope it's Justina. I hope we get a game of 3 Yotos in again, or full Yotos again. But there you go. A very, very decent kill spread. Reki does win it. Ego, who I highlighted coming into this game as maybe a little underperforming, stepped up to the plate and took 2nd, and then Jux comes in 3rd there. But overall, a very even kill spread. Spider was winning the lobby, but just went out too early, so didn't get a decent multiplier or decent ranking points either in that game. That was a phenomenal game.
It was
absolutely phenomenal game.
The ending there was crazy, absolutely crazy. I've not seen anything like it really. That was genuinely mental and very, very close scoring, as you pointed out. Good heavens, like, not, you know, the first time that we've seen less than 10 for the first place player in Reki here, and it's not even 9, it's an 8.8. Very low scoring for a first place, and you know, everyone else being quite close as well. You know, 6 points, 5 points, 4 points, going all the way down to, you know, like 7th and 8th. Just not a lot in it. Of course, we, you know, I guess maybe it makes you feel a bit better about bowing out a bit earlier, like Shy, Ayanami as well, and Jin, all of them sitting on 0 points, because it's not like anyone else really picked up a huge amount. I think Spider will be disappointed he wasn't able to do more. Like, he got 4 kills early, but that was kind of that. Didn't do anything else, wasn't able to pick up any kills in that last melee either. And this kind of shows it really. The MVP for here, Reki, our first place finish, didn't even do 9,000 damage. That's quite low for an MVP. For reference, you know, previously our previous 2 MVPs were like both over 20k. It's
25
it's kind of
and 26 or 7, wasn't it? It was high. I mean, you can tell if you look at the hexagon in the center. It's all very tight. It's all very close towards the center. It's not a wide spread. It was a very low kind of just numbers game, but an incredibly fun game. A very, very explosive ending, a very explosive beginning as well. And Reki actually gets his second MVP of season 2 here at the NBPL, and a nice win there for him and for his team, because hasn't been the greatest score for them so far. Unfortunately, this win isn't a massively high scoring game, and I think that's the kind of key takeaway. Is I was expecting someone to kind of just really W key this lobby, but it was kind of everyone W keying everyone at once. So everyone scored, which means no one gets a big score to kind of close that one out.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's a few players who are like, right, that's good and bad. Like Spider, very happy that he went out early, but didn't actually get overscored too hard, so he still took 4th. He'll be happy with the fact that actually that was a low scoring one.
Yeah, you're right. Like if you're aiming for kind of like top 3, then you're happy with a low scoring lobby because you just want to go as high as you can. But if you are trying to break into like the top half, it can be a little bit tricky because everyone else is suddenly doing a lot better. Like you've got loads more competition.
Well, we actually have an interview standing by, so we're going to pass it over to that, and then we'll be getting ready to go into game number 4. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So we invite Sha from GG to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 现在杀手跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是来自积极的阿莎。
欢迎阿莎。So welcome, Sha. And the first question will be like, so from this week, we can know the weather before the game. So will you think it's a good thing for you or not? 那其实从这周开始呢，我们已经可以提前知晓天气了，在比赛之前。那你认为就是这是一件对你来说是好事还是坏事呢？
对我来说是一件好事吧，因为我可以就是很明确知道下一把是什么天气，然后我玩什么英雄来做出选择。
Okay, so I think it's a good thing for me because I can like choose my hero depends on the weather exactly from the next game. So like which hero you think won't be influenced by the weather? 那你觉得哪个英雄是最不会受天气影响的英雄呢？
觉得银子平最不会受天气影响吧，因为他是一个就是很全面的英雄，所以他不怎么需要靠大招，他的 F 技能就很强。
Okay, so I think Ziping is the hero who like won't be influenced by the weather because I think this hero is really like strong, a powerful hero in the game, and she not only depends on her ultimate but also of the F skills can use in the game, so it's very useful. So because of the weather, like is there any opportunity maybe you will use Tarka in the following games because of the Firefly in the night and the dusk? 那因为天气的原因，有没有可能你之后会使用像姬沧海这种英雄，因为有萤火虫的这个提前知晓呢？
暂时还不会选出姬沧海这个英雄吧，因为现在的妖刀姬就是打梅花桩嘛，火蓝就是发挥的不是特别好。
Okay, so I won't choose Tarka for now on because I think in the final circle, the hero like Yudo will more powerful than Tarka's, but I really want to know because today we can see there are more Tarka in the game. How do you think their Tarka's like performance today? 那其实今天也是有很多的火男，比以往算数量多的了。那你觉得今天的火男英雄们在决赛圈发挥的如何呢？
今天的火蓝我感觉发挥的也不是特别好吧。
Why？可以迈进一点。
就是因为他的决赛圈的就是生存能力不是很强，就是容易就成为别人集火的目标嘛。
Okay, so I think their Tarka today is not quite well because you can see in the final circle because of these heroes' survivability was not really high. So when you are in the final circle, everybody will maybe attack you at that time because we can see that you are Tarka in the final circle and we know you are really weak in the final circle. So it's really dangerous at the end of the game. Okay, so like after 3 games, maybe about the Hollow Rose map, how do you think of weather influenced by this map? 那对于火罗国来说，因为火罗国只有2个天气嘛，那对于火罗国来说，你觉得就是英雄上面的选择会怎么样呢？
火罗国来说的话，就是大家都是喜欢，就是银子平2场是留在火罗国的，然后我也是 然后我会把最后一把那个银子瓶留在火萝卜吧。
Okay, so everybody want to choose Ziping in the Hollow Rose because of this hero was really powerful. And for me, I also want to like keep my Ziping for the last Hollow Rose in the following games because my Ziping was like really great in today's shape. Okay, so like today is almost like after half of the competition for this bi-weekly. So how do you think about this week's shape? 那今天也是就是说算我们第二双周已经有了一个小开始嘛，那觉得这一周的状态怎么样呢？整体打下来，
这一周的状态，我感觉我的状态就是很稳定嘛，就没有什么其他的东西影响到我。
So I think my shape this week was really stable and I won't be influenced by other things. Okay, so 谢谢杀手来到我们谢谢阿莎来到我们的采访，也希望之后阿莎可以有更加精彩的表现，好吧 ？Thanks, Sha. Come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest and highlights will continue later. Bye bye.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears and healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears and healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave. face in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I'm more than a rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I'm more than a rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times.
I'm more than a rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I'm more than a rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times. From the ashes.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into game number 4 after, let's be real, that was a banger game number 3. All Yotos, all bloodbath, then it chilled out and then it popped off. But we can see the overall scores so far in today's games. Wait, Aces are playing? Wait, are Aces actually playing?
None of these guys are playing.
No,
right now.
okay, this is top 16.
This is overall. This is overall.
Yes.
So Iron Army's playing. Tui's playing.
Wait.
This is just a reference standing here for where we're at in total.
But we have 21 players. I'm really confused. I think this is the wrong thing. Oh! No, I'm an idiot. Don't worry. Ignore me. Yeah, we're missing like the bottom half. Okay, so this is just the top half. Oh, okay, this is the middle and top half. There we go. All right, my brain has now figured everything out. But as you can see, Jin, WBG Spider, Shah, Reki, Dongqing, Ego, they're playing today. And this is the only day they get to play. So these guys need to score well today if they want to stay in the top 16. So far, we are showing all of the players that have qualified. Zhijiang, Zhang Yu having an absolutely killer day 1. They now get to bounce back on day 3 and potentially climb themselves up. Remember, part of these points do carry over into your overall, into your bi-weekly playoff games. So you want to have a good day. You want to have some good days behind you. And Jin, honestly, we're halfway through, only 10 points so far for himself. Spider on track to basically match his 30 from last time. He's half the way there. He's half the way through the day. So it's realistic that Spider could score close to another 30 and coming in with 60 points into the finals, taking that percentage in as well. Going to be really, really big for him. So Spider having a very, very good day so far. But the question is can he keep that up? Because we have seen, I think it's fair to say, some mistakes from Spider today.
Yes, he's been very hit and miss. And the most surprising for me, honestly, was last game where he got off to a roaring start with 4 kills and it didn't really do too much after that. Like, he finished with 4 kills as well. It's not really like Spider, at least from what I've seen of him, to, you know, he's either feeling it or he's not. And it felt like he was feeling it, but still didn't really do too much. So I'm still waiting for him to really explode for us today. And but you know, there's been a lot of highlights. Honestly, I think that the Iron Army, for example, well, his game 2 was a good highlight. His game number 1 and game number 3, he got 0 kills. This is his first day competing in the Nbpl, first time competing in solos as well. So we have to keep our expectations. We have to bear that in mind. But I was really impressed with him in day 2 and in game 2, excuse me. And I want to see, you know, can he really give us some more? Because he did show us flashes of some really good stuff in that game. I just wasn't able to replicate it in game 3. But we're halfway through the day now. Maybe he can, you know, is he warmed up enough now? Is it something that you can expect to see some more of him? Because I want to see more of that game 2 performances from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I just, all I want for game 4, the problem is nothing can beat a full Yoto lobby for me. So I always want another one of those, get onto Holoroth, expect our Z-ping. I mean, maybe we get a whole Takeda day. That'd be amazing. I doubt that. That's very, that is me huffing some serious copium at that point, or hopium, I guess. A mixture of both, a concoction. But yeah, I think I realistically don't expect this to be a full Yoto lobby going into this 4th game. I think for me, expectations are we'll probably see a bit more of the Justinas. I think we'll see a fairly mixed balance. I also worry for some of those players who are whipping out their Z-pings as well, because, you know, realistically, like I said, you're most likely only going to get 3 because of the hero point limits. Now, I'm not entirely sure because we did change the hero point and like the way that heroes can get selected going into this season. We changed it also a little bit during last season, so the rules are a little bit up in the air in my head at the moment. But if I remember right, the maths work out as about 3 per day, realistically. Yeah. So some players have played Z-ping on have played Z-ping twice already, which means odds are they're going to want to save it for Holoroth, unless they got something up their sleeves, because we did see some people pulling out some Tarkajis as well. So they've saved themselves all their Justinas, all of their Yotos, all of their, you know, Z-pings and stuff for the tail end of the day with those picks. So maybe we'll see some more interesting picks coming out here as we are getting prepared to go into game number 4.
Yeah, we can hope for some interesting picks. I certainly do as well. Like, the last game was great where we had 14 Yotos just going all at it. That final circle, the final, like, you know, 30 seconds of that game was absolute mayhem. It was a lot of fun to watch. And I honestly, I think we might not see too much zipping in this game specifically, because I do think everyone's going to be holding out for game 5. We might see some more in game 6 if, you know, whatever, people can just play what they want at that point. It's the last game of the day. I don't have to be too strategic about it all. But yeah, you know, the Yoto was a lot of fun to watch. I think, you know, with the Justina kind of knocking about still, I expect to see a little bit more of her in this game. We haven't seen any of like the proper curveball picks. We saw a few Tarkas. We saw 3 Tarkas, I believe it was, in game 1. Love to see him make a return, especially if we are anticipating some more Justinas. But you know, even things like the Matari and the Wu Chen and the Takeda, like, they're not amazing solo heroes, but they are. We've seen them played, but just nothing really breaking the meta so far today. And I want to, maybe we can get some curveballs coming through here. Game number 4 on the man your screen. Reki was the MVP of our previous game, but that game was just complete cluster. Like, I don't even know what was going on in that game. His average damage is 10,000. He got MVP with 8,000, so he actually underperformed and was the best player in the lobby, statistically speaking. So it was a mental one, but it's still all good stuff. We're just going to head into Champion Hero Select very soon here. Hopefully we get to see some of those strange picks that we are hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to get into Hero Select, see what that's going to look like. I find the fact that we switch up the map selection really interesting, because it really does shake up the play style and, like, you know, how people spend their hero points. Because, you know, what it typically was, it was 2 games on Morosile at the beginning of the day, then a Holoroth game, then a Morosile, then a Holoroth to round us out. 2 Morosiles, then the Holoroth to round us out. But now that you get the Morosile in the middle of the day and the Holoroths kind of flank at either side of Morosile at the end, it means they have to kind of think about, you know, the way in which they pick their heroes up, because you can't play the exact same way you did last week or in the previous week before that. You are having to kind of really shake things up and change your kind of mindset, because, you know, a lot of players were playing for those first 5 games or even just the first 4 games and kind of, you know, writing off Holoroth. But Holoroth now, it can take a lot of wind out of the sails, and also you're not ending on Holoroth, you're ending on a Morosile, so you don't want to kind of let your guard down on that final Holoroth. You have to then bounce back into this 5th game, into this 6th game. It is interesting, but again, also, like I said at the beginning of the day, I think we're beyond excusing players for not knowing the map. Like, they've had enough time on it now. It's like, it's now, if you haven't learned Holoroth, then you've really got to pull it together. And it's not like, oh, sorry, you didn't have a particularly long off season, so I understand. It's like, all right, get it together. You like, you've had enough time to learn it.
Yeah. Exactly. It's been a while. It's been around for a while now. I suppose. Yeah, and they've been scrimming on it for even longer as well. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you can use the excuse that they've not had a lot of stage experience necessarily, but even as you're mentioning, like we're getting to the point now where it's somewhat common to see Holoroth and all those changes that might go into it. But I do think there's a good point to be made, as you were saying, about almost like a momentum-based challenge where. You know, because you're constantly swapping between the maps. Like before, because it was game 3 and game 6 on Holoroth, you'd only have to swap to it twice. Whereas now, because it's game 2 and game 5, like yes, you're swapping to it twice, but you're swapping back for that extra game towards the end, right? So it does mean that you've got to do that one extra switch, and so you don't get as many of those Morrisales games in a row to kind of get that rhythm going and maybe a bit of that momentum. And instead you are just swapping in and out. So it is more about your individual skill here and your ability to adapt and play these different maps consistently. You know, it's not just a consistency from game to game within that same map, but now you've got to be able to really put it together on the different maps that are happening as well, that you're going to be seeing here. Obviously with Holoroth being a map of the choice here in game number 5. It's game number 5, isn't it? Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's game 4, mate. In game 4, mate. We're halfway through the day.
We're on game 4.
Get ahead of yourself.
We're not on Holoroth today on this game, are we? Sorry. So
no,
we're another
Morris.
It's Morrisale. Yeah. Sorry, I'm completely. I was like, wait, we're on game 4. Why am I talking about Holoroth? Why is my brain's in 2 different places right now? I'm in Holoroth and the Morrisales at the same time. No, this is the only time though today where the players will be able to get 2 maps the same map consecutively, right? It's between it's in game 3 and game 4. So this is
a big
where
thing actually as well. That's a really big thing actually, because it staggers up the tempo of the players. Because last week it was 2 on Morrisale, 1 on Holoroth, 2 on Morrisale, 1 on Holoroth. Now you're right, you only get 2 Morrisale once, and then it's staggered maps after that.
Yeah, so you know, the things I was saying about, you know, finding your rhythm and stuff like that, I do think it plays a part. And we'll see as well whether or not these teams here are going to be just chilling a little bit since it's Morrisales and just doing similar things to what we saw in the previous game, whether we'll see some more of those Justinas come through, or if we get loads of Yotos again, just like we had in game number 3, which was a lot of fun. I will admit that was a lot of fun to watch. So a lot of these players obviously can play a lot of different champions, a lot of different heroes coming through. Should all be good for these guys. Daohui, you're seeing on your screen as well, hasn't been able to do a huge amount today on NAD. His stats kind of showing that, averaging 1.4 kills per game. Just trying to really pad those up. Like, you know, the last few times that I've seen this guy in solos, you know, he's not really been able to have a good showing, and if he really does want to make those bi-weekly finals, he has to kick it up a gear here. The last 3 games of the day, halfway through the day, trying to just pick it out and beat that competition. There's a lot of competition here for the middle of the pack as well, with a lot of the scores being quite even at the end of each of these games so far.
Yeah. Well, just so you know, we are having a couple of technical issues with just some equipment stuff, so we will be taking a little bit longer to get into game 4 than expected. It always happens at the halfway mark, I swear, Foxy. Had this last week, actually, during the finals. But, you know, a little bit more time for these players to kind of recuperate themselves and get themselves going. Although, like we were saying, this is their one time where they get to play a map back-to-back. So it's their one chance to actually, like... it's their one chance to get some practice in. Not practice, sorry, keep that kind of momentum going. So having a bit of a stagger there, maybe that'll affect stuff, we'll have to see. But they've had a bit of time to kind of prep in between. We had an extended break, they can speak to coaches and kind of really figure out what their game plan is coming into this 4th game. I'm just excited to see what the hero select looks like. I'm also curious, you know, how are some of these players doing? Because, you know, Reki and Ayanami having their first wins of the tournament. Oh, that was Reki's second win and Iron Army's first win of the tournament. Shah winning the first game and then kind of just underperforming for the rest of the day. Spider has been a consistent line, which is actually interesting considering the graph we talked about at the start of the day. We talked about how Spider's been very like high score, low, low, high score, low, low. Well, Shah's been very consistent and kind of just like a clean, straight run. So it's been interesting to see that actually it's the other way around this time. And Shah's been pretty much trailing along the bottom bar one really big game where Spider has been popping off or being relatively consistent, but we haven't seen a win from Spider yet today.
No, we haven't. And I haven't really seen what I want to see from him so far. And I do think he's still got an extra gear in him that we want to really see him kick a notch up to.
Well, we actually had a video from one of the players. As soon as we had a chat with them, so we'll see what they had to say.
其实今天我觉得运气有点背了吧，因为我每把都是将近2个头进的决赛圈，但是到决赛圈基本上就收不到几个人头，然后也吃不到天选之人啊，也有吃到2把，但是那2把也没多少人头，就最高分也不是我。然后我觉得最可惜就第5把吧，第5把就是有2个火男嘛，我被一个火男就直接他就是上来追着我打，我也不知道什么情况，然后应该就是觉得积分太低了，想上来就硬碰硬了，就是，然后那把挺可惜，那把就只拿了1分，会吧，就是觉得现在人都挺厉害的，然后特别是现在发挥比较出色的蜘蛛侠，他们的基本上刀法是他们不会差的，就一直不会往下掉的，肯定是，就一定是在往上部的往上的趋势走的。我觉得打架方面的话，真的还是得多加强吧，我自己。
It's one of those things where macro is a word, but I find, especially in all esports and not just Naraka, is thrown around very liberally.
Liberally. Agreed.
It's one of those words where it's like, all right, but what does it actually mean? And in Naraka, it means different things from other things. Because you got micro, which is your ability to like, it's your understanding of matchups and how to fight, and you know, just general kind of combat knowledge of the game,
mechanics
how
and
to
stuff
counter,
like that. Yeah.
Mechanics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the micro in this game is massively varied and very different from it is in other games. Like you are reading when to third party, you are having a look at where the map's going and figuring out your best route and kind of figuring out your drop spots and understanding basically the tempo of the game and being able to read and shift with the tempo of the game. And while Morisayo is an interesting map for that because the players will know a lot of this very well. This is why I like Olorus so much, is it really shakes things up because they got to learn the tempo of that map, learn the kind of circles and learn, you know, how that map plays out. But then also there's things that don't always show up. You've got the spoopy hands that show up in the snow areas and grab you and take stuff off you. I think I can't remember what they take off you off the top of my head now. But you have obviously the snowstorm that saps your rage. You have the traps. You have, you know, armor, which can literally break the game in the sense where you get red armor and it's so much more than you're previously used to. It's interesting what I was talking about macro, but wow, that graph. I wish I could read Chinese and tell you what Zin is 56.6% of the time doing. Wow.
God, that's such impressive numbers. I mean, just look at it with the 30.6 for Spider in that category is it's something really. It just goes to show you the caliber of these players and what they're capable of doing in game.
Spider's keyboard's like an old school keyboard. Did you see that? It was like,
no, I wasn't looking at it.
That old beige and brown that you see. Like a really old. It was like old school keyboard.
Yeah, it kind of yellows out in the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, like gross stuff. It's all about, if it doesn't have every RGB under the sun, we don't want it anymore. if it's not lighting up a disco strobe in your room, then it's not qualified. It's not fit for purpose as a keyboard.
Do you know what keyboards I like? I like those, you know, like the ones that are like typewriter style keyboards where they're like the circle keys. I'd never used one as for gaming, but they look super cool. Have you not seen them?
Yeah.
They're sick.
No, I've not. I've seen lots of different like customized ones. You know, ones that just are really small, that just don't have anything past like the enter key. You know, and instead it's just absolutely tiny. And I've seen ones which are just almost like a palm. It's just almost like your Wazda and stuff like that, and then that's it.
Yeah, a lot of WoW players use those kind of ones, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, here we go. We're getting ready to go into game number 4. We are done talking about keyboards. Let's talk about Naraka. Let's see what these players will be locking in going into game 4.
All right, we want more Yotos. Give us Yotos or give us death. Justinas can stay away. We don't want those many Justinas. The champion that's very good at delaying the game out and just freezing people up and just stalling. It's slightly less interesting, obviously, but, you know, it doesn't really matter what it is. Everyone's going to be going ham. Everyone's going to be playing aggressive. It is Naraka at the end of the day. Whatever these guys decide to lock in, it's going to be action-packed nonetheless. We did think we might be seeing less zippings in game number 4 today here on the Morris Isle, as players might be saving that, whip that out in game 5, as we will be hopping back over to Holoroth in our next game after this one. And zipping is very, very popular on that map. And there it is. We've got 3 Yotos already. Yes, I like it. I like it. Yes.
Oh, this is looking good.
Yes.
This is what I'm talking about.
One more.
Give me one more.
Yes.
Oh, there it is. A clean sweep.
Okay. Only one that isn't Yoto. Yes. Let's go. Okay. One more draw, Jake. Is it going to be? Is it going to be? Oh my goodness, I'm so hyped.
Interesting.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm cool with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Atakaji, 2 Zpings, 1 Justina, and a bunch of Yotos. And actually, this game, I think, will be a little bit different from the previous one. Looking at the spread of where everybody is spawning up and dropping onto the map, it's a lot wider. Last time, everybody was just west of Celestia, I believe. It's kind of southwest of Celestia. Now, we're getting a much wider spread here. It's going to be interesting to see how this game's going to be affected, but I still expect a bloodbath, especially here. Well, you can see there are 5 players all dropping, 6 players actually, all dropping right next to each other.
Yeah, we had a really aggressive early game in our last match, but it did kind of taper off a bit as we got into that kind of like mid to late. People were just chilling out. Like we had like 5 kills in maybe 30 seconds or something along those lines. And then, you know, towards the end, there were still 10 players alive with a minute to go. So we want to see a little bit more in that mid game, see if these players will decide to keep that aggression going from early, or whether, again, we'll just have a bit of a slow one out as we wait for that final circle. When it's Justina versus... not Justina. When it's Yoto versus Yoto, obviously, no one really wants to go for those big fights because you are very vulnerable in those situations, right? It can easily get taken down. As Ego, speaking of taken down, is going to take down Moo. That's our first kill of the game. Moo is sent to the Shadow Realm. Going to have to use one of his revives as Dao Hui now versus Xin. Dao Hui has had a bit of a rough time here today. Not being able to perform to the level that I'm sure he would like. And Xin as well, actually a bit disappointing in our previous game, laying a big fat goose egg. Our best player coming in here statistically with the most amount of points is Xin. And he's not been able to do it so far. No MVPs. And like I said, a big fat 0 in that previous one. Looking for his first kill of the game here. He's going to be dipping out with those Fs coming through from Dao Hui. From the Yoto, able to... Oh, that's a good parry. Keep himself alive for a little bit, but not long enough. Xin picks up his first kill. He's back on the board, baby. Xin is back in the game.
Yeah, really nice. And actually, Spider, what is our only Justina of this game, currently in a fight versus Chewy. Chewy gets the fireball off and immediately dips, decides he doesn't want to hang around, and Spider's probably okay with that, seeming as the fireball, pretty effective tool into the Justina, but now actually is chasing. Purple armor, wants to get that gear as quick as possible as X-Jin and Ayanami finding themselves in a skirmish here. Bit of damage coming out from Ayanami. He's actually on the upper hand here in this fight. Zin's pinned against the wall as Ayanami.
Nicely played.
Played that very well. Reeled back to dodge away on the strikes coming forward and then turns it in his favor. Spider trying to get the counter off. Can't quite connect it. There it is onto Chewy. Unleashes the damage. Got stuck on the pot, unfortunately. And still, once again, comes in. A clan goes down and Spider is looking to try and get this last bit of damage. That purple armor is all but his. One more strike and he gets it. Spider gets himself some good gear and a kill.
Wow, that's a really good fight coming through right here. Iron Army and Spider really putting it out in the early game. Good stuff from those guys. Spider sitting there with 1 kill alongside a handful of other players. No one's quite breached into that 2 kill mark just yet. Dongqing bullying Yeran though. He's looking for his first kill of the lobby. He's going to pick that one up, but Shah with that counter, he's going to look for a return kill of his own. If he can get this, he will be able to pick up the purple armor, similar to Spider was able to in the previous fight. Shah here just taking a world of hurt though. Dongqing really turning this one around. He's going to pop the ulti is Shah, followed up by Dongqing. Oftentimes in these situations, whoever pops ult first is the loser here, as they're going to be dropping down to the ground, and Dongqing now has a sitting target for his ult to chase him down. The fight continues, both these players on around half HP. Dongqing going to take a lot of damage. A lot of damage from those dual blades. Shah with the advantage now. 1 hit for Dongqing will do it, and he will fall. Shah, our MVP from game number 1, picks up his 2nd kill of game number 4.
Another Yoto is up in the air, trying to find these slices on each other. Ego unable to connect. It actually cancels out. He has a little bit more range to work. The shot from the pistol will just do it. Miyu gets the armor swap off onto grey armor, but it's immediately going to be continued to be pounced on by Ego, who catches the uppercut. The F ability comes down. Mio loses their armor immediately. Mu on the run. Ego just needs to find that shot. Another armor swap comes in from Mu. They're doing an amazing job. Harry Mudini able to once again avoid all of this damage, avoids going down, gets himself a bit of damage onto Ego. Ego's been turned around onto, but Mu's in danger. One more clang, and this could just be it for Mu. Mu tries to get the charge attack off. The kick comes in, and Ego secures the kill.
Very nicely done there by Ego to get that parry in the end. Mu's now eliminated. That was his 2nd death. Completely donezo here. He is going to be our first player waiting to join game number 5. He'll be taking the early boat to the Holoriff away from Morris R, waiting for all of his friends to catch up with him. Still a lot of time though, obviously 20 minutes left to play in this one. A Spider now looking for Dao Hui. Should be able to find it, and that is him getting knocked down. Spider now picking up his 2nd kill, and Dao Hui eliminated. His woes continue today, not having the best of performances. It's not working out for him as Iron Army is going to get parried by Xin. Beautiful parry right there, and that's him donezo as well. Not quite eliminated just yet, just his 1st death. Still in the game at this point as Jux versus Chewy here. The Taka is falling as well. A lot of kills going down right now. I believe that's Chewy donezo. It is. He's out of the lobby. 3 players completely eliminated already. A lot of fighting happening so far.
Told you, Yoto lobbies are the best, man. They are absolute bloodbaths. I love it as Reki chasing down LXY. LXY able to buy some space away from Reki, but Reki is relentless and will not let him escape his grasp. That'll be a kill over to Reki. Spider still leading the charge along with Ego and Shah. We haven't seen much from Spider since he got that purple armor earlier on, but Shah with his own purple armor and these blue jewel swords is doing his best to try and win this fight versus Yuran, but Yuran is not giving up easy, although Yuran is going to lose most of his armor here. Shah's trying to interrupt, but the tree and the F ability will buy some space as Shah is bot back, and Shah's going to get himself a reset off from Yuran. Actually just decides he doesn't want anything to do with this fight and is just going to peace out.
Dongqing as well, hot on their tails. Has seen Yuran go into this building. Is going to be able to knock him off from the roof. Get a lot of damage down here. But is Yuran just able to dip out of this one? Dongqing is not going to give up chase just yet. It is Shah picking up chasing duties now. It's between Dongqing and Shah. Who's going to pick up the kill onto Yuran? He's buying a little bit of time for himself. Is it going to be enough for him to stay alive? I'm not so sure it will be. He's going to be healing up both health and armor here. Just trying to run away. I think he might be. I don't know. Shah's going to give chase still. Dongqing's given up just for now. It's a good amount of damage that are coming through from Shah. Dongqing in the follow-up with that greatsword. Yeran still trying to get out of this one. A good little shot there, actually, from Shah to do a bit of damage onto Yeran.
Oh, he got the armor
with the swap. Holy moly. Now, that is a swap and a half right there. That's no grey armor swap. That's a big, beautiful purple one. Excellent stuff for Yeran. Perfect looting. Dongqing's in the area too. Yeran just going to try and get away.
Oh, no.
It's not happening, is it? I think Shah's got him. He's definitely got his number this game. A few more hits and that will be it. Yeran will be going out. He will be falling Just a little bit soon here. The F countered by another F as Don Queen trying to pick up the kill still. Trying to steal Shah's hard work. It's all goodness happening that. Oh my god, Don Queen's coming through as well. We might just be able to pick it up. It is Don Queen at the end of the day. Shah crying after that one, doing all the work but not being able to get the kill. Spider now swapping over to the Justina in the lobby. Picking on Xin. Is another sneaky little kill steal trying to come through for Kaibao this time around? I'm not sure though. Xin in a bit of trouble, just trying to run away from this one. Will he be able to get out?
He has one more dash available for Spider here. Just needs to get it. Unable to connect the freeze, unfortunately, onto Jin. So Jin actually may be able to get away, but no, Spider has caught him, but it's not quite the kill secure yet. He's able to slip away. Both of these players are chasing in. Kaibao trying to finish this one up. Spider very low, and now suddenly this is potentially 2 kills for Kaibao as J-Team lose X Jin, and the other Jin may just be going down. He's able to escape for just a little bit longer. Spider gives up the chase as Kaibao too healthy. Jin able to escape for just a little bit longer, using all of this movement available to him. Actually cancels out in the air to get over, not get over the wall. Gets into the bush as Kaibao instantly finds him out. It's not a purple bush. You're not invisible in that one. And Jin trying to get through these windows as Dubai catches out Reki, although Reki done a great job of turning this actually around onto Dubai. Tries to stutter step backwards to avoid the attack from Reki. Well, looks like Dubai is going to be able to just about slip away for a little bit longer as Reki is relentless in chasing him down, wants to try and catch himself up for his second kill. Still has that revive for just a little longer. Won't be too much longer though, unfortunately. As Dubai is getting heavily chunked out here by Reki. But Reki is also a little bit low. It's fairly even as far as health goes for both of these players, and Dubai gets somewhat of a reset off and bit of a recovery, goes in for the scale rush out of the door just to avoid a way as Dubai's actually now got his purple armor fully recovered, but blue weapon means he is not feeling quite as confident as Reki is. And Reki, the previous winner from that last game, the last Yoto off, was the victor, but Reki now stepping away from Dubai.
Reki's finding himself the victim in this one. Was chasing Dubai down, and now it's Dubai chasing him. It's like a dog chasing cars. Reki's going to have to just dip away from this one as best as he can. A little bit outgeared as well in this situation, but it looks like Dubai's going to give up the chase. Reki will be walking away from this one. Both players pretty unscathed in this situation here. LXY able to getting in a fight here with Spider. Spider's found himself a great parry into the follow-up there as well. LXY is in a lot of trouble. Will he be able to survive against Spider? Oh, it's a good turnaround by him though. A lot of damage on the return. Kaibao is in the area. Will it be Kaibao ruining another day? Spider did have to give up the chase on a low health member when Kaibao was around previously. Is it going to happen again? I don't know if Spider saw him. Did he?
He missed him.
He just dipped through. He did. Absolutely missed LXY there. LXY able to dash away now.
I think he saw him dash onto this roof though. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he's giving him the slip for now, but I don't know how long it's going to last for as Spider now has found him on top of this roof, as you say. A little bit more of a pure 1v1 on the rooftop. Something out of a cinematic. I swear I've seen this in a movie once before. LXY is trying to just dash around the building, trying to survive as long as he can. And it is going to work for now as Spider's going to give up the chase.
That was unbelievable. I can't believe Spider totally missed him. That was crazy. It's, oh, LXY, you might have escaped Spider, but you can't escape fire. Easy pick up there for Dubai, actually, to secure that. Deny that. Lovely pickup. It's the 3rd kill of the game, and revives running low for most of these players. We're down to 6 players. No,
that's the total scores. That's the total positions of all the solo players right now, because you got people from JDG, YZG, and Kids. I honestly fell for that as well. I thought that the same. I was like, what the hell? We're like already down to 6 players. There's no way. But no, that is just showing you the top of the leaderboards here in the solos. So far,
I mean, I once had a game that we were casting last season where the game was won in 15 minutes. Like, it was so quick. It was so phenomenally quick. And it was a Valda that won it as well, which was crazy.
Wow. It seems like you don't see a lot of those. A lot of the games go to the final circle nowadays.
Yeah. I don't think we've had another full season. Season 2's been a lot of these players. It took them a long time to kind of find their feet in. their footing coming into this tournament. It was weird because I felt for a bunch of these players, you know, Jin, Shah, Dongqing, Reki, all of these guys played last season, but it feels like a lot of players are struggling to kind of come back from the season 1 kind of play style, and it feels like the last 2 weeks have been the first time where I've started to feel like the players are actually finally settling back into season 2.
Sometimes it does take a little bit of time as well to find your feeting in the game in the new season. Especially, you know, I mean, but this is the time to do it as well, right? We got the bi-weekly finals coming up soon. If any time you're going to turn it on, then you want to turn it on now. Get the last opportunity to build in those points to qualify for the finals. And the opportunity to play for that prize money. Everyone loves a little bit of Wonga. Spider as well. Bit of dosh, bit of moolah. I'll be very happy with that so far. If you're a Spider fan, good start to the game today as well. It hasn't really popped off too much, but still been doing well. I think it just goes to show the expectations we have of Spider. The fact that he's not doing anything too mental, and we're still saying, oh, but we want more from him. It's like, bro, he's still, you know, he's still doing really well. He's still finishing like top 3 each time. That's just how good that guy is. As Shah's going to ring the bell, try and find his next target. Isn't going to quite be able to find it. Ego now dashing away from the man we were just talking about from Spider, giving chase. Ego's found himself another Taylor as well. He's going to have to be a little bit careful here. He could find himself in a 2 versus 1 if he's not careful.
He's going to be able to sneak out, head back up to safety here. So the circle is closing in, and I believe this is just a fight for the Mora's blessing, but again, a pretty decent kill spread. There's a bunch of players who unfortunately didn't get a single kill this game, but for everyone else, it's a fairly decent kill spread in this game. It does mean the top end could potentially score a little bit higher, and Spider maybe learning from the previous game, because he did 4 kills. He got 4 kills at the beginning, and then just got taken out really early. Maybe he's learned, I'll just press F when they all start Yoto ulting, and I won't go down. The Mora's blessing spawns up. Everybody drops in. Wow. There is a lot of action already. The cannon's coming down. This is chaos. Kaibao is going to be able to pick himself up the legendary armor. Pops the Yoto F. Sorry, the Zeeping. Oh, I swear I can speak. The F ability of that hero. But they are getting run down. Spider refuses to let us Zeeping get away. I can't say this hero's name apparently. Bane's breath and everything thrown down. Kaibao able to get away for now, but Spider refuses to let them heal. Spider refuses to let them get a chance as they go for the armor swap, and it's just not going to be enough. They swap back out into the golden armor because there's no point holding on. They want to get the heal if they can, but Spider is refusing to let Kaibao survive. He takes the kill, and he will take the golden armor as well.
And during the melee of all of that, we saw Dubai falling down, who was the previous, well, he was the current kill leader. He had 3 kills, everyone else was sitting on 2 or lower. He's gone, he's out, he's eliminated. So that first spot is always to play for right here. It could all be happening, and I think we've got like all players here in this area right now. We still have a lot of time left, but it seems like everyone says screw the time, screw the circle, we're just gonna be fighting right now. Juck's going in on Spider, that man of the day here, just keeping an eye on him and seeing what he can do. Getting the most recent kill onto Kaibao, sending him back into the lobby. Might find himself in a bit of a pickle himself, but as you mentioned, picks up the legendary armor for his efforts against Kaibao and is able to refresh that in a very good spot here as far as his loadout goes. Must be feeling quite confident as we move into the later parts of this game. This building is holding so much violence. Everyone is just fighting everyone here. Whether it's steel, whether it's fire, it doesn't matter. You're throwing everything at everyone. It's surprising we haven't got a few more kills here, but I think the circle may just dissuade people from this particular area as it is closing through here. And people are going to move away from the building and just run to the hills instead. Only 8?
That just trimmed 4 players off.
We got 6 people. Got 6 people left. I don't... Really? What the heck? All of them are Yotos apart from Spider on that Justina as well. So I'm torn, man. I want to cheer for Spider because he's cool, but it's Justina.
I'm glad that you've joined the church of anti-Justina. I'm very proud of that.
Yeah, you have.
There is a world where Spider actually can be really annoying to these Justinas, not just because he can F, but after their first slash, Yoto is then actually is exposed and is able to actually get crowd controlled. So for the first slash and before the first slash, you actually can't do anything to Yoto. She just blocks it. You can do damage to her, but you can't crowd control her. Spider, after that second dash, can use second slash. Sorry, can use his ult and actually just freeze them midair and basically cancel their ults. Oh. So there is a world where Spider actually does have a very effective tool versus Yoto, and this is why Justina came in the meta, because at the beginning of Season 1, Yoto was the best hero in the game. And then we started to see more and more players picking up the Justina as an answer, partly to the invulnerability to block out on the Yoto ult and the armor recovery, but also for the fact you can CC Yoto and actually take her out. So more and more we started to see this Justina, typically at the beginning as well. If I really hark my mind back, Yoto was picked with Justina in trios. It was Yoto, Viper, and Justina was the meta for a long time in trios.
We see something similar as well. We have Yoto, Viper, and Wu Chen now.
Yes, they just subbed the Justina out for Wu Chen.
Yeah, it's a very, very effective combination. I think, you know, Viper in general in trios is so disgusting with that AoE stun. Absolutely mental. It's a shame we don't really get to see her too much here in solos, but it makes sense. You know, she's more of a setup hero, and you're not trying to set anyone up apart from yourself. And yeah, it's bad enough everyone trying to steal your kills. If you're playing Viper, I think that would just make that 10 times easier, and that's not really what you want to do. Give away a few kills over to your opponents. And we've only got 5 opponents left here. If you're a player, there's 5 enemies, 6 total. Everyone's got at least 1 kill, very evenly spread out here. Spider and Don Quing on 3, Shin Sha and Ayanami on 2, with Jux sitting on just the 1. But a lot of these players as well are towards the top end of our leaderboards as far as total scores go. This is probably going to be our most top-heavy stacked final circle. If we do get to that point, 4 minutes left on the clock. That circle is getting closer and closer, and the inevitability kind of happening here. Oh, this Soul Jade though for stealth dashes is so gross when you see the pro players use it. Like they just dip in and out of vision like it's nobody's business. Absolutely gross. I can kind of see XCG and Alliance, you know, Ayanami and Jux just kind of sitting on top of each other in the corner there. I'm really curious to see where they actually are, where they can't see each other unless they've got a gentleman's agreement to just leave each other alone and let everyone else fight. As you know, now we are approaching 3 minutes instead. But look, where are they? They look like they're genuinely on top of each other. How can they not see each other?
It's either gentleman's agreement or they're 2 purple bushes next to each other and neither of them checked. There's no way they're just... They're in the same bush.
I think they are in the same bush. But that's not...
That is, they gotta know, right?
Yeah, no. But surely they don't. They wouldn't just leave each other alone. Here we go. We're pouncing now anyway.
Oh, someone's next to me. That was a jump scare for them. That was a real jump scare for them.
I thought they were safe. Absolutely not. Bush hides many secrets, one of them being not just yourself, but your enemy as well. Spider's got himself a legendary flamer too. Oh man. It's all on him now, surely.
Toast as well.
See what he can do here. We've not got a lot of time left. Spider's trying to burn everyone down, but can he actually convert this into some kills?
Well, he'd like to be able to convert this into a kill as Dong Qing is going to lose a lot of HP. Remember, Spider really wants to find a win. He's yet to find a win today in our first 3 games. And 2 Yoto games back to back. He has the Yoto counter. He has the Flamer. He has the Justina. Like, he is set up, but he just needs to hold on for another little bit until this circle fully closes out. Spider has been found out by Jux. Oh my word, he loses so much health immediately. He does still have that freeze if he needs to, but with the cannons coming down, Spider now taking a flamer as well. There's another flamer which is going to cost him heavy here. Jux goes down to Jin's flamer, and now Spider is being sent packing. He's trying to climb up to the top of the tree. He's able to do so, but he has immediately been grappled onto, trying to find a reset, unable to do so. There's the freeze, and the flamer will cook overlook him. He gets a slight armor heal, but Jin may have found him. That's going to force him to ult early. That is not good for Spider. He needed to hold on as long as possible. He is going to be able to get a partial heal off again, but he has had to use so many resources, and Spider is down. It's Yotos versus Yotos to close it out, and only 4 players left standing. Dongqing, with this greatsword, can gatekeep the edge of the zone and just back people in. Try and get these home runs as much as possible. As he was on fire, spinning around there, flaming Beyblade in the sky.
Still 4 players left, and the kills are incredibly even. 3 kills, 3 kills, 3 kills, and 2 kills. Everything to play for here. It's going to be really hard to determine who comes out on top. Ayanami here at MVP of game number 2, looking to repeat that performance as this circle is getting incredibly small. There's no more space to operate. Zin is going to push Ayanami out into the danger zone, but he's just going to take a butt ton of damage from it. He's just TPing into the circle both times. That is tragic for him. He's falling down, and Zin's going to go down as well. It's Dongqing, your last man standing.
Really, really clean game from him. Was that enough for the MVP? I don't know. We'll have to have a look, but overall, a very, very big game. But Jin is going to be the winner here coming out of that 4th game. Kills were good enough. The multiplier was good enough, and he is the MVP from this game number 4. And a good win, a needed win, because, again, that momentum gets shaken up now. After this, going into game 5, we're dropping onto Holora for our 5th game, our penultimate game of the day. So finding a win here, going to do him a world of wonders.
Yeah, absolutely. Zin returns to form a little bit here in our big 3 that we had coming into today between Shah, Spider, and Zin. You know, Shah was able to pick up the MVP of game number 1. Spider's had some very consistent performances in that top 3, but it was really Zin that was looking to kind of find his form today, which hadn't really been able to do so. But he's done it. There you go. That's his MVP in game number 4. As you mentioned, number 5 will be on Holoroth. So we'll be swapping it around a little bit here. But good stuff from him, honestly. I think the way that he played that final circle was really, really nice. Disappointed, though. I'm going to say I'm disappointed again for the old Spider. Like, bro, I feel like he was well suited for that. It just didn't make it work.
He got caught. That was the big thing. He was forced to use his F ability. There was another flamer in the lobby. If there wasn't a flamer, he could have got a proper reset off there, and he wouldn't have been in danger. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to survive long enough. He had to use his ult, he had to use his F, and the zone was too small. There was nowhere for him to hide at that point, and Spider ended up going down for that. So he's going to have to look to try and bounce back. We've seen him do the magic on Holoroth. He pulled it out in the finals, and it was super, super close for him. Like, he was... I mean, it wasn't close. It was an insanely good game for him to win that, but he's going to have to pull out another miracle, because I can't remember where he is overall in the standings. I think he's still top 3, but going out early there, he is starting to bleed out a little bit. So he has 2 more games where he really needs to strike back, and Holoroth, we know is his map. We know he's good at this map, so definitely got my eyes on him. But Jin, we have to celebrate this guy, because he played. He's, you know, one of these top players. He's one of the guys we've had our eyes on as well going into today, and you know, for him to find a win there, very, very big for him. It's a bit hard sometimes breaking down Yoto games, because it's just who managed to get like the most kills at the end when everyone's ulting. Yeah. And it was Jin. It was Jin. It was very aggressive early game, got him a fair few points, and then he was able to kind of tidy up and hold on long enough at the end of that game.
Yeah, that's his, you know, he's very experienced. He's a very good player. He knows how to play those final situations out. He did it very well that time around. Who else was in there? It was Dongqing and Ayanami, which made me laugh. Ayanami's final play there did tickle me a little bit, I'm not going to lie, where he was popped to the Justina, popped the Yoto ulti, and just TP from
one end to the other.
Yeah, from one end of the circle to the other end, constantly inside and not able to save himself and just dies. But he is still good enough to pick up that 3rd spot there, 6 points overall. Another relatively low-scoring game, though, across the board. Zin and Dongqing being 1st and 2nd, 11 points and 10.4, respectively. Spider was able to go 5.7, and Shah, our previous winner, game number 1, on 5. Has been a little bit quiet recently, though. I think he's definitely going to want to try and turn that around. But like, you know, as with a lot of these games today, evenly split across the board. No one really able to just run away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a these Yoto games are very interesting because we love how explosive they are at the beginning. The ending is chaos and it's very hard to track who's actually winning it. But what you do get is a game like this where 2 games in a row now we've had nothing but Yoto lobbies and they've been very, very even kill spread. A lot of these players are, you know, getting roughly around the same amount of kills. Yes, Kaibel, LXY, Yoran, Shui, Daohui, and Mu unable to find themselves a single kill. At least Cabal was able to get himself 0.5 points. But at the end of the day, like everyone else, there's at least some points being scored. There's something, there's some little bit. And I think this is now LXY who's got 2 donuts in a row. And maybe Daohui, I can't remember actually. I think 2 of those players at least have managed to get themselves 2 donuts in a row, so they're seeing a little bit rough. But here we go, this is a little bit more damage. 17k, almost 18k coming out from Jin here. 5 kills, got himself a lot of damage done with the Flamebringer there, because only 8.7k damage coming out from melee weapons.
Good stuff though for Xin as well, finishing up that the 5 kill total. Gonna bring himself slightly above Don Quing for that MVP. But as you say, I think that Flamebringer really just come in handy. Like towards the end in that circle, like just throwing down the Flamebringer, it's so effective in those short range scenarios. But especially when he was against the Justina, right? Like there was a Justina there in Spider, and yeah, it's like a banging counter to Justina. So yeah, good stuff for him. Very effective strategy in the late stages of that game. We got 2 games left. We're going to be splitting those games between Holoroff and Morris Isle, and we'll see. You know, the thing is that we were talking about rhythm and momentum. You're not going on Morris Isle anymore. You're swapping. You're going straight back to Holoroff this time round. So if you are trying to keep that rhythm going, like it might be a little bit difficult when you're swapping your maps over.
And a bit of bad news for you, Foxy. It's probably gonna be a lot of Z-pings coming in to this next game. So a lot more slow pace than we've seen with the Yoto games. We'll probably see a lot more players in those final circles. The question for me is, you know, what are some of these players who are maybe lower down going to pull out? Are they just going to rely on the Z-ping and hope it goes well for them? Or are they going to maybe start to be a little bit proactive, pull out the Yotos, pull out the Takajis? But I guess the question is, if you pull a Yoto out here, odds are you're not going to be able to play it in the final game, because we've had pretty much all of the players then use up their Yoto allowance. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, what Hero Select looks like. I'm expecting it to mostly just be Yotos, unfortunately. But I am holding, Z-Pings, but I'm holding hope that maybe we'll see some Takajis showing up. We saw them in we saw them previously in the first game of the day. We've seen them actually in that last game as well. I think we had 1 Takaji in our last Holoroff as well. So like, players are willing to play this hero now, which is nice, because he kind of was like a bit of a myth to me, a bit of a legend during the first season. I wasn't really seeing too many people pull him out other than Panda Man. So I'm interested to see, you know, what Hero Select is going to look like. I've got my expectations, but I'm huffing a little bit of hopium, but we might get something a little bit different coming into this next map.
Yeah, for sure. I think Z-Ping being the dominant pick is most likely when we move on to Holoroff. I love it when we see Tarkas. I just find the gameplay is really entertaining, especially if you can get later on when, you know, in that final circle fight. He's so good if you can just pop the blackout and just run around in circles and setting everything on fire. It's really cool. But yeah, you know, unfortunately, we saw that in game 1. I believe it was a Z-Ping and 2 Tarkas in the final circle fighting it out. And unfortunately, since then, the Tarkas have kind of struggled to get to the final circle. And I do think, you know, if you're not able to get there, he does, you know, he's not really that good. So maybe players are gonna be, you know, maybe they're gonna be hesitating to pick him, and I don't want to say that because I want to see Taka, but maybe that's just the reality of how the games have gone today.
Look, we can hope, we can pray for whatever we want. We'll just have to see what is going to get picked up once we get on to Holoroff. I'm happy though because I've had my snowstorm. That was the only. I wanted to see more of the snow zone, and I'm so happy to see it. I'm also excited because I think it's next patch or the patch after we're actually getting an extension to Holoroth. We're adding in that more to the snow zone actually as well. So more to the aesthetic I love. We're getting that kind of, it's like a frozen temple. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. We had adverts for it last week during the 30-minute break. But I'm very excited to see some more Holoroth, kind of more of a very different style. That's what I'm liking about the zone. It's just it's an aesthetic break from, you know, what we get on Morris Isle, because Morris Isle, you know, beautiful map, absolutely love it, but I have seen a lot of it now. So it's nice to see some snow. It's nice to see, you know, cool effects as well. It's what I really love. I know a lot of players aren't keen. Well, at least the pro players, maybe not keen, but maybe they are still having to learn a lot of it, and that's why maybe they're less optimistic or less enthusiastic about it is the word I'm looking for. But I like the way that, you know, the snowstorm drains the rage, makes fights very interesting. It's no different from the no ult zone. It just means there's a chance that you might get your ult off early, but if you're playing someone like a monk and you're ulting in a snowstorm, you're gonna demonk incredibly fast. But yeah, I'm excited to see what this map is going to be bringing. Hopefully, we'll be getting onto that fairly soon and seeing what Hero Select looks like. But yeah, it's
cool, isn't it?
We're not going to see any more Yotos. We're not going to see any more Yotos. I can say.
Yeah, I think we will have. Yeah. I think we'll have a chill. We'll have a bit of peace from Yoto for game number 5. You know, as a reminder as well, like there are rules set in place so that you can't just spam the same hero over and over. So you have to be slightly tactical about when you choose them, and because Yoto's just been played so much, it's less likely that we're going to see it here in the next game, especially if there are some players who are wanting to keep it for that last game where we will be going back to the Morris Isle. So instead, we saw, as a reminder, previously in the in that previous Holoroth game, we saw a lot of zippings, so that's probably what we're going to be seeing a lot of again, and basically just replacing all the Yotos we've seen with all the zippings.
Well, anyway, it's ready for us to go. We're ready to go to our break. We'll be back with our 5th game as we drop onto Holoroth for the final time of the day. We'll see you then.
Morris' blessing with Draco Storm has descended, and the long-awaited NAD crowd has come to claim it. Just as Morris' blessing was about to unlock, the NAD trio was blown away by an explosion. Who was sneaking around in the dark? It turned out to be XCG's Nye HQ, who was sitting on a high platform manipulating Ballista. Poorly conditioned NAD tried to retreat in suffering. In the end, XCG cleverly utilized Ballista and easily captured Draco Storm. Ballista is a powerful strategic weapon that has been around for a long time on Morris Isle. In the current meta, the Ballista has a range of 100 meters, and the crossbow it shoots will cause a 4-meter radius explosion to the target location with a damage of 600 and an incendiary effect that burns the target subject by 40 points of HP per second for 5 seconds. Furthermore, if the crossbow arrow hits the target right in the head, its base damage will double. In addition, crossbow arrows are affected by attributes such as long-range resistance and general damage reduction. Finally, here's another tip. Ballista's crossbow arrows also receive a bonus from Desperation. We can choose to set up the ballista on the plane or a high platform, which has a better view and a more comprehensive striking range. So wisely using the ballista on the high platform can play a significant role in a game. Before shooting ballista, we should open the map and mark a distance of 100 meters to get a good grasp of ballista's range. Then, use the right mouse button to aim and let your prey have nowhere to hide. Although Ballista has enormous power, the maximum reserve is 6 rounds. A weaponry chest only contains 3 crossbow arrows, so the consumption of the weaponry chest will be massive. Special reminder that Master Tianhai's The Divine Bell can also reserve the shooting crossbow arrows. So, you need to be a bit more careful before facing them.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 5th game, our penultimate game of the day, where it's going to be dropping on Holoroth. I am very excited for this game because we don't get that much Holoroth a day, so every Holoroth we get I savor. What I don't savor is the current meta on Holoroth in solos, which is a lot of Z-ping. I'm interested to see, you know, how the players are going to play this out. We saw Spider have an unbelievably aggressive game on Holoroth in finals, but it feels like today he's been either proactive and just getting caught out, or just completely inactive and getting caught out. It's been a weird day for Spider.
Yeah, it has been. He's had some plays go well for him, and he's had moments where he's just killing everyone and looks really aggressive, and then he just kind of disappears again. Like it's kind of odd. I'm not really sure what to expect of him actually coming through in any game, let alone a Holoroth game. As you mentioned, the meta being quite favorable towards zipping. We see a lot of those being locked in. Let's see whether or not that's the same thing here in game number 5. Personally, I am expecting it, but obviously I want to see things change if they can, because zipping doesn't necessarily lead herself to the most aggressive of play styles, and especially in the 1v1 situations, if it's zipping versus zipping, it can be quite difficult. Players just, you know, buying their time until their heals and shields come back up, and it's not very conducive for a high kill environment in Naraka, but we'll see what happens here, because there are opportunities to get some really banging loots, and if you are able to pick up like an early legendary weapon or even just like epic stuff, then you can run a steamroll on your opponents in the nearby area. So that's something that we've seen from Holoroth as well. We do have both those sides. In the early game, the aggression can be something that we see some of. Speaking of, in the previous game, Mu here, the man on your screen from FPX, wasn't able to put up any numbers, but has actually done some good stuff today at times, and he's going to want to change that around if he does want to have any chance of qualifying for open finals happening, or bi-weekly finals, excuse me, happening very, very soon. And he's definitely rack up some points to go for those qualifications. We're getting into it though now, Jake. I'm excited. I'm hoping it's not all just zippings, but I'm, again, might be kind of high on the hopium.
I think you got some serious hopium here, friends. Remember, this is, I believe, for Group B, the final day they play. So all of these Group B, it's WBG Spider, all of that lot. This is the last day they can score any points. So Group B, they need to make sure they have a good day. Oh, God. Oh, well, you know what? I'm not even going to act surprised by this. We knew this is the meta for Holoroth. We knew a lot of players like to favor this. I think most of the reason, but it's nothing. But is it actually an entire lobby of zippings?
That's literally 12 zippings so far. Are we actually going to get all of them? All of them? Every single comment? Someone's got to give me some hope here. Throwing a Charker. Just for some fun.
Oh, there's a Bowder! Let's go!
Okay,
Chewy.
Chewy. Very nice. Few curveballs at the end there. You love to see that. Only 14 zippings. Only.
Watch him swap though when we get in. When we get into
True.
the action.
True. Oh yeah, we've seen that. We've been baited by that before. Now Valda's a lot of fun to watch. First time we'll be able to see that today. It's in game number 5, so very nice stuff here.
I love me some Bowder. Big fan of the Bowder. So nice to see that get locked in. But mostly it is going to be Z-Pings. 14 Z-Pings total. As Dalhui and Ayanami. Ayanami won the last Z-Ping off, I guess. With a very, very aggressive game. Is currently in a fight versus Dalhui, but Shah comes in with the purple armor and is actually instantly in for the punish as Dalhui is looking to find a bit of a punish. And in comes Ayanami as well with that big, great sword. Long sweeping strikes, able to really kind of gatekeep and bat people away. But it looks like the reset's coming in. And as expected from these kind of picks, they are running away from one another as the scale rush coming in onto Dubai just about narrowly misses as they are underneath the big puzzle treasure trove and looking for those clues on what there actually is. Got to be careful of the rolling pin though as it comes down really fast. They're gonna get everyone's hit. 3 are rolled over by the rolling pin. Unbelievable.
Oh, you love to see it. Absolutely beautiful. It's so hard to get those environmental damage come through because the players are quite smart to it, but when you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, sometimes you just got to tank it. Sometimes you just got to get beat down by a rolling pin. That's life for you. And I think they've got enough clues now to know what the answer is to that treasure up the top, the little puzzle. That treasure chest, as a reminder as well, can give you, I don't even know what it's called, but it's red armor, 1 step above legendary. Absolutely nutty stuff there. And even if it's not the red armor, you still get a lot of bunch of
Giga armor.
weapons and whatnot.
That's
Giga,
not the official name. That's not the official name. But
Omega
I'm gonna call it
Giga
Giga.
super armor. Yeah, it's powerful stuff. Shah here getting himself into a fight. Again, it's kind of hard though, as we mentioned, for these zippings to really get kills early because of their ability to just like get that heal, get the shield, and then if it's down, you just stall out and wait for it to come back up. I mean, you can see that Moo's in a lot of trouble here actually, as Ayanami is going to be joining the fight as well. Shah looking to pick up this kill on Moo with almost his entire shield down. His health bar is regenerating though, of course, and this is it. This is the wonders of the zipping. People just being able to stay pretty healthy here. It's very difficult to find those early kills, and as such, not too much can be happening right now.
For now, the plays are extended. So far, 4 kills have happened. Very different. We are 10 minutes into this game. By now, we'd lost half the lobby if it was the Yoto lobby from before. As Kaibao with the brush, getting swept up, gets disarmed, and LXY actually picks up the brush himself and is now looking to do some sweeping. Kaibao running in to the rolling pin though, so does have to be careful as they're both going for this long fight. LXY is being pushed towards it, is able to scale up onto the wall in time. As LXY being sent back for the moment. Kaibao going very low. Needs to climb up on the wall. LXY's hit. Scale rush forward coming in from Kaibao. As Kaibao gets knocked up, bopped onto the back as heads into the treasure room just to try and get away. As the rolling pin comes down, they're trying to knock each other down into the pin, but it's not going to be quite enough as LXY pinned against the wall. Kaibao takes him down.
Beautifully played right there. LXY just wasn't able to dodge that hit from the rolling pin. It kind of sealed his doom. And he is donezo. That is going to be a nice kill there for Kaibao, picking that one up. Yeran is eliminated, our first player out of this game. That'll be his last appearance here in Holoroth. Oh, nice try, but a good shot there by Spider, picking up his second kill as well. Third kill, excuse me, of the game. Nicely done by him. He's had a lot of good starts though today that he hasn't capitalized on or converted into anything too much. Like, he tends to play a little bit passive recently today in these mid games, which is a bit surprising. It's not what I expect out of Spider. So let's see if he changes it up a little bit here on Holoroth. It seems to just send everyone into a blood frenzy as Dubai now able to get a sick parry, but Ego with the third party joining in. Is he going to be able to pick up a kill here onto Kaibao or onto Dubai? Maybe so. The rolling pin will be coming around here. There it is. Just making its appearance, just saying hello and goodbye as quickly as it came. I'm not sure too much will be happening right now as these not just seen as Zippings are going at it with their shields, with their healing here. Ego's trying his best though to bring down Kaibao. He is a little bit low. He's going to try and dash away from this one. So much armor lying on the floor here. There's just like endless armor swaps. So much from it. Dubai as well joining in the fight to pick onto Kaibao. He's I don't know, man. He's not made many friends here apparently. Everyone wants to bring him down. Either it's Dubai or Ego. Which one's it going to be? Someone's trying for it. Another armor swap. A great parry from Dubai. But is that it? No! Ego gets it, but he's countered as well! Oh! Saving Ego for now. Holy moly.
No, Dubai, not again!
Oh my god, it's like total wipeout, man. I swear. Oh, beautiful things. Saving Ego's life.
Dubai got hit twice. That was so funny.
Oh, brilliant.
I love it. All right, well, let's cut over to Dalhui and Ego right now, just outside the rolling pin. I assume someone has already got the treasure by now. We haven't really watched anybody on it, but Dalhui and Ego just having a little bit of a scrap versus one another. Ego very comfortable actually to hold that stance. They got the sustain kicking in, but Jin coming in on the back line, able to get the shots into the back. Dalhui secures the kill, and now Jin feels comfortable to take this fight because he won't be third-partied. Is just looking for the scrap as they are going to step away from one another. Decide not to fight. As over with XJin and LXY. XJin turning the tempo around onto LXY, able to get a whole bunch of additional damage out onto him. Spider and Ayanami going toe-to-toe right with their backs to the zone. Spider unleashing hell onto Ayanami, but Ayanami won this map before, and he is willing to win it again. No! The Valder is out, Chewie's down, but focusing back on this fight, Ayanami is getting the upper hand onto Spider, getting massive strikes with this greatsword, doing so much damage to Spider. Spider's health bar is unbelievably low, but Ayanami gets joggled up by Spider. This is an incredibly close fight between the pair of them. Ayanami's healing is just too much though. Spider goes to the armor swap, gets himself the great armor back, and is now unloading the damage here. There is a ghost, it's not a third party, don't worry. Ayanami desperately trying to heal and should be able to do so.
For the fight here. Two Titans on Holoroth, Ayanami and Spider going at it really hard right here. I can see Egos in the area, however. That could be the third party that both these guys were afraid of. Just been playing a little bit safe, playing it chill instead. Don't want to risk that. We can see that there might not be anyone around, but they don't know that. So instead, just not wanting to risk it. Very easy for you to fall down. We're on half health with no armors. We're going to get a big fight here. Moo's going to find himself the victim of this one. Running very low on armor. He is getting that heal though from the zipping. There are a lot of people around, unfortunately for him, and he's going to get parried. No, that's Jux getting parried. Excuse me. Shah is going to be bringing the pain here as a Flamebringer. Just trying to put down as much damage as possible from Reki. Trying to pick up a sneaky little kill on this one and poke down Zin as well. Don Queen's going in for the kill onto Jux. Jux very, very low here. Is able to buy himself a little bit of time, but is it going to be enough? I don't think it will be. He's trying to run. Reki's hot on his tails. Don Queen and Moo are also in the area, maybe looking for this one. The free kill that's just dancing around this pinnacle here, the plateau. Can he survive for a little bit longer? He is going to go into the house, look for a little bit, maybe a little bit of an armor swap if he can, but there's nothing there. Instead, just buying time for his F. Dropping that one down, able to get a bit of a reset. Now Dalhui has found Spider. Spider's looking for blood.
It looks like though the blood will not be drawn yet, although he actually turns his attention to Dubai as he gets the counter off. He misses the charge click, and that is the Justina ult out. That is the escape by Dubai. He still has more dashes to work with. He's just going to catch Spider out with a greatsword. Freezes! Spider in place! Spider's health bar is obliterated! Dubai's about to get his freeze back up so he can recover some armor if he needs to. Goes in for the scale rush, misses it out, instantly has to freeze himself. That legendary greatsword is just absolutely wrecking house, but unfortunately for Dubai, he is being run down by Spider, who comes in with the scale rush, can't quite clip it in, cancels him with the grapple as he tries to go for the escape, and Dubai holding firm, but not firm enough as the two of them find themselves in a fight. for Dubai's life. Dubai finally goes down. DAY3-SOLO is the one to secure it. Spider goes in for a cheeky armor swap and is now trying to win this fight first. Is DAY3-SOLO. DAY3-SOLO getting a whole bunch of additional damage off onto him. Quick shot to the range for a bit more damage coming out as DAY3-SOLO with a great sword is trying to win this fight versus Spider, but Spider's just too quick with these dual swords and is unleashing so much damage in onto Spider, trying to find the counter, but the clangs are not enough. Spider finds the counter. Spider finds the kill.
DAY3-SOLO tried his best right there, managed to steal the kill. Not just stealing the kill from Dubai, but also his legendary weapon. He picked that up, but Spider able to outplay it with those dual blades, making it happen right there. Beautiful stuff from him. Absolutely what you want to see. Spider very happy about that one. DAY3-SOLO as well was the kill leader up until that point, now sharing a spot with Spider, both of them on 4 kills. Approaching that 13-minute mark, we have 4 players eliminated. Yeran, Chewy, LXY, and Kaibao are waiting for our next game. Just 12 players remaining here. A lot of fighting has been happening here so far. We've got a fair amount of kills. Not too many eliminations in total yet, but still quite bloodthirsty. This is the thing though, with the zipping, able to just heal up, keep herself healthy and rejuvenate some armor as well. Like, sure, a lot of these players will be fighting, but it's quite hard to really secure those kills at the end of the day. DAY3-SOLO, however, returning to the scene of the crime, just able to pick up some more of his own loot, really, I imagine, with that purple greatsword and some armor as well. Swapping over now to Reki, our MVP from game number 3 in that huge Yoto off, looking to put some pain down onto Dong Qing, who is running for his life here. He might be running into Mu as well, who's on the other side in the loot zone. Look at that Firebraver just doing work onto Dong Qing. There's nowhere to run if you're just being breathed on by fire. Absolutely painful stuff for him. He keeps trying to get out. He is going to go for some armor swaps as well. Will survive for a little bit longer, but Ego is joining the fray as well. There's nowhere safe in Naraka, especially when you're playing solos and people know that you're low on health. They will endlessly chase you to the ends of the earth. But it seems as though a few failed grapples, Ego will be giving up the chase, and that will be Dong Qing surviving for now.
Yeah, nice escape there in the last couple of moments. As actually we're in the sandstorm, another cool weather effect we haven't seen. Zoning everybody away. Only got a minute left on that sandstorm though. It's going to slow them down somewhat, but I say that, and they don't give a damn. They just keep fighting. Xjin chasing on, Mu being run down, the Flamer ticking away at his health. He is on the Z-ping though, so he does have a fair amount of sustain, but Mu unable to survive for too much longer, as that is going to be the end of him. Xjin from J-Team able to finish that kill up, and that's his 4th kill of the game. Xjin on fire. Ayanami also sliding in. Won the last lobby, but this time unable to find a single kill for himself. He's looking for Spider, but he's unable to connect the damage and actually make it stick. So Spider will be on the run, will be able to escape. And looks like the players just going to cool off for just a little bit longer. I say that, but everybody's still kind of clustering up and looking to fight. Ayanami loses a lot of his shield, a lot of health. The Flamer scaring him off, and now Ayanami is the one being chased by Spider instead of the other way around. Is able to get himself up onto this high ground. Just look to back away for just a little bit longer. The Spider swings his sword in frustration, but he can't catch his prey as Xjin pops himself the ultimate just to get some sustain going for himself, but Jux isn't done. Jux is chasing him down. Xjin loses a fair amount of health, down to just the health. The shield's not going to be fully recovered. His F is slowly but surely recovering him some level of sustainability, but Jux gets countered back in response. The clang's big. The 2-man smackdown as Jin able to escape for just a little bit longer, but Jux is chasing him further with his back to the zone. A counter comes in from Jux into the zone. Xjin is going low, and there we go. Kill secured by Dubai. He slides in and steals it away.
Jux is going to be so sad about that. Didn't pick up a single kill so far in this game, and it's not going to change with that kill steal from Dubai, who's now not only stealing his kill, but also his life. Jux is so low, he's going down. He is out of there. Dubai with 2 quick kills. His first 2 kills of the lobby as well. Very nice stuff from him. Also eliminating Jux. He is completely out of there. Ayanami as well has finally fallen down to Spider. This long game of cat and mouse, Spider coming out on top. And as Lima Triciana says, Spider is truly the parry god. Indeed, I agree. Spider's mechanics are absolutely nutty. It's always fun to watch in the 1v1s. It's always making it happen.
Look at the overall scoreboard though. Spider, 5 kills and just 1 point behind Jin. This is before the kill multiplier. This is before the placement points actually get calculated. This is just raw kill points. So Spider on track actually to last minute overtake Jin from GBL in the tail end of the day. This is exactly what he did in the bi-weekly finals as well. Spider somehow making it work. But Jin very set up with that golden armor. Has only got the blue dagger. I think that's a golden cannon though in his inventory. Or flamer.
Might be a swarmer.
Oh, it could be actually. I can't remember if that's... No, I don't think that's a swarm.
No,
I think that's a
might be
flamer or a
crazy.
cannon.
Yeah, I think I'm
Yes.
crazy. It's legendary.
Well, Spider has a flamer.
Whatever it is, it's yellow.
Spider also very geared up here, Jin. Trying to force away Reki. Reki jumps out immediately. Spider catching on to Dalhui. A couple of clangs coming out. Spider is feeling it now. The bouncing strikes coming in. And oh no, Spider! He's been hit by the flamer and the Bane's breath. Jin will not let that pass. Spider's just trying to get away from Jin for now, but Jin may just have found him. The healing is fairly big though, as Jin continues the onslaught, taking down his key competition early on in this game.
That's a big tilt for Spider. That combo is utterly ridiculous. Bane's breath, flamer, crazy thing right there. The first kill for Xin in this game, and Spider, who was sitting on 5 kills, really wanted to finish high for that multiplier. He's gone out relatively early in this one. 7 players left. Bit disappointing for him once again. And it seems like, you know, we have such high expectations for Spider. Even when he only gets like 3 or 4 kills, we're still like, oh, it's disappointing. But at the end of the day, he's still able to pick up a consistent amount of points, even if he's not popping off in the way that he would like to. Speaking of popping off though, at this game, Dalhui, the one on the chase from Dubai, has been struggling today overall, struggling in solos in general, but this is his game, sitting on 4 kills. Probably, I believe that's our highest kill leader now with Spider eliminated. Good start to this one. Really trying to turn his fortune around with a big finish. Wow, Shy just absolutely brings the pain onto Reki. He is eliminated. He is donezo. Shah with some beautiful dagger moves right there. That purple dagger bringing down the pain big time. Dalhui and Dubai continuing their little skirmish here. Dalhui quite low. Actually, same can be said for Dubai now with that big hit. Both players just going to go for a little bit of a reset before they continue the chase.
Yeah, Dubai just going in for a cheeky reset himself. Has now got that ult up and available, so if he's in danger, but he really wants to hold that until the final circle, freeze these Z-pings up within the zone and just burst them down with a charge click. Is just going to have to hold for a little bit longer though, because we are at that 5-minute mark. Only 6 players standing, and these players actually may be trying to play for not the final circle, and they're just going aggressive. They're feeling very, very comfortable, just constantly fighting with their Z-pings and the sustain that that hero does offer them. Dalhui leading the charge right now in the kill front with 4 kills, and you can see Ego actually opening up onto Jin. Wants that golden armor, but Ego constantly finding these knockups, actually. These uppercut strikes onto Jin, but Jin's interrupted. Jin's in danger. A lot of damage coming out. That bow shot does so much work from Dubai here. Jin is going to be hunted to the ends of the earth. The grappling hooks are coming in, and Jin is buying as much space as possible. Jumps up to the top of the building, but immediately Dubai is there waiting for him. He immediately takes a whole bunch of damage, a whole bunch of early shots. Jin is going very, very low. Sustain's going to be there for the moment, and it looks like the other players have kind of given up on Jin, so Jin gets the full reset off and he's going to be a-okay. But meanwhile, on the upper side of the building, Ego chasing onto one player. Jin continues to be chased, actually, as the Flamer does a lot of damage to him and sends him packing.
Dalhui, our kill leader, also just trying to survive a little bit here. Everyone going for that reset. We have 6 players left. 4 minutes on the clock. Not a lot of time left. Because there are a lot of buildings here, I think a lot of these players are kind of willing more to go for these fights, because you're kind of sort of obscured from vision. Oh my goodness, the flamer there. Brings him low. DAY3 is eliminated. He is donezo. That was very, very nice, though. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Great combo. Oh, wow. He did steal it in the end. Yeah, holy moly. I didn't see that one at all. Oh, but that's his first kill as well. His first kill with the lobby there. Able to pick that one up. DAY3 sent packing a little bit too early for his liking, but that circle's coming in hard and fast right here. Very well kitted out from all of these guys, actually. This could be an interesting final circle as this one starts approaching here. Dubai now as well, just hiding off in the corner, facing a little bit of pellets from the ranged weapon of Shah Zin as well, firing out some of those bow shots. Let's try to get a little bit of poke down, a little bit of chip before we go for those big engages as that circle will collapse once more.
Jin and Dubai get the clang off as they're fighting on the upper side of this building. Jin decides he actually doesn't want to take this fight and just takes to the roof as the 5 remaining players are playing it a little bit more relaxed. Shah has the bouncing shell Soul Jade on this cannon. Immediately takes a couple of shots on the repeating crossbow from Dongqing there when he goes to go for the reload. Is able to at least get it off. Dongqing gets caught out though by Jin. Both these players do have some healing and the cannon does a lot of damage. Dongqing gets inside the building for the reset, but is immediately punished by Jin. Jin catches in with the uppercut as Dongqing's trying to hold on. There's a flamer around the corner for anybody who steps out of place. Jin's losing a lot of health as Dongqing's actually turned this fight around. Shah with the flamer into the zone. The take damage might just be enough. No, they somehow make it out alive. How on earth did they do that? Dongqing should just be going down though. One more cannon to the face will seal the deal. And there, no, there it isn't. It's gonna take a flamer though.
Can he get out of this? He's in the corner with the flamer. There it is. He's just gonna get cooked alive. Very hard to survive when you're burnt to a cinder as Dubai, only just seen her in the lobby, struggling versus these flamers as well. It's a great counter to that frozen, to the stasis, and I believe he is going to fall down. It is. He's going down to Zin. He's found himself his second kill of the game. Only 3 players left, Shah, Zin, and Ego. Zin with that legendary armor, Shah with those crazy ranged weapons. Ego just trying to get a bit of poke as well. We still got a lot of space considering there's only 3 players left. And you're just guaranteed to get a third-party tier. Look at that flamer though, the legendary flamer, excuse me, from Zin. Absolutely gross stuff here. Ego, I think, might be the victim of Zin and Shah's ire. Zin specifically has gone in here trying to close that gap, trying to make it happen, but a lot of pain coming through from Ego, just hiding around the haystack. Oh, he does get a heal though. It's nice stuff, and Zin having to force to get himself a nice heal as well.
Jin actually takes up a lot of damage once again. Ego's armor is low, but Jin's legendary armor is gone. Shah's trying to finish up at least a kill with that flamer. He's being such a nuisance in this final circle. Has still got plenty of time for that to heal. Actually, Jin on the other side has almost used up all of his ammo. Ego being burnt down. Jin also being burnt himself. Jin's going to time out on that flamer. Shah still has quite a bit more to work with. 43 out of 150, so a third of it's still there and available. Shah's just flaming onto him for the moment. Gets uppercutted into the zone. The zone's getting nice and tight for everyone. And the healing is going to be coming in from all of these Z-pings. Shah just toasting everyone inside this tree with the flamer. He's trying his best to deal with Jin. Jin's gonna get bot back, but Jin's healing is still gonna be enough. Shah is not got enough healing to keep himself going, and Ego's going low. Jin's going down. The tick is gonna be enough. Jin takes the lobby.
Really nicely played at the end there towards Zin, just holding himself up as high as possible, trying to get that high ground to avoid all those flamers. That was a really good turnaround as well. Up until the point that he killed Spider, he had 0 kills. He wasn't having any impact in that lobby. And then when it all said and done, he's the one that wins. He comes out on top back to back. We talk about the rhythm and the momentum being disrupted because you have to swap from map to map to map. Going from Morris Isle to Holleroth and now back to Morris Isle again in our last game. But that doesn't seem to matter at all for Zin. Doesn't matter where he is. He will dominate, he will finish first place, and he will be your MVP.
2 wins back-to-back there for Jin, and I think the key thing as well was it was in that little building but was out in the zone. And he got himself in a fight with, I think it was Dubai or Dalhui. I can't remember which one of the knees it was. He was in a fight with one of them. And then someone else comes around with a flamer and just starts toasting him. But he actually, because he was set on fire and he was taking the dot damage from the flamer, he didn't take the zone dot damage because there is a window of invulnerability after the dot has gone on where you can't take a second dot. I think it's 6 seconds. So Jin was on fire, so he didn't take flamer and zone dot damage at the same time, which can happen. But he was able to make sure that he put that onto CD, didn't take zone tick damage that would have killed him. And because of that one play, Jin was able to survive long enough in that game to take the entire lobby. Really, really clean stuff coming in from him.
Yeah, beautiful. Very nicely done. And someone like Xin as well really shows you the experience that he has as a player. And just his ability to come through in those clutch situations is quite phenomenal. Honestly, I feel like he's the best player that we have here for doing that. He always finds himself, if he finds himself in that final circle, you can almost guarantee that he's going to be coming out at least in like one of the final 3. Like, he just plays it really, really smart. And even if he doesn't get too many kills early, it's fine. Like, he's still able to pick up some kills towards the end, and it's all about that consistency. And Xin is, you know, arguably consistently able to put up a decent amount of points. Like, he'll probably get like, I would imagine maybe, you know, like upwards of 15 points for that one, maybe slightly less.
Pretty big one. But I think that was a big win.
Not too bad.
I can't wait to see the overall scores. That's where I want to see, you know. Spider knocked out very early. Jin actually got a good game at the end. There was a point where Spider was 1 point away, and we're like, kill multiplier, he's easily got first. And then Jin just strikes back at the end of that game and just gets so many kills. It is what you expect though from these ZPing games, is they just have so much sustain. It was a very, very long, drawn out fights every time, just because the amount of sustain coming in. I wonder what the next game's gonna look like. But for now, let's have a look at the overall scores. 10 points for Jin, 9.4 for Shah, and actually Spider got 7, so even so, Spider still within first place grasping distance.
Well, that's completely off base. I thought Zin's score would be a fair bit higher than that, but still 10 is okay. Like, it, you know, you're not doing anything crazy when you score just 10 points coming in first, but it's still decent if you can do that over several games, which is what Zin's able to do. He's Mr. Consistent. He's still able to make it happen. So good stuff for him. And yeah, I think Spider, he'll be happy about that. Well, no, he won't. He'll be upset that he went out so early, but he'll be happy that he's still got 7 points. Despite, you know, going out relatively early on that one. You can see his ranking points, 0.5. Not very good at all right there for him, unfortunately. It's kind of just been, maybe it's just not his day, but even on his off day, he's still able to frag out, which is always going to help you in the standings. Dalhui as well deserves a good shout out, coming in 4th, 6.6 points with 4 kills. This is a guy who was bottom 5, I believe, in total of our solo ranking. Really trying to push his way up the standings if he wants to have any chance at making those bi-weekly finals. This is a good start. I don't know whether it will be enough. He's got one more game. You know, our next game coming in, our last game of the day, whether he'll be able to do it then as well. But it's still a big improvement for him, and he deserves credit for that for sure.
I think at the end of the day, Jin, Spider, this final game is going to be all about watching these two. They have played phenomenally well today. Jin especially, 2 wins back-to-back. Spider probably slightly irritated that he hasn't been able to find a single victory for himself. He's always been, you know, the upper end of the bracket, but never at the top of the ladder. So yeah, eyes on Spider going into this final game. But here you go, your MVP from that game is going to be Jin. 23,000 damage, 24,000 healing. And a lot of that damage coming in from a dagger as well. 17k damage total from a dagger. From melee weapons, 16,953 of that was a dagger.
That's impressive. I actually thought we'd be doing way more Flamebringer damage there. I thought he'd have a lot more range damage, because that's kind of the way he was playing that final circle, just chilling out a little bit and burning people, just roasting them alive. But no, that's really, really impressive stuff, getting all that damage with the dagger. High damage total in general as well. 23k is on the upper end that we see for solos especially. Very nicely stuff. Very nicely done and good stuff by Xin there, picking up his back-to-back MVP.
I still think they did Jin dirty in that picture with that splat behind his head. Makes it look like he's got Marge Simpson hair. They just did a real dirty with that splat. But yeah, I'm very excited for this final game. I think, you know, there's a lot on the line here. Obviously, like we said, Group B, it's their final day before bi-weeklies. All they can do is put as many points as they can together and then just hope that the Group C guys don't come in and absolutely smash the rest of the competition and knock them out at first. So it's very much score as well as possible today, and then pray for by Saturday you have a good amount of points to take you forward into the bi-weekly finals. But I think it's going to be tight no matter what. I think we got a whole bunch of players over in Group C who are going to have a really good week versus Group A on Friday. Yeah. Thursday next week. We do solos on Thursday. So Thursday for solos. Yeah, I think, you know, they're gonna be waiting with bated breath going in towards Saturday. But Jin, very capable of taking first overall going into the bi-weekly finals. But Spider, super hot on his heels, super hot on his heels.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen the best out of Spider at all today. Still able to get those kills, but hasn't necessarily been as clutch as sometimes we expect from him. But I mean, it just goes to show, like, as a relatively new player, you do need a bit of that refining to really find your game, find that consistency. Yeah, exactly. And you know, Spider's still looking for that. But I mean, we've been talking about him a lot today. I feel like he's kind of like the star of the show. I mean, to be fair, we do have Spider's POV stream up as well. Like, if you don't want to watch this stream, of course, I'm sure you'd love to watch this one because we make it so deliriously entertaining. But if you don't, Spider has his POV stream is the alternate stream today. If you want to watch that as well, like, you can see what he does, and he's a lot of fun to watch. The way he plays the map and stuff, definitely entertaining, but also quite educational watching from his POV.
But he's not the only new player that I'm excited about, actually. There's Ayanami, who obviously is new, joined in recently. I'm just super excited to watch how Ayanami is going to kind of grow over the next few weeks, because he has been very on point. He's been a phenomenally good player today, at least. Got his first kill and then his first win in the same game. He's been a player who's kind of like always been around. Yes, I think he's had, you know, his first game of the day was pretty rough, but his second, pretty good. I'm excited to see the growth of Ayanami. I think he's someone to keep your eye out for. Yeah. You know, I'm low-key getting Mike vibes from him, where like Mike was explosive when he first came in on that first week, but was just like not quite explosive enough, maybe a little bit too explosive. Ayanami seems a little bit more tempered than Mike was at the beginning, but you know, there's a reason we compared Ayanami to Spider earlier on in the day, where we had that comparison of both of their first two games of the split of the season for them, also their first two games of the tournament they played, and actually Ayanami way higher numbers than Spider, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, for sure. And this is it, right? With Ayanami's early performances today, or specifically in game number 2, I think there is a lot of potential for him. Unfortunately, though, he has kind of been... I mean, outside of that one game, he has kind of struggled, to be fair. But it's his first time in the Nbpl. Like, I really don't think this is worth judging him too harshly. And I think we should be, obviously, I mean... Like you were, not saying that you weren't at all, but like you got to be generous to your estimations of these kind of players when they don't have that much experience, because it does make a big difference, you know, absolutely. And you know, we saw, I can't remember who it was specifically, I think it was actually XCG as well in trios talk about this, about how, like, you know, when it's your first season in the Nbpl, you know, you do just have you have a mix of nerves, expectations, and just gelling with your teammates and stuff. Obviously, you don't have to gel with teammates in solos, but still, like, those other two certainly come into play here, and it is difficult to perform to your best. And the fact that he's already pulled out an MVP, I consider that a success for him for sure.
And considering as well, for some of these players, it was their first time ever playing on a stage. But their first time, you know, with the lights, with the refs behind you, with the players you're playing versus, like, we saw it actually affect quite a few players, and Mike actually was a key one. It took him about 2 weeks to really find his footing once we transferred from online to in-stage last season, because the first half of the season, we were playing online. Second half, we went in studio. Whole bunch of new players, whole bunch of new teams. it's obviously got a lot of nerves to them. Anyway, it's time for us to take a quick break, and when we're back with our 6th and final game of the day. We're going to Morris Isle one last time. We'll see you then. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 6th and final game of the day as we're going to Morris Isle. Jin, 2 wins back to back and is making a sprint towards top overall in the thing. And actually, this is the first time today where we actually get to see the overall standings. I just noticed Mike isn't actually competing anymore. I missed that because I was on holiday this week, by the way, so I haven't been able to actually watch. Michael switched out. Oh.
Yeah, and you can see some of the players that are performing today have been struggling just a little bit in the bottom side of the standings there, but it's only their first game, so it kind of makes some sense. As we're looking at as well, like Iron Army's on 18 points total today. That's good. That's good, man. We'll definitely take that. That's very good.
Still top 16, exactly.
Yeah. Just for a guy who's, it's his first time here, and he's above some guys who've had like 2 days worth of points. Absolutely, and he's still got 1 more game left. So if he doesn't land a big fat goose egg, he can certainly improve upon that during the ranks of the likes of like Panda Man, etc. And good stuff for him. He'll be very happy with that as we move towards the very top of the table. And it is kind of like that 3-way slog between Zin, Spider, and Shah. Shah getting a good start to it early on today, but hasn't been able to keep up as much as the past few games have gone as this day has progressed. Although, to be fair, in that last one, the top 3 players were Zin, Shah, and Spider. So they're still able to keep the pace, but just not necessarily breaking down the doors of first overall. I'm sure we'll be able to get a look at the numbers. And there it is. Oh my goodness.
It's going to be a tight one.
Chatting rubbish. He's tied with Spider. Shah and Spider. 57.6. Exact same scoreline.
Can Spider make that miracle run he did in the finals, like he did on Sunday last week? That's the real question for me here, because this guy, it was bigger. It was a bigger gap than this. I think it was like 12 to 14 points. But I don't know if he's got it in him again. That is a big ask if Spider can do that. I think he's going to try and play for second, but that's exactly what me and Rune said, and then he made the miracle run, which actually closed the game out. But I'm excited to see what this final game is going to look like. Obviously, returning to Morris Isle. Are we going to see more Yoto action? I pray, but we will see some more Yoto action. But yeah, it's going to be this game along the line for some of these players. Jin, if he has another killer game, is firmly cementing himself in potentially first for finals. And remember, point percentage of that goes over, and that can basically define everything for you going into those bi-weekly finals coming up on Sunday next week.
Yeah, now he's 11-point lead
next week
so far. So he's off, you know, definitely the odds are stacked in his favor, but as you mentioned, stranger things have happened. And I keep sometimes I feel like I was in a fever dream when I experienced this, but I saw, when I was casting with Rune, we saw 2 40 bombs. Not kills, but like points, 40 points.
In solos?
That's why I think, I thought it was solos, but maybe it was trios.
It must be trios. There's no way unless you mean 40 in a day, in which case I'll be like,
no, it was generally one map. It must have been trios, but either way, like,
trios,
yeah. So either way, we've seen pretty low scoring stuff today in trio in the solos. I don't think anyone's eclipsed like 15 points, you know. And sure, maybe 40 is unrealistic, but it's not unheard of to get like 20 plus and stuff like that. That's not too crazy. So it's certainly doable. If Zin has a particularly bad game and Spider brings it out, or Shah brings it out as well, of course, because Shah is a joint with Spider for points overall, and Shah does have an MVP under his belt so far in game number 1. Obviously, though, it is still Zin's to lose. So far ahead, and his current form as well, being the MVPs for the previous 2 games. Like, you have to put it in on his back here.
Well, we are getting ready to go into this game. Eyes definitely are on Shah and Jin, and obviously Spider is the top 3. But again, I'm going to keep it going. I've got my eyes on Ayanami. I think this player has joined recently and has genuinely stepped up and really impressed me today. Yeah, they didn't get any points in their first game, but that's stage nerves. Of course, that's going to be stage nerves. Their second game, they got a win. They are playing very, very well when we do turn over to them. Yes, there's still some mistakes, but yes, they're still very new and a young player, so there will be mistakes. I mean, we're still seeing top-end players make mistakes. We're still seeing Spider and Jin and even Shah make mistakes in their games. So, you know, you can't expect a new player to be perfect, but you got a pretty good player here in Ayanami, so eyes on them. And Moo here for the side of FPX. Unfortunately, they've just really not hit the mark today or this week at all.
Yeah, it's been tough for them. Moo definitely has struggled, not being able to find too many positive results for him, and as a result, he is sitting towards the bottom side of the standings. Similar story really for Jux here from Alliance. Again, not too many good things happening for him, and he has struggled, and it's looking very unlikely that he will make those bi-weekly finals. Unlike the man on your screen right now with his sleeves rolled up like an absolute G. He's ready to be a dad already. Like he's a 40-year-old trapped in a 20-year-old's body. He's just...
But he's got an 18-year-old's mechanics.
He does. He does. He's a sick player. And he's got a big brain as well. He's very smart to the way that he plays. It's definitely one of the things that you can say about Zin with the consistency that he has and the way that he plays the games out specifically towards the final circles and towards the end of the game. Very, very smart player here. And let's see, we are getting on to the last... Holy moly, the last game of the day. Morris Isle, we've got a Wu Chen and a Takeda already slapped down here. My goodness, Ataka as well coming through from Moo.
That's a lot of Justinas, mate.
A lot of Justinas, yeah. A lot of Justinas. Another Ataka. Take that. We're going to see something spicy for this last one. This is it. The last one's going to be a lot of
Give me something good. Give me something good.
Yeah. Okay.
Only 2 Yotos, but not spicy. Not spicy. Pretty mild actually. We're kind of we're at Nando's and we got the lemon. We got the lemon.
Yeah,
lemon and lime.
lemon and herb. Yeah, for sure. You're going to Nando's later tonight, aren't you? Actually, what's your go-to?
How did you know that? Did I tell you?
No, you didn't tell me.
Was I texting you? Just no.
Your girlfriend told me.
Oh,
we're
I
besties.
See. Oh, I see. Yeah. What's her name?
Her name. What letters does it begin with?
K.
Kelly.
No, not far off to be fair, but no.
Kerry.
Kerry, yeah.
Yes. Me and Kerry, we're tight. We're besties, bro. And she invited me to Nando's. I was like, nah, mate, just you and Jake will be fine. It's cool, man. We're just chilling. You know, my neighbour's called Kerry as well.
I get medium, but then I get the hot sauce and I dip it in the hot sauce because I like. I like this when it's been like seasoned in the medium. It's a nicer flavor, but I love the hot. I love the heat. So mix of both. That's
Have you been
go-to.
before with Kerry? Have you been before with Kerry?
Yeah.
What's she gonna get?
She's plain.
She's lemon herb. She drive you there in a Fiat 500. Oh, she's plain. Okay.
She's real plain. She's real plain.
Explains the choice of men, then, eh?
Too much spice from me. That's the problem. Dubai's been countered. Speaking of spice, and the Wu Chen shields have come down, or swords have come down as Clan goes down, and Chewy's here with a cannon just to send them packing. And it actually looks like Chewy has managed to stop this fight and pick it up himself as catches the grapple actually on there. Good tech actually catching Dubai with the grapple twice to slow down his escape, and Chewy is relentless onto Dubai. Dubai's in the air and Dubai is being juggled around, and that is actually going to be the kill onto him. Chewy now looking to run away as Yuran has caught him out with the grapple, catches him with the uppercut as well, and in comes Ayanami. Ayanami steals the kill, and just to add insult for injury, Miyu comes in and slams him down. The freeze is here. Can he get the scale rush off in time? No. Unable to make the connection, but still has the grapple to chase up for a little bit more. Yuran gets himself uppercutted. Oh, it's so tight. There's so many people. There's the ult. Yuran. Sorry, that's Ayanami once out.
Man, Ayanami though, he already got that purple weapon, finding himself an early kill. Look at that, you can see as well, Jax has already got himself 2 kills. Got to keep your eyes on Ayanami though. I think he's got some sexy things happening here on that Wu Chen. With that purple dagger, we've seen a lot of great dagger action. Last game, look no further with Xin having like 20k dagger damage or something. Absolutely nutty stuff for him. As Ayanami obviously looking to try and repeat a little bit of Zin's success from the previous game. Game 2 MVP was Ayanami, his first time here in the Nbpl. Hasn't played a single game on stage or in solos, mind you. He is a trios player, and as a result, got to be pretty impressed with what he's done so far. 18 points on the day, certainly nothing to scoff at. Swapping over now to Spider, one of our top 3 players. You can look at his POV if you take a look at the link down below, twitch.tv/Naraka Bladepoint Pro League. You can see what he sees in his quest to pull something out of the hat and come in first place here. He's 11 points down underneath Xin. So Xin has to have a bit of a bad game, and Spider has to really pop off if he wants to make that happen. But of course, it's Shah in a similar position to Spider, the exact same point total. So those are the 3 to keep your eyes on. Mu on that Tarka having a tough time of things overall today, but is going to be a good counter towards that Justina with the burn. Has already forced out the blackout, is running around all drunk and on fire, and isn't going to be able to find it. Spider doing Spider things and getting the elimination.
And if I think about it, I'm pretty sure the person that Spider overtook in the finals, in that final game where he got like, I think it was like 21 points when he was 18 behind. I'm pretty sure it was Xin who he denied from taking first in the last bi-weekly finals. I need to double check Arun before I say that, before I confirm that fact. I've already said it. Too late.
Yeah,
too late now. But I need to confirm with him on that front. But I'm pretty sure that was actually what went down here. But Dao Hui gets himself a kill as Dubai looking to try and finish him up. Dao Hui low on the old shield, gets the fireball down and doing a lot of work with this greatsword. When you're playing the Takaji, you really want to get the katana because you want to get that kind of infinite going with the katana. Haven't been able to pick one up, but it's still making this greatsword work for them. Very, very effective. So they find Dubai inside the building. Gets clang off as DAY3 once again gets a counter, actually. I totally missed that. I thought that was a clang. Dubai panic ulting, smacked out of the ult before he can even get it to work for him. DAY3. Huge start to the game as Kaibao has been joggled up by Dongqing, and Kaibao take a lot of damage to the zone. Frozen for the moment. One more dash should freeze him in place as he's holding fast for a little bit longer, trying to catch the grapple off, and there we go. That is going to be the end of him. Another player eliminated. Honestly, on Morris Isle, the players are so aggressive, and Jin is going to get himself saved by Jin. His brother from another mother comes in and gets himself a kill with the shard. The poison mushrooms have been popped, and now they're both going to be bleeding down. Jin wants to finish up Jin, but the poison tick is slowly but surely looking to finish him up. He gets himself a whole bunch of damage off into Jin. As Jin is trying to hold fast. The poison tick is still doing a lot of work. Jin sound on the shield. The freeze in time. Reki's looking for the snipe of the bow. Can't get it. And now Reki is looking for the kill, but the freeze, the dash coming in from Jin, and he's able to get away.
Jin saved Jin, only for Jin to steal the kill from Jin. How rude of him. Didn't even thank him for his efforts. Instead, just going to steal that one away from him. Jin now in trouble from Reki coming through and getting that kill. Shah has rejoined the fray, though. He was the victim. So the Jin duo right there, but he's back. He's back on the map trying to make things happen. I'm surprised we've got 3 eliminations already. A 4th one coming through here as Jux is going to take down LXY. Yeran on Ayanami as well, though Ayanami's still in the game. Just losing one of his lives. It's LXY, Kaibao, Dubai, and Chewy. All 4 of those are Dunzo so far. 12 players. Only 12 players left already in this game, which is very, very quick right here. It's not unheard of to get this many kills, but on the same people for them to be eliminated certainly is a bit abnormal here, but that's all cool, man. It's all cool. We love the aggression. Less players around as well means that there'll be less people to contest the areas as this game goes on. So we might be getting a slightly slower mid game. This sometimes happens when the early game is as aggressive and as action-packed as we've seen when there are less players around. Just following DAY3 there as he was on his chase. Some great loot for Ego as well. Ego's found himself some beautiful things. Bro, but this is the thing, right? That's great loot too, but you can get yourself some great loot IRL. Look at the free Naraka active Steam code. Put that in
transition. It's as if one of us was really good at YouTube reads and ads and stuff. Able to pull that transition out. Oh, Fireball comes down onto Jin. Shah's in the area as well. If Jin goes down here, this could be really bad for him, actually. Knocks him very, very low down. I think he's still got his revives. He should be okay on that front, but instantly taken out. Yeah, the revive is gonna be there, but a rough loss for him.
Doesn't have one.
Shah doesn't have one. You are completely right. It's DAY3 looking for him, but DAY3 not getting the opportunity. The fireball comes in. Shah loses a fair amount of HP. They get the grapple on as well. DAY3 is refusing to give up the chase on to Shah. Shah no shield. Shah's gonna pop the ult, and he is gonna be able to slide away. Maybe DAY3 might look for Dongqing here in response. There's actually a bit of squirrel impression coming out from Shah.
Shah is doing his best here to stick around, try and survive as long as he can. Dongqing is on the chase. If Shah goes down, he is eliminated. And as a quick little reminder, Spider and Shah are joint for 3rd overall. Spider gets parried by Xin though. Xin is going to try and bring him down, but it is the stasis to buy some time. Get some of that armor back as well, but perfectly timed by Ego to knock him down. And a shot from the musket. Spider, he's killed and he's eliminated. He's done. He's not going to be making the miracle run here to get 1st place. Just that one kill, and now it's all on Shah to take over Spider. He's already done it. He's already done it with that 2nd kill. Spider, he's not going to get further than 3rd place overall right here. It's now between Shah and Jin. Can Shah pull out that miracle run? Instead, 2 kills already to his name and 0 for Xin. But Shah, of course, did get beat down early. Doesn't have his revive. Almost lost his 2nd life too. Gonna have to be a little bit careful, but of course there's no room for carefulness. There's no room for hesitation. You got to go aggressive if it's all to play for here, if you want to try and get that 1st overall position.
not sure what happened with that scale rush. That was a bit weird, but Mu gonna keep the pressure up. Juggling Dongqing, gets the charge attack off. This is why you want to get that extra little bit of damage off with the katana. Is able to just chunk out Dongqing, send him packing. Looks like he's not actually able to chase any further. As gonna cut over to Dao Hui, who's got himself a fight versus Xin. Xin, every time I look at him, is getting kind of turbo bullied, actually. Everyone is just running after Xin. There is a, I'm pretty sure we saw Spider put like a hit out on Jin for this game, but actually it might be Shah who put that hit out because Spider's out already.
Spider is out, and so is Ayanami. That's it, he's done. That was his second death. He is eliminated. He's donezo. Did get 2 kills, which is nice, but unfortunately for him was not able to repeat the success that he had in Game 2, getting that MVP. Still his first day though, as we've mentioned, so not too bad. Able to pick up some kills, and there's some foundations there that he can build upon for sure, but not going to be fully satisfied. But it's all good, man. You're new to the game. Well, you're new to the Nbpl.
Ooh, Iran.
That elimination?
That elimination on the Iran actually just put him up into 16th place.
Wow.
So right now, I mean overall as well. Now 15th place. So overall, if he can get a good multiplier, there's a world where he can still qualify going in later. I actually can't remember if Iran's playing next week. I think with the fact he scored quite low, I'm assuming he plays on Thursday as well.
Yo, Jin's eliminated, by the way. He's done. Out of the top 3, it's just Shah alive here.
Shah could do this. Shah could actually leapfrog from 3rd into first here. He's got 2nd in the bag. He just needs to have some good kills, but unfortunately for him, there's only 7 players left in the lobby, so there's not too many kills for him to actually put together. We've had some incredibly bloodthirsty lobbies whenever we get onto Morris Isle. 3 of the 4 games. Okay, Jux, you got to hit something with that. There we go.
Third time's the charm, buddy. You got there.
Yeah, 3 of our 4 games on Morris Isle today, Foxy, have just been complete slaughters. There's been so many people fighting and just taking each other out constantly. Dao Hui trying to gatekeep this Morris Blessing, which is spawning up fairly soon. Is in a fight versus Shah right now. Again, like we're saying, Shah needs to find kills, trying to get a bit of damage off onto Dao Hui, but Dao Hui also being hella aggressive. The Flamer, the fair amount of damage coming out there from Dao Hui, cooking Shah and sending Shah packing. Could we see all of the top runners get knocked out of the game immediately? Great grapple by Dao Hui onto Shah to interrupt him, but Shah immediately looks to try and catch him out. Shah bites back with some vengeance into Dao Hui.
Woof. He was not happy being chased down, was he? And getting poked out as well. Really nice turnaround from Shah. He's finding himself another friend to play with in Jux from Alliance. Just going to be able to dip away from that one for now. Shah wanting to survive as long as he can. If he does want to leapfrog both Spider and Xin to hit that first spot overall, it is possible to do so, but he is 7 points behind, so he needs a few more kills. Certainly does not want to get eliminated this early on. He's all good to go just for now, though. As we're taking a look at this game specifically, Yeran doing really well with Jux alongside him. 2 players that have been struggling a little bit today, not having the best of things. As Jux, though, I've cursed him. He's getting parried. Yeran with this legendary dagger and the purple flamer just bullying Jux, putting down a world of hurt, and he will burn. He will burn. Yeran takes him down, and that's Jux done. 6 players left in the lobby. Jux will not be one of them.
That was an unbelievable kill. Wait, we're down to 6 players with 10 minutes left? Foxy, what is going on today?
These guys want to go home early or something. I don't know.
They've got Uber Eats on the way.
Literally.
Coming into the studio. Pizza's coming.
I mean, to be fair, if there's anything that I would want to get home early for, a good pizza would be up there, I would say. But, it depends where it's from, though. I'm a bit of a Domino's guy myself.
I am not at all.
I do find that like people just think it's overpriced and crap, but it's really the only type of pizza
I like the taste.
I like.
It just makes me ill.
It makes me ill too. My body doesn't like it either. But I choose a day where I know I've not got anything on the next day.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, you know what? It would take you. Screw it.
I have so many foods I have to do that for. Like have like a make sure I book food holiday.
Is that old age? I don't know, but it's...
For me, it's IBS, but it could be old age as well.
Oh, yeah, I remember, man. Your time in Poland really did numbers on you, didn't it?
Yeah. Unfortunately, for anyone who doesn't know, me and Foxy have worked in studio a few times. Unfortunately for Foxy,
he has his rituals, which we won't go into detail for the stream.
We'll do that on a private stream, like we did with the end of last season. We had a wrap-up stream, so maybe you can ask us about it then.
Cool.
9 minutes left, 6 players left. And Amora's blessing spawning up actually could dispel the end of this game because someone wants to get that. They are all wanting this Amora's blessing. Shah immediately takes a whole bunch of damage as Dalhui thinks he's free to step forward and grab it. But nobody can actually get onto this Amora's blessing. The cannon shots the flamer. They're all desperately trying to pick it up. Iran geared to the team.
Shah, you numpty!
Reki just headshot him. I told you this Amora's blessing might be the end of it. That was beautiful from Reki.
That was. Maybe my instant reaction there was, yeah, look at him. He's got a smile on his face. He knows he goofed, man. He knows he goofed. Maybe I was a bit cruel to him. It was a great shot to bring him down, but that was exceptionally greedy. Looks like our 1, 2, 3 is going to be locked in with Xin, Shah, and Spider. Now, who is it out of this lobby here? We've got Yeran, Reki, Dongqing, Dalhui, and Exshin. Now, 3 of these players are really struggling overall in Yeran, Dalhui, and Shin in the overall standings here. Dongqing is 4th, though. If he can pull out a big game here, he might even be able to squeeze into the top 3, something which we haven't touched on just yet. He is kind of on the outside looking in by maybe a good half dozen points or so. But it is possible now, with 5 players left. If Dongqing is able to pick up some of the kills here and finish high, it could just happen. Reki, though, finding himself in a lot of trouble by Jin with that legendary armor. Finding himself very tanky as being able to run around and bully people with the Justina ulti from Reki being popped, keeping him to safety, keeping him alive. Dalhui going to run a little bit of interference here. Inadvertently saving Reki for now. Is chasing Jin still up the top here with those Tarka fireballs and that greatsword that he's been sitting on since the beginning of the game. Very much having a lot of success on that. There's now still only 5 players left. 7 minutes to go. The Mora's blessing, I believe, has been taken, so we won't be fighting over that. We may just be getting a lot of passiveness as we let that circle close on in.
Yeah, the big things have been taken, but there'll be a few little bits left inside the Mora's blessing, so we'll see what they're able to pick up off there. Dalhui with the legendary flamer on the Tarka. He is a Justina's nightmare right now. Also rocking the flying squirrel grappling hook, which is the best grappling hook. And Dongqing not going to get caught out. Is able to step away, but I think we might see the game slow down somewhat unless the players really want to step up the action. And it feels like I might have just sparked a bit of a fire under them there, as they are chasing one another as deep in everybody in this lobby. Very geared up. Yiran, thanks to the fact he got to the he got a treasure trove earlier on in the game, was able to get that key and get in. Has been running around with this legendary dagger for a long time, and needing a charge with 5 kills is a absolutely massive problem for everyone as he catches the uppercut onto Dongqing. Dongqing will lose a whole bunch of health. Another uppercut connects in. Dongqing's going very low. Dalhui comes in with a flamer, and they are just going to be sent packing. Up they go with the grappling hook, and Dongqing able to get away and find a place to reset.
He's going to do his best at least, but he's still got no armor and people having their sights on him. He's looking very juicy. Yeran, Dalhui both trying to catch him out here. Yeran's found him with that flamer. Going to go for a little bit of poke, but it is a bit of a reset. Dongqing able to get half of his armor back up. Yeran trying to chase him down, trying to bully him out here. Dalhui as well following. Exshin and Reki just chilling out on the left-hand side. Don't want to be any part of this one. Dongqing, if he wants to finish higher than 4th, cannot go out at this point in the game. Even the fire bullets coming through from the Tarka here onto Dongqing. He's done so. Surely that's got to be it for him. He's so incredibly low. He's even burning down just a little bit. This health bar is just nothing. It's absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. Who's going to pick up the kill? That's the question. Is it going to be Reki? Is it going to be Dalhui? Who's it going to be? It is Reki. Reki brings him down. Gonna make a swift exit with the Aran quick on his tail.
Yeah, I think I noticed that Dongqing, I think, is actually a controller player. His HUD had like controller inputs, like buttons on it.
Really?
That is really interesting. I did not realize that. I'm gonna get that confirmed. I've asked production, but I'm pretty sure he's a controller player. Because on his weapon loadout, he had the D-pad instead of like 1, 2, like all the other players do, which is keyboard. As down to 4 players, by the way. I am loving the tempo in which our players are playing Morosai. They are just so high tempo. Are we gonna have another Taka make? Well, we've had a Taka make it into the final circle, but versus all these Justinas, he is in a very comfortable position. They are going to be heavily slammed as he ran. Actually, he ran away, but they're relentless in chasing him down. He tries to jump off onto the cliff edge, gets himself the freeze, but for now, Reki's just going to hold fast and try to catch him out. Unable to do so, Yuran does get some armor. Reki takes a fireball from Daohui to the face. Well, a fire arrow, sorry, from Daohui to the face. As Reki needs to be careful. Ooh, close shot. Not going to be quite close enough as trying to get another couple of shots in. Aerial here. Can't quite make these shots connect as Yuran does take that shot from Daohui. And he's still, like you said, rocking the exact same greatsword he's been running all game. Blue greatsword. Been doing him absolutely wonders for the side of Daohui.
Daohui's confidence, like these past 2 games, has just skyrocketed. It's a shame these weren't happening in the first 2 games, because then I'd be really excited to see what he could do as we move forward. But unfortunately, this is the last game, so won't be able to carry any of that momentum ahead. Action, though, is being parried. He's naked. No weapons, didn't have any armor either. Is going to be able to recover just a little bit here as Daohui now putting so much ranged pain onto the opponents. Yeran brings down X-Jin. A combo of damage there just bursts him down. He is done so. Yeran now in a lot of trouble. As you mentioned, though, the Taka, Justina's worst nightmare, being able to burn through the freeze. It is now a Taka versus 2 Justinas, Reki and Yeran versus Daohui. Daohui maybe finding himself in a bit of a pickle. Yeran also 30% health, no armor. Will he be falling down to Reki? Reki's finding him. He's looking for his chance right here. Is he going to steal another kill away from Daohui? It would not be the first time. It might be the second time. The blackout gets popped. It's Daohui with the kill. Yeran falls down, and now Reki popping his own ultimate, freezing Daohui. Is that going to be it? Is he going to be able to take him down? He's going to go for the grapple. Daohui doing his best to survive. There's no armor on either. Freeze. And Reki comes out on top.
And we actually have a first game of this week where a player, we actually won before the circle fully closed. That might be the season, actually. Still 1 minute 30 left. Really, really nicely played with the freezing there. And just, honestly, really beautifully spaced is the big thing. He spaced his attacks and his freezes so well that he was able to freeze up, get a little bit of damage off, freeze up, get a little bit of damage off. And there we go. Winner of this game, setting up absolutely amazing. I'm very happy we've had 2 Takajis actually make it to the end, though. Like, very happy with that.
It's Sid from Toy Story is looking a little dead inside after that game.
He can't do it like that.
I mean, honestly, though, he should be happy. Like, Daohui, honestly, all jokes aside, is, you know, didn't necessarily put out the dub that he wanted there, but it was still close, man. Still finishing in that second spot. I wonder if he'd waited maybe a little bit more to get that circle to close in. I think that would have favored him more than it would have favored the Justina, who was able to operate with more of like an open space there, and that plays more into someone dashing around loads and just like zipping about and getting the freezes off, whereas Taka just runs around in a circle and just trying to like set you on fire. If that circle was smaller, I think he would have been able to do that a little bit more effectively. But still, honestly, I'm very impressed with Daohui the way he's ended the day. Massive positives for him, considering he had started pretty poorly and had previously not done too much either towards the bottom of that standings.
Interesting to see how well Reki has been playing as well today. He's got 2 wins under his belt, Game 3 and Game 6. You know, whenever we switched into these very high-tempo Morris Isle games, Reki stepped up to the plate. Like, he seems to be very, very good at playing this incredibly fast-paced version of the game. And I think that's something you got to keep your mind on. You know, I sung the praises of Ayanami as a new player, but Reki has been on all season, and he's seeming to find his own here. He's starting to step up, and I am impressed by Reki. I think if the meta does shift into a faster-paced meta, it could be Reki's meta. It could be his time to strike, and he is playing very, very well on these quick games. So I'm thoroughly impressed by him. I can't wait to see what the overall points are and what this actually does to the overall standings as well, because I don't think Dongjing did enough to actually surpass his the people above him, but even so, still a very, very good game day for him. And we're definitely going to have Jin sitting at the top, and then Shah below him, and then Spider in third. That is locked in no matter what. And those guys are going to be happy with the points they put together. I'm sure Spider will be maybe a little bit frustrated, because realistically, he might be starting in about 6th or 7th coming into the grand finals, because he is now done for points, and we still have Group C to finish up putting some points on. And there are a few people over in Group C who are already got a good lead, so should be able to catch up fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think the high end of the standings, you know, from what we've seen today, that's not going to change. But exactly as you mentioned, I think a lot of stuff is kind of up in the air and up for grabs here. And I want to see. Oh, okay, well, I was going to say I want to see the total standings, and we're seeing the game standings here. Reki, you mentioned if it gets into a more fast-paced meta, if Reki can, you know, benefit from that. I think he's really good at ranged weapons as well. Like he's really cheeky with the amount of kills that he's able to kind of snipe away from people and to steal from people. Coming in first there with 12 points. The A ran closely behind with 11. 6 kills he was able to pick up there as well. Dao Hui in third. But take a look at our top 3 as well, or top 3 overall players. Spider in 11th with 1 point. Zin in, where is he? Zin in 12th, excuse me. Yeah, he's 12th. 0 points for Zin. And Shah only being able to pick up 3.8. So any one of those players, you know, just Zin can breathe a sigh of relief. He drops a big fat 0, but no one is able to capitalize in you know, the 2 players below him who did have a chance to take over for that first spot. Not going to be able to do so. So instead, he is going to hold on to that first place position, ending on a bit of a whimper, but it's all good. All's well that ends well. He's had enough of a consistent performance today that he's not going to care too much about that.
Yeah, there's an element that Jin's probably quite frustrated he didn't get any points, because you remember every point matters when you get into the bi-weekly final. Carrying those points over, he'll be a bit frustrated that this could potentially kind of come back to bite him in the bi-weeklies. But at the end of the day, you know, Jin still takes first coming out of today. He's still sitting very good, but Reki on the Justina, like we were saying, beautifully spaced freezes, 15,000 damage. He did 9,000 of that with melee weapons, and just really phenomenal stuff coming out from Reki. Able to put 5 kills together, and it's a very top-loaded hexagon there. No counter strikes, but damn, good stuff coming out.
And even his damage totals, I might be mistaken, but I feel like the 2 lowest damage totals from MVPs today have both been Reki. That might not be true, but I know he got like 9,000 before, and only sitting on 15,000 this time around. When we've been seeing people drop like 25 bombs, 25k damage and stuff like that. I feel like, you know, it's nothing against Reki that he's not able to put up those damage numbers, but it just goes to show you his play style, and it's a bit feast and famine. Because you can, you know, it's great if you can get those steals and then you pick up the kills and you get MVPs. He did that twice. It's obviously a strategy that works for him. But sometimes, you know, if you just don't get that last hit, if you just don't quite manage to find those fights to third party, and it can be tough. And you know, but for him it was good for him this time round. Managed to pick up his MVP, second MVP of the day.
Well, we actually have our interview standing by with one of the players from today, so we're going to pass it over for that, and we'll be back to wrap things up in a moment, so we'll see you in a sec. Wow.
Hi Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So we invite DAY3-SOLO from NAD to our interview. Let him say hello to us first. 先请刀哥跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
OK， 大家好，我是 NAD 战队的DAY3-SOLO。
Okay, welcome. So the last game, I want to call it like a song of ice and fire because in the last final circle, there are only one Tarka and almost 5 or 6 Justina Gu in there. So as the only Tarka in the final circle, how do you feel about that? 那其实最后一把比赛，我称之为冰与火之歌，因为最后的决赛圈里只有刀哥一个火男和剩下5、6个苦情函。那你作为唯一一个火男，打下来感受怎么样？
就是按我以前的习惯的话，应该是打起来挺害怕的，因为就是等着，就是几个顾清寒就会过来找火男嘛。然后现在就是变打法嘛，就率先出击嘛，就是先把一个打残，然后就是主动以被动好。
Okay, so maybe in previous game, I was a little bit afraid about this kind of situation because I'm the only Tarka and there was a lot of Justina Gu in the final circle, and I really afraid maybe they will like attack me together at that time. But from now on, I have to change my style in the game, and I choose to like fight more positive, and maybe I just find one Justina Gu and to attack her at first, and they will give me more opportunity in the final circle. Okay, so I always see you use great sword in the game with your Tarka. So why you love these weapons so much? 那我经常看到就是我们刀哥一般都是用破刀配火男，为什么这么喜欢这把武器呢？
就是一开始的就是觉得这把武器比较帅了，去玩这把武器，然后也就是比较熟练嘛，然后发现就是火男的那个开大招特性和这把武器配起来是最厉害的嘛，就伤害也比较高，所以就是一直使用这把武器。
Okay, so at first I just think these weapons is really handsome. It's really cool in the game, and now I have maybe more familiar with this kind of weapons, and I think this weapon is really fitable for Tarka's ultimate in the game, so I like these weapons so much. So in this game, I see there was a moment when you get the blessing and you have operations like triple normal attack on your opponent. So can you teach us how to like operate this kind of operation in the game? 那其实这把比赛看到在抢夺飓风鹤那个点的时候，你是就是嫖了人家3刀，你可以教我们是怎么嫖的吗？就具体操作。
具体操作的话，如果就是比较简单吧，因为扣刀的话，就是最入门的操作就是那个白刀嘛，但是这种前提是对面是那种一直在闪嘛，因为他那时候第一刀完以后，他那个血量已经劣势，他就一直想走嘛，然后扣刀的那个按 Shift 加 W。就是去压他的一个短闪后短闪。
Okay, so it's a really easy operations and listen carefully. So at that situation, my opponent he was not really healthy at that time, and he really want to run away from the fight. So you must counter his short dash at that time. You just use your left click and then pop W and shift to like circulate this kind of operation at the time and to like operate triple normal attack for this kind of fight. OK, 好的，谢谢刀哥来到我们的采访。今天火男表现也是非常的不错啊，希望之后可以看到更多刀哥的火男表现，好吧？谢谢。OK, thank DAY3-SOLO come to our interview. Well, let's have a rest and like camera back to the casters.
Thank you very much. We're getting ready to kind of break everything down at the end of today. It's been a good day. My key takeaway is thank God the players are starting to play aggressive again because we haven't quite a lot of passive games for a while. But it feels like a lot of the players have now started to learn to pick up the pacing. The early of Morris Isle is just a bloodbath. And it's a lot of W key. It was a very W key day today, other than Holoroth. But, you know, unfortunately, Holoroth will be a slow map for as long as Zipping is a hero that the players just really like to pick up.
Yeah, I think it's less well, I guess it is the map specifically, but you know, it's the fact that zipping is so meta on that map. When the meta shifts, I'm sure we'll see more bloodthirstiness on Holoroth as well. I was a bit surprised. I thought we got a lot of aggression early, specifically today, mostly on the Morris Isles, and I wasn't really expecting that. Like I do expect a bit of fighting and all that stuff, and that's all well and good, but there was just a lot of craziness happening, a lot of aggression, and that was cool. That was a lot of fun to watch. And I don't think I think it was kind of all up in the air today. There wasn't any one player, only 2 or 3 players that really stood out as being like big threats from game to game to game. Obviously, we had people like Xin who were able to score pretty highly because they were quite consistent. And you know, we had he got 2 MVPs and Reki got 2 MVPs as well. But generally speaking, it was wide open for anyone to take it, right? Like it was just, you didn't know what was going to happen from game to game. It was very unpredictable, and that was always quite entertaining. You know, just keeping me on my toes. Not sure who was going to whip out the big plays and who was just gonna fumble.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was a lot of ups and downs as well. I think Spider's going to be probably kicking himself a little bit after today. Should have high expectations coming in from Spider, but unfortunately just didn't quite hit that mark and fell short. Xin, I'm sure there's an element of frustration in the fact that last game could have potentially been a second if he hadn't been saved by Shah getting taken out very early, because honestly, Xin, you know, it was close. He could have been overtaken, and we'll have a look at the overall standings here. This is everything overall, all 24 players playing right now. We still, a lot of these players, actually every player here on the bottom half of the table are playing on Thursday before we get forward to that bi-weekly final. So a lot of these guys still have room to climb up. Dubai, one of those players who, you know, 14.8 points, you know, he is very close to top 16. That's all he needs to do is just have a good day on Thursday, and he's probably going to be able to climb up. Same for Jux as well, actually. Hongfly from Bowder, actually a player who really stepped up as well. So I think we're going to see some shuffling going on this side. I want to see the middle of the table, though. This is where we'll start to see a little bit more information on what has been going on, you know, today, and what the goal is, where the current goalposts for top 16 is.
Yeah, especially with like with the bottom half of the table, teams just having most of the players there have only played once, so they've still got another day to play, which is why they're rated so lowly. There's a word, yeah. But you can see someone like Chewy here, kind of, I don't know, you know, he's 16th, but he's played both days, and that's, I can't imagine him staying in the top 16. You would imagine other people will be able to take over that. Even someone like Moo, I don't think is, you know, even though he's 9th, again, that's probably something which is he's gonna fall down there, almost guaranteed, to be honest. I feel like the cutoff point would probably be around high 20s, you know. I
reckon it's a safe bet to say Moo won't make it to the top 16. I genuinely think it's a safe bet to say that. I think there's going to be a lot of moving on. I think Pandaman, Ayanami, and Yuran are all within reaching distance of top 8. I think that's the big thing. I think Pandaman, 20 points right now. Ayanami, 20.2 points right now. You know, these guys, I think these 3 are realistically within reaching grasp of this #1 spot. I mean, when you look at it, right now, Ego, who is the lowest of the players who've played all of their games, 32.9 points. They could easily beat that if they just match those points today. But right now, Jin is leading at the charge with 68.6 points, Shah 61.4 points, and Spider 58.7 points. But when you got Chezyang and Zhang Yu all with 1 game under their belt and well within a range of being able to catch up to them, there is a world where things could get shuffled around here. But I do have to admit, when these guys are all over 27 points is the lowest score between Shah, Spider, and Jin on one of their days, it's going to be a bit of work from some people to catch up to them.
I think it will be quite difficult to break into that. Well, I think Xin is fairly locked in first place, I would argue. I think it's going to be quite difficult to break into the top 3 in general, to be honest. When you take a look at, you know, Chu Sheng and Zhang Yu, you know, these are the kind of players that would be able to, because they've still got another day to play, right? And they'd have to have a monster day to be able to bring it in. And honestly, I kind of want to draw a bit of highlight to Reki as well. Just with 30 points on the day, really a big improvement from his 17 previously. and that's good enough for you know, third overall here. Shah being the winner of today, 33.8, Zin 31.4. But you know, we were talking about Spider so much that Reki kind of snuck it away, especially that last game, pushing him over the top. He finished higher than Spider in day 3, like being able to actually pip him out towards the end there. But yeah, that's it. We got some more trios for you guys though, coming up tomorrow as we're rounding out this bye week, coming into the bi-weekly finals. You guys know the drill. It's the same as always. We're going to be starting off at 7. What time is that? BC. No, that's the group. Sorry, but 1700, which for me is like 10 a.m. So I don't actually know what time zone that is. It's early for us in EU. So
so for England it's 10. For Europe it's 11.
Yeah.
I know in NA it's very early. You're starting, depending on what part. I think it starts around midnight.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
know.
late.
I think it's Chinese time is the advertised time. But you know, at least me and Foxy can give you the time nice and early. Get up, have a cup of coffee, start your morning slow with some Naraka, and
That's not starting slow.
To lunchtime. I mean,
that's starting very high pace.
Yeah, true.
That is
I
not
don't drink
slow.
coffee. I don't drink coffee. I drink orange juice for breakfast because I'm healthy.
Yeah, I only have water, bro. I don't drink coffee either, and I just sit here and suffer and complain about it because that's that's what we do. We're good at that.
I don't need coffee. I have Naraka to wake me up. I have
Exactly.
action, but yes, tomorrow it will be the solo, the trios. Sorry, we'll be doing trios, and we'll be getting ready to go into our end of week stuff as we'll be getting towards that bi-weekly. I actually think next week is. I'm gonna double check. Yeah, okay. So next week, I'm gonna pull my calendar up here. We are actually going to be doing Naraka will be Tuesday to Friday next week. We are actually starting a little bit earlier on in the week, so make sure that next week for the bi-weeklies you know exactly when we're starting and you do join us for that. But it's going to be a doozy, Foxy. We're going to have some really good Naraka coming up. It's been a great day today. Obviously tomorrow we'll be carrying on with A versus B for the A versus B for the trios. As you can see, schedule adjustment. Make sure for next week you will be joining us from the Tuesday through to the Friday for the third bi-weekly finals. Guys, thank you very much for joining us here today. As you can tell, my ability to speak is just falling apart. So I think that's a good time to end it. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow for more Naraka action. Good night and good morning and good day. See you later.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm